So I was sitting here for a minute. Ah, shit, why that bar up? I paid my goddamn. Every time I pay this bitch, it do this. So I was sitting here looking at some things, contemplating some things, and we are going to go through this interview with Robert Greene again. I want to sit down and listen to it again. And the name of this interview is How to Seduce Anyone, Build Confidence, and Become Powerful. And one thing about authors like this, take advantage of any interview that they do. And if they have a great interviewer, is the quality of what you're going to get out of them. And this is a good interviewer because this interviewer is a listener, like myself, like listens, lets the person talk before there's any questions that is asked. You get what I'm saying? So, um, there's a few things that I saw. Things like this interview, and then on top of this interview, there is that book I wanted to read at least the first chapter of. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and play this interview. As you know, this is fair use quality. So therefore, there will be some pausing, you know, just giving you that up. Because when you come here, this is like a classroom. This is like lessons. This is me teaching you something. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's the format that we do over here for anyone who's a first time listener. So let's go. Let's let it roll.
Some of the greatest seducers were not good looking at all.
What are the qualities of a great seducer?
I'm revealing stuff I shouldn't be revealing.
Robert Greene is one of the best-selling authors in history.
An internationally renowned expert on power strategies.
It's been referenced in songs by Jay-Z, Kanye West, and Drake. Written 6 international bestsellers that have become legendary.
Why did you write a book about seduction?
Seduction is a high form of power. People will do what you want without ever even realizing. Seduction is a mating ritual. You can't just swipe and get it. But because of all the dating apps, if you are able to understand the language of seduction, you're going to have so much more power and success than anybody else. One thing about words is people can lie, but body language, it doesn't lie. You master that language, you can start deciphering all this people are giving you. It's about psychology, and it's about how you carry yourself. If you feel confident, it will naturally radiate through your gestures.
But what is real confidence, and how does one build it?
The confidence comes from...
We've talked about the topic of power, but in 2018 you had a stroke. In that moment, it sounds like your power had been taken from you.
The left side of my body is paralyzed, and that was not easy. I've got to find a strategy to deal with all this shit. Please understand that the ability that you have now to run, to walk, to type, it can be taken away from you. It's miserable. Please don't take it for granted.
Before we get into this episode, just wanted to say thank you, first and foremost, for being part of this community. The team here at the Diary of a CEO is now almost 30 people, and that's literally because you watch and you subscribe and you leave comments and you like the videos. That this show has been able to grow, and it's the greatest honor of my life to sit here with these incredible people and just selfishly ask them questions that I'm pondering over or worrying about in my life. But this is just the beginning for the Diary of a CEO. We've got big plans to scale this show to every corner of the world and to diversify our guest selection. And that's enabled by you, by a simple thing that you guys do, which is to watch. So if there's one thing you could do to help this show and to help us continue to do what we do, it's just to hit the subscribe button. If you like this show, if you like what we do here, if you watch these episodes, please just hit that subscribe button. It means the world. Let's get on with it. What do I need to know about you and your earliest years to understand the life that you went on, that journey you went on, and the person you came to be?
Well, I grew up here in Los Angeles, not far from where we are, in a neighborhood called Baldwin Hills, and then we moved to another neighborhood. I had a very nice childhood, very middle-class family. My father was a salesman his whole life, worked for the same company for 40 years, just sold chemical supplies. And, my parents kind of left me alone a lot. I was basically, my sister almost kind of raised me in a way. And And, I had a very nice childhood, kind of left alone, sort of an introvert. Books kind of shaped me. I became an avid reader at an early age. Knew I wanted to be a writer. Got heavily into drugs, I'm afraid, in high school, because that was the time where I went to school and in college. Had some great experiences. I look very fondly back, even on my drug experiences, even though they got kind of depressing after a while. But it kind of shaped me in some ways. And that was me growing up, and I had an attitude or a lens in which I looked at people from a distance. Like I was always sort of obsessed with people wore masks, and the way I looked at it, even when I looked at my parents and their friends, and I said, what is really going on behind the masks that they wear and all the social niceties going on? What is behind? What is really the human animal like? And so these are kind of the themes that were a big part of me growing up.
From what I read, you had a lot of different jobs in a lot of different industries up until the point when you wrote the first of your many books called The 48 Laws of Power back in 1998. And I was looking at all of these different jobs you'd had, and they all seemed to be completely different from one another. So then trying to understand how you arrived at a moment where you then wrote a book on the topic and subject matter of power, having not been, a psychology graduate or seemingly worked in any industry related to like human psychology, seemed to be really peculiar to me.
Yeah, and also I never really had a lot of power up until that point, so it wasn't like I knew everything about being a leader or anything. A lot of things that happen in life are kind of by coincidence or serendipitous. You don't necessarily plan on it, which is sort of, when you look back on it, you can see a kind of an odd plan going on, like a destiny or fate. But in the moment, I didn't feel that. I had all of these different jobs, as you mentioned, some of them completely unrelated. I worked in construction. I had a construction job. I worked in a detective agency. I was a tour guide. I helped write an encyclopedia. I taught English in Spain, on and on and on and on and on. But I was searching. I wanted to be a writer, and a writer needs experiences. I just was hungry for weird experiences. I never really stuck at any one job. And by the time you're 37, 38, my parents are starting to worry about me. I'm starting to worry about me. I'm getting a little bit depressed, even have moments where suicidal thoughts are floating in my brain. Like, I'm very ambitious. I know I could do something well, but it's never come together. And so here's the serendipity part. I'm in Italy for a job, one of my 80 different jobs. And I meet a man who's a book packager there on this particular job we're on. And he's a Dutchman. I'm not going to imitate him, but he asked me if I had any ideas for a book. And suddenly, all of the painful experiences in my life working in Hollywood, all the assholes I've worked for, all these weird politicking, all the manipulative games, all the crap that I had seen, it just came like almost vomiting out of me. And I said, here we are, it's 20, well, this was 1990, it's in the 20th century back then. Here we are in the late 20th century, and people don't dress like they did in the days of Machiavelli, right? They don't wear wigs and stuff, but it's the same damn thing. It's the same bloody battles going on, the same manipulations, the same kind of, people don't reveal who they are. And it's a timeless game of power.
Oh,
Just the same as Louis XIV or Cesare Borgia or the people, the CEOs in the late 20th century. It's this timeless thing. And as I'm telling him this, his eyes are lighting. He's, wow, this could really be a book. And he said, look, Robert, I'll pay you to live while you write half the book, and then we'll sell it. And as I told you before, I was desperate. It was my get rich or die trying moment. I went back to Los Angeles. I borrowed money from my parents because I was that poor. And I wrote a treatment, and he loved it. And the rest is history. That's sort of my long-winded answer to your question.
That's so interesting. It's crazy how in life things can just take such a turn out of nothing, and you never know what that thing is going to be. And I mean, you say the rest is history there. Give me an idea of the success of that book, The 48 Laws of Power, because I mean, I've seen it everywhere for as long as I've been looking at books. So what's the Give me some, quantify the global success of that book.
Quantify?
Yeah.
Well, here in the US, it's sold quite a bit over 2 million copies, which is great. The weird thing is it's selling now more than it ever has sold before. In other words, the percentage of books that we're selling here in 2023 is greater than any period before. So it's accelerating, which is insane, you know. And even my English publisher is having the same, is telling me the same stuff. So it's kind of accumulated. It started off a little bit slowly. I mean, we got press, but it became this kind of cult thing. I've had very little publicity in mainstream media, which was big back then. It's not big anymore, thank God. But it was word of mouth. It's like, have you heard about this book? It's kind of dark, blah, 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 blah. It got on a few television shows. There was this show, a reality show with boxers. I think it was called The Contender, in which the finalist held up a copy of the book and said, "This book helped me get to where I am now." And it sold like crazy. It got into the hip hop stream, you know. Jay-Z was the first person I ever saw quoting the book in print, in a Playboy interview. And then, you know, 50 Cent and all that, and Drake and all these people, that really kind of set it into the stratosphere. So it's slowly become a bigger and bigger thing. And I had no idea, you know. I thought it was a weird book and it could be successful, but I had no idea the journey I was about to begin. It's weird.
That journey of writing this book, has your have your feelings towards the book evolved or changed over time? Because society moves on, you move on as an individual, as a human, you learn new things, you mature, and then the book is kind of held in time.
Not really. My philosophy in life is never look back, regret nothing. You know, it's there. I did it. It came in a particular moment in my life and in the zeitgeist, and things have changed a little bit. But it was a very serious effort to try and get at something timeless. Now, yes, there's a dark side to it, and maybe I've moved on from that. And I did, honestly, when I wrote my fourth book, Mastery, I was a little bit concerned that young people were thinking that the whole game of life is about politics manipulation. So I wrote a book to kind of counter that. But I think the book is true and it's held up. I think if I look at business, what's going on in the business world, I kind of I think I hit it on the nail about what goes on in the dynamics in the power game. You know, I wrote a book on human nature, and the idea is we were formed hundreds of thousands of years ago in particular circumstances. Our brains are wired a certain way. Yes, we're very sophisticated. Yes, we have the internet. Yes, I'm here being interviewed by you on a podcast. It's pretty insane, but we haven't fundamentally changed. The same raw emotions of envy, of aggression, of you know, worrying about our status, about having to disguise ourselves and appear like we're saintly and loving, that we don't have a shadow, which we all have. None of that has changed. So, yeah, I wouldn't write that book now because I'm at a different place in life, and I understand that. But I'm not ashamed of it in any way. I stand by it, and I think I hit at something real.
What is, in your definition, what is power? You know, I was really compelled when you're talking about the evolutionary roots of power, but like at its essence, what is power?
It's not what you think it is. It's not, you know, Vladimir Putin or presidents or Biden or all these political figures and these big games. Power is a feeling, it's an essence, it's an emotion. It's a human need and desire. And really what power is a sense of understanding yourself and being able to control yourself. So the way I look at it, I like to look at it not through the lens of great power politics, but as an average, everyday human being here in the United States or in England. The feeling that you have with your children, with your spouse, with your colleagues, the people who work for you, the sense that you have no control, that you can't influence them with your ideas, that you can't get them to maybe, you know, soften some of their ugly behavior if they have that you can't get them interested in helping you with a project or whatever, is the most miserable feeling a human being can have. Malcolm X had a quote that I love, which is, absolute power corrupts, but absolute powerless corrupts even more. I'm butchering it, but that was the gist of it. The feeling of powerlessness is actually more corrupting than the feeling of having a lot of power. It turns people into being passive aggressive, into playing all kinds of weird games, negative games to get power. You want to feel that you have a degree of control over events in your life, over people, over your future. And that to me is what power is, right? And so
Here I come in. So this part right here stands out to me because one thing I realize that people try to do, because this is still a part of the Black Woman's Guide, is that they try to knock out your power, right? They try to, and you have to be very mindful of how people do it because they do it out of their jealousy. You get what I'm saying? And you have to be able to identify when jealousy and envy is happening, right? So the way that it starts is it's always through a look. This is why, as you go through this guide, I want you to really, again, apply all these things. So for me, I don't really pay people attention, but what I have been doing now is I look people up from head to toe. How do they walk? What is in their voice? How do they dress? What's their body language? How do they respond when I look at them directly and I speak? You see what I'm saying? Like, these like type of things can tell you what kind of power you have. So I notice even with myself, I can sense, like, especially being here, like I can sense, and it's not just here, people's insecurities. I never really paid attention to that, but now I'm starting to recognize, like, damn, this person is very insecure. This person doesn't like themselves. This person is unhappy. Even though I see this person smiling in my face, this person really wants my attention to validate them. Like all of these little type of things, because that can tell you the power that you hold. This person is a certain weight because it is what they use to intimidate people. This person speaks the way that they speak because it makes them feel like they're above somebody. Like all of these little detailed things. And then understand, write that down too. What experiences have you had or do you have right now where people try to knock down your power? Mine is criticism. Okay. People are always trying to deeply criticize me by making it seem as if they understand me through their criticism. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, yeah.
some of that involves these games that I mentioned in there, and some of it goes beyond the 48 laws of power, which I've tried to indicate in my other books. But it's the sense that I'm not helpless in this world. I remember when I first entered the work world as a very naive college graduate with all these ideals and things I'd read, because I was studied literature and languages, going, man, this is weird. People are playing all these kind of games. I'm in over my head. I made mistakes. I got fired for being, too brash for outshine the master. It was painful, right? And so learning, you don't have to use the loss of power. I don't advocate crushing your enemy totally. I hope I don't have any enemies ever that I need to crush ever. You just need to know these things so that when you enter the work world, you're not naive, you're not stupid, you don't make the same kind of mistakes that I made. You spare yourself the pain. You understand the most fundamental thing about human nature. People have egos. Even your boss has an ego. You think he or she doesn't because they're powerful. They're even more insecure than other people. You need to be aware of these things so that you don't inadvertently make them feel insecure and suffer the consequences. So that's, I don't know, that's sort of my idea of power that I was trying to describe there.
The way you describe it is more of a sort of intrinsic force perception of yourself. When people think of power, they think of having control over others or their influence over others, but you've kind of made it more of a internal force.
Yeah, well, if you can't control yourself, then you're in a lot of trouble in this world, right? Because when you just naturally are yourself doing things, you're going to offend people. You learn early on we're social animals. I have to tailor my behavior, you know? If you go on babbling about all about how you feel and think, et cetera, and you just say what's the first thing on your mind, you're going to end up having a very short career. You're going to be saying things that are going to offend people. You're going to be making a fool of yourself. You're going to be saying things that you end up regretting, right? So you have no self-control. And if you see somebody who has no self-control, it makes you look like you're not powerful. If you can't control yourself, how can you control anything in your environment? How can you be a leader, right? So you have to learn certain things about your nature, about who you are, and not just be anybody. You have to kind of tailor your appearances as well,
Yes.
because for good or for bad, I'm a believer in looking at the human animal without shame and embarrassment, just as we are, right? And appearances matter. It's the animal part of our nature. We judge people by how they appear, how they dress, their tone of voice, their body language, et cetera, et cetera. It would be in an ideal world, we wouldn't judge people by appearances. We would just judge them by what's inside of them. Yes, I agree with that. But that we're not ideal. We're not descended from angels. We're descended from primates.
And the thing too, from that, saying the same thing I just said, that's also for you to look at yourself. Get that full body mirror. Look at yourself. Talk in the mirror. What kind of facial expressions do you make when you talk? All of these different type of things. How do you look when you're angry? When you're sad? When you are sad, but you're trying to hide it? These type of things. I mean, I'm somebody who did stuff like this anyway. How do you walk? I have a very, I've been told that I walk like I don't want nobody to talk to me. I walk like I don't want to be bothered. And see, the thing is, that's an energy that I project when I go outside. That's a city thing for me. City people, I can identify anybody from the city that's out here because of the way that they walk. I'll be like, where you from up north? I could say, what part of New York you from? You from the Bronx? You from? I can identify that just from a walk alone. And also city people, we always wear book bags. This is something we do as city people, okay? Another thing is like a guy who wears a book bag, his wife is from the city, right? Then other aspects of, I do project a very mean energy when I walk out the door. See, I'm aware of that. And so I get people who get attitudes with me. And I notice that if I look somebody directly in the face, it's yo, I'm gonna tell you something, and it's gonna trip you out when you pay attention. You're gonna notice that people with certain looks, certain phenotypes, facial features, certain ways that they dress, all respond to you a certain type of way. And that's going to give you a template of what kind of personality fits these kind of people. And I bet you when we get to the body analysis, you're going to see how correct you are about that.
So you have to understand that appearances matter. And this is part of the game. And so you have to control your appearances a little bit. You have to tailor it. You have to be a bit of actor in this world, on and on and on. You know, these are things that people don't like to admit about ourselves. We like to think that we're much more idealistic, that these things really don't matter in the end. And I wish it were that way, but it's not. And so I'm a bit more of a realist when it comes to things like that. But yeah.
As you were talking about this need to keep up appearances to some degree in order to survive and to fit into the tribes that we form in our lives, it made me think about how many guests I've had on this podcast who work in maybe the entertainment industry or other industries.
Yeah.
You know, they're famous, whatever, and they report that keeping up appearances had a really detrimental impact on their happiness and their fulfillment in life, because in some cases it meant that they were doing a job as a presenter and had to always be happy when inside they didn't feel that. And maybe the contrast of reality and perception caused them a lot of harm, or they've built a life around things that they're not interested in. I think you touched on some of that in Mastery.
Yeah.
That's the question I have, which is keeping
Yeah.
up appearances and the impact that that has on your happiness, i.e. wearing a mask and happiness. What's the relationship?
I talk about it in the 48 Laws of Power, where you have to play this game in life. It's to me, it's a form of wisdom, which is, it's a wisdom that used to exist like in the 18th century. I read a book that had a big impact on me many years ago called The Fall of Public Man by Richard Sennett, in which he described like cafe life in London in the 18th century or France. And he was saying back then, when you entered the public arena or your cafe, you knew you were an actor. You left the house, you put on a mask, and you had fun. You knew it was like fun. It was play. When you're a child, you like playing games. You like putting on costumes. You like playing your parents or some character you saw on TV. It's part of human nature. We like to play these games. We're role players. We're actors. And he was saying in the 18th century, that was just a given in life, that when you entered the public realm, you knew you were an actor. And then when you went home to your wife, your family, or your husband or wherever, you drop the mask, you breathe a deep sigh of relief, go, now I can be who I am, right? And it wasn't a problem. It didn't create neuroses. It didn't create this like, what's wrong with me? I don't know who I am anymore. So people now, the problem now is we don't have distance from that social realm. And so we think that if we're acting, that's who we are. But it's not. It's just that's part of being a social animal, is playing a role. I did a book with 50 Cent, and he kind of exemplifies a lot of that. He plays a role in life. When I met him, I thought, uh-oh, I was kind of intimidated. I was a little bit afraid. The thug. This is a guy, and when I met him, he was, just a few years away from being shot and all this stuff. And I met him, and he was the nicest person in the world. He was almost kind of sweet. He'd hate it if I said that word, but he was sweet, right? He was very down to earth. He was very calm, etc. He's playing a role when he goes out and he plays that person. And he knows it. He knows it's like, he doesn't take it seriously. He had this big beef with Kanye West back when I was doing the book with him. And then I met the two of them in Vegas when they were there for the awards. And they were like the best of friends. They were joking. It was just a game they were playing, right? So what I tell people is, we all are actors. Humans are born actors. We learn at a very early age to play that kind of game. It's kind of fun sometimes to do that, enjoy that part of life, but don't get it confused with who you are in your essence. That's sort of the dance you're playing between those two things. I understand what you're saying, and a lot of it has to do, as you said, related to mastery, where people end up in a career that doesn't suit them. And I think I understand what you're getting at. When I look at like presenters or people in the news, and they have to smile and be so cheerful, like, man, what a drag. I'd hate to be like that. That is so false. Don't you want to take a shower after you being so cheerful and chatty and all that shit? Yeah, I understand that. But if that's the profession you chose and you love it, then maybe you don't feel that way. I couldn't do it personally. But, I think it's okay to think of yourself as an actor. I don't think there's anything wrong about that.
The second very curious law in your book that I uncovered was law number 2. I'm talking about the 48 Laws of Power here, where it says, never trust friends too much. Learn how to use enemies.
Yeah.
Do you trust your friends?
Okay, well, everything in the book is context. So when you take things out of context, it's a little harder to understand. And what I'm trying to say in that, I'm talking about in the work world, when you're out in the social realm. And one of the worst things that people do is you have a job, and I've been guilty of it myself, even after I wrote the damn book. You're out in the work world and you need to hire somebody. You need to find a colleague. You need to find a partner or an employee. your mind naturally gravitates towards a friend, right? Because they know you, you trust them, you have a relationship, and you feel comfortable with them. And it's a terrible mistake. So many of the worst things that have happened in history are because of that very problem. Because friends, there's all these emotions involved between people, right? And those emotions confuse the issue. So, what I'm talking about in that law is when you need to get results, you need to think, when you have a job or something, you have to think in practical terms, not in terms of emotions, not in terms of friendship, et cetera, et cetera. So, you want to keep your work world separate. It's not everything about life is having to be friends and having nice things and everybody like you. Sometimes what matters is getting results done. And sometimes the best person to work with isn't your friend because they don't have all this other stuff that we're talking about. In fact, a very powerful move is if there's an enemy out there, somebody who you never got along with, if you approach them and say, let's bury the hatchet, you know, I have a job and I'd really like you to work with me. I know you're really smart. The turnaround of emotions is a very powerful thing where they're going, wow, yeah, sure, that's great. I never expected that. And they're highly motivated to now prove that they're worthy of your change of mind. So it's not about not trusting your friends in the realm of friendship in personal relationships. It's about being aware that the work world is different from the realm of personal relationships.
The other point I found really curious was point three about concealing your intentions, and
Yeah.
I find this curious because I've never really known where to land on this when people ask me for advice on the subject matter about how much of your hand should you show, whether it's in business or life or whatever. There's a group of people that think you should always just keep everything you're doing and your intentions totally secret because then people might copy you or they'll attack you or whatever. And then there's another school of thought that says when you're building something, when you're doing something, when you have a mission, you need to share it with as many people as possible because that will galvanize people to come along with the journey with you, and they'll want to support you and help you. So when I read point number 3 about concealing your intentions, I wanted to ask you about what you think about that. Which side do you land on?
Well, everything depends on circumstances. So the laws are never meant to apply to every situation, right? So when it's with your own team and you're trying to inspire them and you're trying to give them a vision, you try to get them on your side, yeah, you share your vision with them. You share, this is where the group is going. This is where I want things to be in 3 years. Let's all get together. We're trying to do something very positive for the world. Okay, here's my plan, right? But then there are circumstances where revealing everything about what you're planning to do is actually very counterproductive, right? So the business world in the 21st century is extremely competitive. It's getting worse and worse by the day. As more and more people now are entering the power arena, and I think it's a great thing, where it used to be just a realm where only older white men had power, and now the doors have opened to everyone. The level of competition is that much more intense, particularly now, even with the internet. You have rivals out there. You have competitors out there, even as we talk right now. Maybe you're not thinking about them, but they are. They're looking to steal your ideas. They're looking to take your business away from you, et cetera, et cetera. Just be aware of that phenomenon. And just always saying what you're planning on doing isn't always the wisest thing to do. Sometimes, if you're in a tricky situation, putting people off the scent and giving them a red herring and saying, I'm planning to do this when in fact you're planning to do that. It's a very powerful technique. It's deception, but all's fair in love and war and business, I'm afraid. So, you know, there are moments where you don't want to lay all your cards out on the table, right? You want to either create a little bit of mystery so that people don't know what you're going to do next and they're wondering what you're going to do next. And as they're wondering what you're going to do next, they're kind of on their heels a little bit. What's the next thing that Stephen is planning? I don't really know. Wow. It's a very powerful approach. There are other times and other experiences and moments in life where you do want to reveal what you're planning to do because there's a purpose behind it. I'm just saying, be aware Don't just act in this world. Be aware, have a strategic mindset. Sometimes concealing is what you need to do. Sometimes not concealing is what you need to do.
It's funny when we have this conversation about power and the darkness and the shadows that people have in them. I think a lot of people listening, and probably it seems that way because I'm the one asking the questions, as if I'm questioning society that I'm not part of. They'll think they might think they don't play these games, right? They might, so that's the question I have is like, have you ever encountered anybody? Do you believe there's anybody out there that doesn't play power games, manipulation, have shadows, have darkness in them?
No, I don't. But so in my war book, I read the biography of Mahatma Gandhi, one of the saintliest figures in history, right? And I realized that Mahatma Gandhi was actually a brilliant strategist. Now, I'm not saying his use of nonviolence and civil disobedience didn't come from the heart. He didn't mean it. He didn't actually believe in the peaceful method. He did. He was very sincere, but he was very strategic about it. And he planned a campaign, several campaigns like the Salt March in the 20s, where he knew, for instance, that the English public was very liberal minded. They had this ideal of themselves as being they weren't colonialists, they weren't imperialists, they were doing the best for the world. And he deliberately had these marches where he knew that they would be reading in their newspaper and seeing photographs of Indian people being beaten up by Englishmen and their Indian officers on the streets of wherever. It would have a terrible impact on the public. He thought in terms of strategy. Okay, so there's Gandhi. Then there's Martin Luther King, who's somebody I wrote about a lot in The Laws of Human Nature. Another great icon whom I admire, who actually was inspired by Gandhi and had campaigns of civil disobedience. And there was a campaign, I believe it was in Montgomery or Selma, I can't remember which one, where he was getting fed up. They weren't getting very far in the civil rights movement. They were reaching a stalemate, and he was getting very frustrated. And an advisor came to him and said, look, we're going to have this massive march, and I can get a lot of elementary school and junior high school students to be on this march because they believe in you and they're very fervent. And I think it would be great. And his advisors go, God, you can't do that. You can't put 13-year-olds at risk. And Martin Luther King thought about it very deeply. He said, no, we're going to go ahead and do it. Because damn it, I want the American public sitting in there all fat and watching their televisions to see these brutal, Bull Connor, the police chief then. I want to see these children being water hosed and beaten, and it's going to have an incredible impact. He was being strategic, and his advisors were shocked by it, but it ended up proving to be one of the most pivotal, important moments in the civil rights movement. So here you have Gandhi and Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King was a flawed individual, as we know, right? He had a private life that wasn't exactly in the same as his public life. I don't judge him for that because he was a brilliant man and I admire him. I love him deeply. Reading his biography made me even admire him even more, seeing that he had a human flawed side to him. But these are icons that we set up, and they reveal what I'm talking about in human nature.
All right, I'm stepping in. So what's important about Robert Greene is that he studies history. And he studies pretty much the psychology of other people in history. And it's great. It's great if you want to study other, Black women in history, other women in history. It's great if you have that inspiration. Like I'm inspired by Tina Bell. I'm inspired by Rosetta Thornton. You know what I'm saying? I'm inspired by these different women in the rock industry that are Black women of color and stuff, and women who, like, especially inside of this punk rock spectrum, section too. But the point is, I like the way that you understand he's very patriarchal, not patriarchal in that kind of sense, but Robert Greene is the point of telling you how this patriarchy works with males, how they think and stuff. So, when he gets into this interview of seduction and all that stuff, I just want to throw that out there.
You can't escape it. Yeah, maybe there was.
I don't like to interrupt videos all the time. I really don't. If I just play it all the way through, it's a copyright. So I have to interrupt, okay?
Some saint born in some century that I've never heard of that maybe got pretty far away from everything I've talked about. But we all have this idea, like in the laws of human nature, I write about irrationality, envy, aggression, or narcissism. Narcissism is a good one. Oh, they're a narcissist. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not self-absorbed, but they are. Yeah. I don't have any of those traits. Well, damn it. Every single human being has self-absorption traits. We can't help it. We naturally think of ourselves first. Yes, there are people who are much deeper narcissists in life, no doubt. And there are toxic narcissists, but we all have a touch of it. I want you to be a little more humble in this world and not be so arrogant and not think that you are somehow exempt from having a dark side, that somehow you were born with a halo over your head, that you were born different, you don't have human nature, that you're a saintly person, you're much better. Get rid of your moral superiority, because I find that deeply offensive. We are all cut from the same cloth.
Yes. And this is the point of what I'm making about with this Black Woman's Guide series, is that enough of this. Enough of this. Because one thing that irritates me to the T is it's like everything about the Black woman's history is dark and gothic and darkly. Okay? Like, let's not play these games. Everything that has happened to her is. Even from my understanding of the Handmaid's Tales, the Black women were used as sex objects. She was treated the worst in the Handmaid's Tale, written by a white woman. And we're not making this a race factor thing. I'm not going there, but that's the facts. And then the issue is always trying to, there's too much. What I hear with the Black male is it's too much forgiving unforgivableness. It's too much of, here, I'm going to talk to you about this, but then I'm going to talk about all this motivational good shit. And it's like, but you get shot for holding your phone. You can get shot for raising your voice. Just your presence alone gets you shot. And you want to talk all this goodness? What is that going to do? You see what I'm saying? But see, that's the male's nature. That's what he's going to do. And see, Robert is in that dark feminine energy in himself, because we're all masculine and feminine. And that's what I like about Robert. But see, here's the thing too. The Caucasian or white male, they're already there because they are heavy metal listeners. They listen to rock music. They're actors, and they play these deep acting parts and roles. And it's so funny that they want to say, well, if you don't have melanin, you don't have a soul. That's a very stupid thing. That's not true at all. The white male pours into himself. He's one of my favorite performers when it comes to music, because like he just falls apart on that stage. Okay? And I love that. So this is what I'm saying, that there's an accepting of darkness. There's an accepting of, these are my flaws and my traits about myself. But I also am correcting myself to be empowered with myself. But also, if it's just a part of what my flaws are, I accept them. This is the same thing that I want you all to do in this Black Woman's Guide, and to understand that. There's nothing wrong with you having an attitude, but you can channel that attitude in a different kind of way. Because the thing about the Black woman's attitude is, your attitude is coming from frustrations of other people. The SW, that's a whole nother topic in itself. Your attitude is coming from, why am I working so hard and everybody is just being so goddamn mediocre? When this attitude can be channeled into power. It can be channeled into silence. It can be channeled into knowing how to respond and not react. Let me just give you an example today. So I go to the, y'all know I'm in a small town now, so I can't just head to a Western Union like that, but there's Western Unions inside of these places. Now, anybody know Western Union? You can't go further than 500 on like on a money order, or there's a certain X amount of money that you can take out, stuff like that. Now, if you at the register says you get like about 200. Some people it's 100. Some people it's $40. So I knew that if I stood on the line, the grocery line, that's 200. But if I go to the Western Union side, I can extract 1,000 or whatever that I wanted to, right? So the lady goes, it's 200 for the day. She's acting all erratic because the line is long. I told her already, I'll just wait for the next customer because the next customer didn't have much. So she's all erratic. Oh, it's 200 for the day. It's 200 for the day and all this kind of stuff. Now, I could have said, nah, that's not true. But what was it worth if nobody was behind the counter to even serve me and everything was busy? So I didn't care. I just left and I just went to the other place and they gave me my stuff easier. Okay? So it wasn't a battle that was worth it, especially with someone like that. That person, it hit me like, you understand the times that we are in? That person may be upset with the fact that I had the money to even do that. You get what I'm saying? While they're working their regular ass, whatever job that they have, I guess manager, whatever the hell she was supposed to be. Then I went to Sheets so I get what I needed because I didn't get it at the store that I just came from. I was like, God damn it, let's just go here and let me get what I need and get me a drink or whatever. So that lady just had an attitude. I just don't care for that lady. I'm like, why is she even back anymore? But anyway, I was like, all right, I need this. It's the fourth one. Let me get 2 packs of this. Let me get the singles of this. Let me get that over there. I directed exactly what I needed. So even just that way of speaking can make someone feel some type of way. But that's not the point. The point is to get what you need to get. You are a customer. And they are here to serve you. Because otherwise, you can go up there and get it yourself and pay for it. But hey, they don't want that. The last store I could do that. But hey, they don't want that. So then another time, like this is all today. So I realized after having that moment today, I was like, a lot of people are displaying so much anger, right? And I am aware that the anger is more towards Black women, right? Because understand that the shadiness and the beating up, the shadiness that's being thrown towards the Black woman was always the white woman's way of having power. And the way that she was able to do that is through her casualty conversations, which is, what I say, casual conversation is casualties. So when you walk into a space in your power, demanding what you want, and you can care less about the existence of that person, they're just the NPC to give you what you need to get, you're going to get a reaction out of people like that. Okay? You just have to understand that also as an intuitive, spiritually intuitive woman, to have intuitive wisdom as well, you see people can't hide their mask. Their mask is going to slip off with you. So while one person may think that this is a kind person and they cool and they like them, you're going to see the real them. Okay? And that's what's really going on. It's that mask. And so because you see that mask, because you don't smile, you don't laugh, you say what you need and you go, they really can't handle that, because any woman that carries herself that way, she's not even going to be able to intellectually meet you up there where you are intellectually. So none of these people are worth it. And this is what I'm saying with a lot of Black women. I find that like they get upset over people who tuck their stomach in their pants and wrap a belt over it. You're not going to get me riled up. When you are getting dressed and that's what the hell is inside of your pants every day, and then you wear tight pants, you're not going to get me riled up. Okay? When all I have to do is lose my stomach a little bit, put on a waist trainer, and we just not the same. So I just need Black women to stay focused and not let this type shit be a distraction for her.
We all have the same flaws. And when you look at yourself, and when I wrote the laws of human nature, I'm going, damn it, Robert, you have a dark side. You're a narcissist. You know, I had to come to terms with my irrationality, my grandiosity, my aggressive instincts. But it's the only way to change yourself is to be aware that you have these issues. I have the narcissistic tendencies. Now I see it. All right. Now when they pop up, I can control it better. I can say, damn, Robert, you're being too self-absorbed to think more about the other person. But if you go around in life thinking, I don't have any of these problems, I'm not a narcissist, you're never going to have the awareness to stop the fact that you are actually one.
Being a narcissist, is that objectively a good or a bad thing? Because when you was, obviously I know people at home go, it's a bad thing, it's a narcissist cause a lot of harm, and that's very true. But in the context of the human animal and why the human animal develops certain attributes and qualities to maybe further its survival or its ability to stay within the social pact, is it just a consequence of being a human to have these like shadow traits and to be coercive and manipulative? Is it good or is it bad? Or is it neither?
It's neither. Because it just is, right? So with narcissism, for instance, there's a reason why we're narcissists. So I explain in the book, it's not my own theory, it comes from some great psychologists like Kohut, the origins of narcissism, right? So when you have to leave you, when your parents have to kind of not abandon you, but have to not give you as much attention as you used to have, and you're 3 years old or 4 years old, you don't remember it, but it was very painful. Like, oh, they don't love me as much. What's wrong with me, right? You know, I have to get that love and attention, not just naturally. I have to do things to earn it, et cetera, et cetera. And what happens with a lot of people in that situation when you're a child is, I have to develop I have to be my own mother or father. I have to find a way of loving myself. When something bad happens, I have to retreat inward and go, I'm really not so bad at all. I'm actually a decent person. I like my own tastes. I like the clothes that I wear, et cetera, et cetera. You're developing the shreds of self-esteem, right? And people who never develop that because they were abused or they were abandoned or even if they were suffocated, never developed that self-esteem. And so what happens in life is if you don't develop that and you get older and people attack you and yell at you or criticize you, you can't retreat inward to that self-esteem, that love you have. The only thing you know is to get angry, they call it narcissistic rage, and to yell at people and say, God, get away from me. You're evil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And then the other problems evolve where the only way I don't have that inner self-esteem, the only way I can get people to love me is by being incredibly dramatic and overly dramatic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and always making myself the center of attention. That's what creates a deep narcissist. That's their only way of getting the love that they need. So children, we all need that degree of self-esteem, that anchor in our life. So narcissism, self-love is not a bad thing. But what happens is as you get older, if you go too deep into it, it becomes a problem. And so what I say is you need to take that self-love and it has a good function and turn it outward as much you can and turn into empathy and love and consideration for other people more. That's your task as you get older in life. That's how I approach all of these flaws. You can't run away from them. You can't run away from your shadow, your dark side. You can make it work for you. You can make it positive and productive and healthy. You can become a healthy narcissist, which is a name that I use in the book. You can use your dark side for positive purposes. Let's say you have a lot of anger inside, and I had a lot of anger when I was younger. I was a very angry young man, right? Channel that into some kind of cause. Like, and that I have a lot of causes that I believe in very deeply. And when I was younger, I was like that. Channel that energy into something productive and helpful and put it into something that it goes to something that helps society. That's using your dark side for positive purposes. Because the dark side of human nature has a lot of creativity, has a lot of energy. An artist has to have a dark side. You use your dark side because all those dark emotions, all the people that shat on you in your life, they inspire you. They create your best work. Don't run away from your shadow. Don't run away from your narcissism. Use it in a healthy way.
And acknowledge it. I think that's the
Yeah.
hardest thing for people to do, right?
Yeah.
So few people, I think, including myself, like have really fully understood what their shadow and their dark side is. I mean, doing this podcast has really helped me because I learn things from other people vicariously, and then I reflect on myself, or keeping a diary has helped me to
Commercial.
Dalpad's AI contact
understand that. But that first step in someone having the self-awareness to understand their dark side. I mean, there's even a lot of people who confronting their dark side would be so, it feels like it would be so impactful on their self-esteem in a negative sense that they spend their life putting up a wall to never go there. I mean, there's some people who you even mention something to them and they would triggers them.
Yeah.
You know, we can all think of those people. We can all think of those people. The really interesting thing there is the role that your early years play on your relationship with power. Because when I think about some of the nicest, I don't know if this is just a general stereotype or a narrow observation I've had, but some of the nicest people I've met in terms of, you know, being the opposite of whatever a toxic narcissist is, seem to have really comfortable, loving, secure, safe, early experiences. And then is that broadly true in your view?
It's a generalization, but there is some truth to it. I mean, there's things that called attachment theories where psychologists have looked at the kind of attachment you had to your parents and they categorize it in 4 different ways. And there's the ideal, the best one, where you have this incredibly loving mother and father, and they're giving you unconditional love, but they know also how to give you your independence, etc. It's not terribly common. I don't know what the percentage would be. Then there's levels and levels, and then as you get to the 4th level, it's like the abandonment one, or abusive and abandonment, where you basically leave the child alone. You don't give it any attention, any love, and it's very crippling, right? But the thing is, children are much stronger than we think they are. They're very resilient. They're very resourceful. They're going to find their love. They're going to find a way to compensate for it in some way. And what's something very interesting, when I was doing seduction in some of my other books, and I look at people who were like very charismatic, like a Malcolm X, like a Marilyn Monroe, I could go on and on and on. These are people that came from very, very bad families, right? They had no love. Marilyn Monroe was an orphan, essentially, raised in an orphanage. You know, her whole life was, I got to get people to love me. I need love so desperately. And her way of doing it was to literally make love with the camera. Nobody ever done that before. You could sense that she needed it, and it was so powerful that you sensed it, that she drew it to herself. Great charismatic individuals. John F. Kennedy is someone who had a lot of charisma. He came from a very bad childhood, right? His father was very mean to him.
Do I not tell you all this story? This is why I say, I'm being for real. The abandoned, the orphan, the throwaway, who are the biggest creators in this world, right? That includes myself, are deeply, deeply attacked. I mean, deeply attacked. Because we're not supposed to have it. You understand? what we come from, we're supposed to stay in it. We're not supposed to have it. And this is a part of where that subconscious hate that everybody has for a lot of celebrities. And I told you, the people who report on celebrities, I said subconsciously they're jealous and envious of these celebrities' lives. Subconsciously, they want the fame of these people. That's why they report on them so much. And also, here's another thing too, is notice people end up creating their own families, their own lives in their own way. But unfortunately, those of us that come from this type of background, we also know how wicked people are in this world. Like we get that early wickedness, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not surprised that I told y'all that people are laughing at people suffering. People are sitting aback, even if it affects them, they do not care. They are laughing at people suffering. And see, y'all thought it was just going to be the welfare queen and all of that, but you see, they're laughing at people who actually make an honest living as a federal worker. And everybody is just so appalled, and they're shocked at this. But see, if you understand the dark psychology of life, it's been this way. It's been this way. Social media itself comes from wicked, jealous, envious people. It started with those kind of people. And on top of what Robert is talking about too, from going back into now what he's talking about, understand that this is why I tell you the things that I tell you about body analysis and people and energy and shit. I mean, literally, when I got home and I was like happy to have the money I had and stuff, I have realized in that moment, because when I even went to where I went and put the money on the account, I'm not talking about the money, I'm just saying when I put the money down, I could hear people in the background talking. You see what I'm saying? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is why you have to tune people out. That's why I don't talk to people. Because I realize that they're going to try to find some way to say something shady or whatever to have their little petty war with you. And the art of ignoring people, the art of just demanding what you need in a room and not giving a damn about nothing with them, having that little bit of narcissism in yourself. Believe it or not, it's like people are going to feel how they feel, but at the same time, they're going to back up off of you. Because that's the image that you have put out there, that I'm not here for all this. And you don't allow anyone to try to take you from it. It goes back to the guy with the goddamn Modelo beer. And I gave him a look like, I don't drink that shit. Like, get the fuck away from my cart. And just like even today when I walked in to go get my money and some old white lady was talking to me, I said under my breath, shut the fuck up talking to me, bitch. I don't want to talk to you. And I want you to not feel no type of way about being like that.
Etc. Some children, in the worst circumstances, it ends up bringing the best out of them. They have to find their way in life. And some people who have everything don't go very far because they don't know how to find things for themselves. So life is weird. Some people who have great childhoods do well. Some people who have great childhoods are spoiled and never learn how to get things on their own. And some people have the shittiest childhoods, learn how to be resourceful and get what they need on their own.
You mentioned seduction there, the art of seduction. Why did you write a book about the topic of seduction?
Seduction is a high form of power because you make people feel pleasure. You make them feel excited or interested in you. And then their resistance to your ideas slowly lowers, and you have the ability to influence them and to move them in the direction that you want. If you yell at them, like we were talking about your child, and you tell them, do this, do that, they resent it, and for good reason. But if you're subtler, if you're more seductive in your approach, if you're more indirect, people will do what you want or go in your direction without ever even realizing it. So it was a sub-theme in the 48 Laws of Power. And so I was sort of interested in the psychology of that and why some people are good at it and some people are awkward about it. So when I finished the 48 Laws of Power, I thought this would be a natural segue, the next book.
What are the qualities of a great seducer?
Well, I like to distinguish between cold seducers and warm seducers. A cold seducer is something you don't want to be. That's the typical image that we might have of a male seducer, but even of a female seducer, like the great courtesans, etc., where they're just after money or the men are just after sex. That's not my ideal. My ideal is kind of a back and forth quality where it's not domination. It's sort of like a game that you're playing. It's like a mating game. It's like a courtship ritual where both people are kind of seducing each other. And so what makes for a great seducer is very simple. I can summarize it very simply. You are outer directed. So when you meet somebody for the first time or you're on a date or whatever it is, you're not having that internal monologue going, does she like me or does he like me? Am I dressed well? Am I saying stupid things? What can I do to impress them? No, you turn it off and you're outer directed and you're listening to them and you're entering their spirit and you're hearing them say things that give you idea of what they're missing in life, of what they want, of what their needs are, of what makes them an individual. You're absorbing it, you're entering into their spirit, and then you can reflect it back to them. You can give them gifts, you can take them to places that show that you're attentive to them. Because if you look at how we are in our day-to-day life, normally people never pay us attention. They're always so self-absorbed, they're never thinking about us. The times where you get the sense that people are actually interested in who you are as an individual is pretty rare. If you give that feeling to someone, it's incredibly powerful because we all want to be validated. We all want to be recognized. So the seducer is not someone who's all worried about him or herself and thinking. They're involved in the other person. They're absorbed like a sponge inside their psychology, inside their world.
A lot of this is, very applicable to romance and dating, etc., etc. It feels, for whatever reason, not necessarily something I've read much about in your work, but it feels like dating and romance and relationships have become much more complicated in the modern world. That it's become much more difficult to seduce somebody. What are the attributes of someone then that is not good at seducing?
Anti-seducer has many qualities. I have a whole chapter on the anti-seducer. I try and define it. There's several of them. I don't have them all memorized, but one quality that's very anti-seductive is preaching and moralizing. Is like telling people, "Oh, that's wrong what you just said," or "Your politics are ugly," or you're not really good at this," or something or other. Having a moral superiority, a sense of sanctimony in a realm which should be about pleasure, where should be that kind of equality, that kind of back and forth dynamic, where you're asserting your moral superiority, is deeply, deeply anti-seductive. The element of preaching to people, not being generous, and I mean not just with money. Money is important, but not being generous with your spirit, right? You want to be open. You want to give as much as you can to the other person of yourself, of your time, of your money, of your energy, etc. So being all kind of crimped and I don't want to give, I don't want to spend money, I want to take you to the cheap place to eat, I don't want to give you much time is very, very anti-seductive.
When you were talking a second ago about the person who goes on the date and they're thinking about themselves and what they, what their hair looks like or whatever else, that spoke to an insecure person. Is insecurity a seductive quality or is it a anti-seductive quality?
It is anti-seductive. Now, there is a part of weakness that is seductive. So I would say vulnerability is seductive, but insecurity is anti-seductive. And there's a big difference.
Why does vulnerability draw people to you?
Because the sense, so if I can
So stepping in now, understand that Being a spiritually intellectual woman means that you work from the inside. When you look at people, you're not looking at their physical all the time. I mean, if you think somebody's attractive, whatever, but you look into people. When you look in somebody's eyes, you're looking into them. You get what I'm saying? And people can feel that off of you. No matter how much you protect your energy, that doesn't mean that other people have a sense of protecting theirs. You become naturally what people call sexy, attractive, seductive. You get what I mean? When you work from that energy, even if you are being mean, because there are people that like people who are mean, believe it or not. Okay? Then you have people who are idiots that think, well, they're doing this because they like me. You can't control what anybody thinks. You don't care what the NPC thinks. Me personally, an attractive person is a spiritual thing. But even then, whenever I find myself even attracted to somebody who I don't want to be attracted to, I turn it off. And I'm not impressed by people being attractive or beautiful. I live in the most attractive, beautiful city, and that's New York City. Okay. And I live in the most beautiful, attractive borough, and that's motherfucking Queens. So I know beauty and attractive. And I'm gonna tell you something. The more beautiful, the worse. The worse that they are, where I come from. But hey, speaking for myself, because I'm a beautiful woman, I know that I'm beautiful. Okay. When I looked in the mirror and I put my little style in, I look gorgeous. Even with just the hoodie on and my hair out, whatever the style was today. And even though it was cold to everybody outside, I had on a hoodie and I had on my damn Ugg sandals. You know what I'm saying? With socks. You know what I mean? That's my style. And so I'm out there and walking around, whatever. And it's like that alone just makes you attractive. And so when you are this attractive person walking into the space or to the room, they want your attention. They don't even know sometimes why they want your attention. Some people who really don't want to fuck with you, you'll see, I promise you, just look, they'll turn their whole back to you. Okay? That's how they'll reject your energy. They will turn their entire back to you. They will turn their head and they will not focus nothing on your energy.
Define seduction in simple terms. Most of the time, we are closed to the influence of other people, particularly now. We have these walls up because life is harsh. People are coming at us with their advertisements, with their pleas, with their wanting money, with this, that, and the other. And we've all learned to be very defensive, right? And seduction is an openness, is the opposite of that. And you felt it when you were a child towards your parents. You felt very vulnerable and open. And there was an element of your parents and how they treated you that was very much like a seduction, right? So seduction is about being open to the other person to the extent where you can even fall in love. You can fall under their spell. And the sense of letting go of your ego, letting go of your defensiveness, and letting another person enter your world is being seduced. It requires vulnerability. If you meet the typical scenario is of a man who's not vulnerable at all. He's so powerful and in control and everything, has no vulnerabilities. It's frightening, for a woman. It could be very frightening. Like this, he's so strong, he's so invulnerable that there's something wrong about it. Maybe he's a serial killer. Maybe he's got skeletons in his closet. Something isn't right about that. What seduces you about a puppy, about a child, about an animal is their vulnerability. It makes you want to hug them. It makes you want to help them, right? The sense which if you came upon a tiger that's there and they don't need that, well, that's not seductive. I mean, on your screen it is, but if they're there in your living room, that's not seductive. But that puppy is, right? Vulnerability, the sense that somebody needs protection or help, brings out qualities in us that we don't normally have that I think allow for seduction. So that is being vulnerable. That is I can be influenced by that other person. I am open to their spirit, right? That's being vulnerable. The word vulnerable, I hate to sound like a professor here, so excuse me, in seduction, comes from the root of it means a wound, vulnus. So you have a wound inside of you and you need healing. And the other person naturally wants to help you, right? But being insecure is means I'm so self-absorbed, I'm so worried about myself that I can't get out of it. And we've all had that experience. When you meet somebody and you can sense, you can smell their insecurity in them. I'm not judging them because we all have insecurities. It makes you feel insecure. It makes you feel a little bit awkward. Whereas if you meet someone who's not like that, who's confident, etc., it brings out that quality in you. So if you're on a date and there's someone you smell that kind of insecurity, it makes you awkward and insecure. It creates a kind of a problem. So that would be the difference between the two.
There's going to be a lot of people listening to this that are single and ready to mingle. What advice would you give them in terms of being great at dating? You've talked about the importance of vulnerability there and how that kind of forms connection between humans in a very innate way. What else is great dating advice for the single people out there?
Well, the thing is, okay, there's several things. So first of all, we live in a culture where people think you shouldn't have to put effort into something like love and romance. You should just be who you are, man. I don't have to put on a role. I don't have to play a game. That's manipulative, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm sorry. Love and romance is something that is almost biological. If you look at animals and mating rituals, they're incredibly elaborate. Seduction is a mating ritual. And so the worst thing you can feel is that this person isn't putting any effort into something. Let's just say it's from the woman's point of view. This man, he just shows up wearing jeans and his usual sloppy outfit. He doesn't comb his hair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He takes me to the pub for dinner on our first date. You know, he's not thinking about me. He's not willing to put any effort into it. If he's not willing to put any effort into it, what's it going to be like 3 months down the line when he completely takes me for granted, which is what happens in a relationship? Am I not important enough? Right? Whereas the ability to have a little bit of effort, to think of it as kind of theater and drama, and that there's nothing evil about it. So I'm going to dress nicely. I doesn't have to be fancy. Just that I'm going to, I'm going to put some effort into how I look. I'm going to take her to a place that I'm not talking about candle lights and roses and that kind of crap. Doesn't that you can be creative. It can be somewhere that's scuzzy, that's on the wrong side of town, but it's different and it's appealing to, and you put some thought into it. There's a reason you're taking her there, right?
I have a friend who went on a date and she came back from the date and was complaining because the person that she went on that first date with was took her to a spot where he had an available valid discount code for like 2 to 1. And
talk
so,
about anti-seduction. There you go.
Why is that anti-seductive? In that case, one might say that male is being, economically savvy, financially savvy.
If you're not able to let go of your kind of tightness when it comes to a woman, then something's wrong with you, man. Just let go. Spend some extra money. Spend the extra 10 quid that you might need to spend on taking her to someplace different. But it signals a kind of cheapness. And it's not about money. It's about a cheapness in your spirit, right? She's not worth, letting go. Okay, maybe you don't have that much, but my God, you have enough. It's not gonna like make, if you're that poor, then okay, maybe, but probably not. You can afford it. Show that it means something to you. Seduction is a language. It's not a language of words. It's a language of gestures that we're paying attention to. We're paying attention to people's body language. We're paying attention to their actions, to the things that they never say. So when you signal that discounts are so important to you that even on the first date you have to have a discount, You're signaling that there's something tight about you in your nature, and it's not very pleasant.
From doing this podcast and speaking about topics like love and sex and dating and dating apps even, one of the comments I saw quite frequently was from young men who are struggling to seduce a woman,
Yeah.
or vice versa. Specifically young men that, and then I read some stats. I think Scott Galloway came on the podcast and talked about how, I'm going to butcher these numbers, but a staggering amount of men haven't had sex young men haven't had sex in the last 12 months. And then when I looked at the comments section, specifically on YouTube, I kind of saw that energy reflected, where it looked like young men in particular were struggling to seduce a mate, a partner in the modern world. Is that real in your view? Is there something that has changed in society? Has that always been the case? Is there anything we can do if we're a young man that's struggling in the modern world because of the internet and computers and this and dating apps? And
Well, a lot of it is, I'm afraid to say, is internet porn, where you get the idea that, sex is something that should be very easy and quick, and that women should have that kind of body and physique, et cetera, et cetera. And that becomes your norm, et cetera. That can be very damaging. But the idea that things must come easy and quick is very prevalent. And to win over someone like, let's say you're a man and it's a woman who might be reluctant to have sex for good reason or reluctant to have a relationship, requires some effort. It requires some thinking. You can't just hack your way. You can't just swipe and get it. You can have your internet sex, but you're not going to get that in real life. It doesn't work that way. It takes time. It takes patience, and you're going to have to work and you're going to be rejected. Being with people is a skill. Being a social animal, although there's a part that comes naturally, if you spend all of your time here, you're losing that skill of how to respond to people's body language. Half of the thing is you're sitting in a bar opposite, let's say it's a woman, and how she crosses her legs, how she sips her drink, how she looks at you, how she touches her hair. She's signaling things. It's a language, it's a beautiful language, right? You have to learn it, and you're not going to learn it here because you can't. You have to be in person. It has to be skin to skin. You have to get a feel for what other people are thinking and feeling. And we're actually really, really good at that. That's what makes us human. It's called mirror neurons. I can sense what's going on in your mind. I can read your body language. You have to get out in the world, and you have to put yourself physically out there and try and try and try and have rejection. And I know it sounds awful, but it is a skill in a way where you're learning how to understand and deal with people and understand who they are and get inside their spirit. It takes time and effort and patience. So for young men, you have to realize that, right? If you think everything has to be easy and quick, it's never going to work for you. And I talk about the Hollywood actor Errol Flynn, who is perhaps numerically the greatest male seducer ever, because estimated that he had seduced close to 3,000 women, and he died when he was 50. And if I did the math one day, I go, how can that possibly be? And I tried to research what was his secret, and it was hard to find out. Finally, I found a book written by a woman whom he had seduced, another actress, and she said he was so relaxed and so comfortable. It was like an animal type thing. And then when I would sit with him, it was almost as if I had drunk 2 martinis just sitting next to him. His comfort and his security and his confidence, his relaxed attitude, it just made me drunk. So feeling relaxed, feeling confident and not defensive and comfortable with yourself is a very powerful seductive quality. I mean, there are many of them, but that's one that I would point out.
Have you ever figured out what builds confidence? You earlier on, you were talking about how children need to experience things firsthand. You can't just tell them. You can't just tell someone, for example, to be confident. Preaching doesn't seem to work. What is it in your view that does build that true? Or you also can't fake confidence.
No.
I remember, I tell you, we talked about rejection a second ago. I was rejected by pretty much every girl that I was pursuing between the ages of 16 and I'd say 22.
Really?
Yeah, like, and do you know what it was? I was faking confidence. It all changed when I was actually had a sense of security in myself.
Right.
But in the period where I was like faking confidence, I was pretending I was confident. It was like they just could read past it. That's almost how I look back on the situation. So I came to learn that you can't fake confidence. You can't pretend to be it because there's so many sort of micro expressions that
Yeah.
that end up reading more like insecurity than confidence. But what is real confidence and how does one build it in your view?
Well, you've kind of answered your own question there in a way. So, you know, fake confidence is like bravado, right? And you're putting on an act. And particularly women who've had to deal with this for, millennia, they can smell it, they can sense it. They don't have to, it doesn't have, it's not in your words, it's the body language, et cetera, et cetera. Real confidence comes from actual actions, from your actual things you've accomplished, right? So, when you're 22, 21, it's hard to have that confidence because what is it based on? Maybe it's based, okay, maybe you're really good looking if you happen to have that good fortune and you can feel confident about that and you don't have to try so hard. All right, maybe that might work. Or maybe you're really good at sports, or maybe you're a really good dancer, or you're a really great singer, but it's based on something real. You have a skill. You have something that separates you. You have something that you can do, that you can accomplish. Because when you're 21, it's hard to have those. I look back on myself when I was that age, I had nothing. No wonder I got rejected. Um, so it comes from what you do in life. Okay. The finest sense of confidence is actually creating things and having success and meeting goals and achieving things and having a record of that. And maybe what goes with that is having some money, but it's not necessarily, because you don't have to have a lot of money and you don't have to be good looking to seduce. That's a myth that I try to explode in the art of seduction. Some of the greatest seducers, male and female, were not good looking at all. It's about psychology and it's about how you carry yourself. But the confidence comes from actually what you can do, not how you feel or what you say. Well, it is how you feel, but the feeling is based on things that you actually can do, skills that you have that separate you, that make you feel really confident. So,
Body language. Yeah, I find it fascinating that, there's quotes and things that say 80% of our communication is nonverbal, et cetera, et cetera. Body language is so interesting to me because, again, I think that's one of the things that it's just impossibly hard to fake. I was reading, a couple of books on. There was a phase when I was, I don't know, 20, probably just after being rejected all the time. When I was maybe 22, where I started reading books from pickup artists, and they would obsess on the topic of body language. And one of the things they'd say is, and I was explaining this to my girlfriend a couple of weeks ago, that when a man is lower confidence and when he's desperate, he does this thing called pecking in a nightclub, where he'll like lean in and like shout in your ear. And when he's higher confidence, he kind of leans out and he'll wait for you to lean in. Small things like that, subtleties like that, intuitively we're reading and understanding and communicating and etc. But someone that doesn't have the confidence probably isn't even aware that they do. So when I reflect on my rejection phase, I think, gosh, my body language must have been exuding desperation and low status and low value, low self-esteem. What's your thoughts on body language? And
well, in my last book, Human Nature, I wrote a whole chapter on it. I quoted the figure 95%, but who knows what it really is. The thing it is that we evolved for hundreds of thousands of years before language existed, right? And our earliest ancestors depended on the group for their survival and getting along. And their powers came from observing other people and their body language. You could read it. So it's a skill that's wired into us, wired into our brains. It's a very unique skill that we humans have. It's just that you don't learn that when you're a child. When you're 2 years old, you have it because your life depends on it. You have to see what if your mother is loving you, or your father is kind to you. Because if not, you could be abandoned. Your life depends on it. You're great at reading that. And children are incredibly adept at picking up body language. So if someone is fake, if someone's an imposter, they hate being around children because children see through you, like radar, right? Because they're so attuned to it. You had that skill when you were very young, but you lost it because you became so oriented with words and you became so self-absorbed that you're not paying attention. But it's extremely important, right? So the whole body is involved in it. So you've got to first stop thinking about people's words so much. Because the one thing about words, unfortunately, is people can lie. They can say whatever they want. They can say, I love your screenplay. That was fantastic. You were great in that movie. I thought you were great, et cetera, et cetera. They can say anything to please, to flatter, to cajole you. But body language, man, it doesn't lie, right? So I talk in that book about the eyes and the fake smile. The fake smile is something you see every single day, but you're not paying attention. It's like, it's kind of tight, right? It's like, yeah, right? But a real smile, the whole face gets animated, and there's a little crinkly thing here as your face as it lights up, and your eyes light up. It's hard to even put into words, but it's there. You can see it. It's real. It's not faked. Knowing the difference between a fake and a real smile is really important in seduction, in business, or whatever. To know if someone is like, yeah, I like that idea. No, they don't really. They're saying that to please you. They actually hate your idea. You master that language, you can start deciphering all this bullshit people are giving you. The face, you can disguise it a little bit. Actors know that. But you know what you can't fake? It's your voice. If you're nervous, not even the finest actors in the world can fake that. Your voice betrays so many things about you. It betrays your weakness, it betrays your lack of confidence, or it betrays the other quality, etc. Right? So pay really attention to the tone of people's voices, to how fast they talk. People who talk fast are very nervous. Someone who's I know I'm probably talking a little too fast here, sorry. My mind races, so I can't do that. Normally, I don't talk so fast. But you talk slowly, you have a certain tone, you have a certain intonation that kind of reveals confidence. Okay. Body language, posture. You were talking about pecking, right? When you go and look at a meeting of people in a business meeting, you'll see all the employees kind of leaning forward, nervous, and you'll see the boss kind of leaning back, arms crossed like this. I'm the powerful one. You come to me. I'm the leader. I'm the top dog, or she. It's a woman. I don't need to be like this. I'm like this. Body language reveals a lot about leadership qualities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you're at a party and you come up to someone that you're meeting for the first time and they're talking to you and you notice that their feet are angling away from you, that means that they're not really interested. They're looking for any moment to try and walk away and escape. They're not really into you. Whereas their feet are facing you, they're engaged, they want to talk to you, right? This is a whole art you can learn. And you can sit there and you can read it. And I give the story in Laws of Human Nature of a man named Milton Erickson, the founder of NLP and hypnotherapy, probably one of the most brilliant psychologists who ever lived. When Milton Erickson was 19 years old or so, he had polio. He nearly died. His entire body was paralyzed. The only thing he could move, the only muscle he could move were his eyeballs. Now imagine that. He was a young man with a very active mind. He can't talk, he can't do anything. All he can do is move his eyeballs a little bit. He was so bored. Can you imagine how bored you'd be like that? You can't read, you can't do anything. People would come in to visit him. All he could do was look at them and study them. He became the greatest reader of body language ever in the history of mankind. People said he was almost had ESP. He could read everything about who they were just by looking, because he ended up recovering. He became a psychologist. Because his life depended on developing this skill, he was going to just die from sheer boredom if he didn't learn how to read body language. He mastered that language much like somebody could master French. And it's an incredibly powerful language that I can't emphasize enough.
Meet Everand, a world of stories and knowledge designed for you. Discover more at everand.com
All right,
and
I got
start
a
your
comment.
30-day free trial by downloading the app today.
You know,
I got a comment. I'm over here in people's channels over here. So it is important, okay? Remember I said to you, find someone, whatever it is you're studying, find someone who specializes in the very thing that you are interested in. So when I want to learn about MK Ultra or kamikaze mind control, I'm going to find the best scholar or someone who has dedicated their life to studying it. The book, The Jealousy Cure, I chose that book because in her 40s, she dedicated her life to studying the psychology of jealousy. Okay? This is why I also stress to you, when you are speaking or you're receiving information, I'm not saying you can't receive wisdom from people who are not scholars or whatever, but you just have to have proper discernment. Receive information from those who actually have taken the time to do the work, that's passionate about the work. They have the book recommendations. Like, you get what I'm saying? You know, you just don't. First of all, people who, like even Robert, he studies relationships and people, right? And the psychology of people. But is he calling himself a relationship guru? So anybody who's calling themselves relationship guru, expert, this, that, and the third, be very leery. Because I've learned that people who really are practitioners of this, of any work that they do, it's like, I am the psychologist in the study of this. I studied this. I have been doing this. That's how they present the sentence. But these other people, what has happened to anybody who has ever, I didn't catch the name of that guy, but I'm going to come back. It's at 109. What has ever happened to anyone who has labeled themselves as a relationship guru, everybody? You find out that their spouse is beating on them, right? You find out that the life that they said they have, that they do not have, right? You find out that, how else do I say it? You know, you just find out that this love life thing, they don't have so much really love in their life. And then you find all these people exposing them. Because why does that happen? Because when you do this, you got to live it. When you taking this information, you got to live it. I know it sounds like I'm demanding or telling you what to do. I'm really not. I'm speaking solely from experience. You got to live it. The Art of Manipulation was a book that I had in my 20s. I should have really sat down and studied that book and studied more books about manipulation and how it goes. I should have picked up the books like when I saw like How to Cheat on Your Girlfriend and stuff like that. These are the things I should have picked up. But I'm doing it now, you know, and stuff like that. But here's the thing. You got to start somewhere. We know that. But you have to live it.
We can go about learning the language of body language, and I'm sure that will help, but it's such a complex, there's like a thousand things with my body language at all times, like how I'm speaking, my eyeballs, where I'm looking, my posture, my arms, like am I crossing my arms, am I crossing my legs, all of these things. So the challenge of mastering all of that feels a little bit overwhelming. Am I right in assuming the easier challenge to master is in fact just like my sense of self?
Very well put.
Because
if you feel confident, if you feel secure, if you're not all inward and insecure and worried about yourself, it will naturally radiate through your gestures. Yeah. You don't have to sit there and pay attention to your fingers, your arm, your ears, your eyes. It's just there. It's natural. So yeah, that is the solution. So the two parts of the game, it's your own body language. Be aware that people are judging you for that, right? And you can't, as you say, be monitoring everything or you'll drive yourself crazy and you'll look very weird, right? So the best solution is to feel these certain things that are going to radiate and to not give the fake smile, but when you're really happy, to just show it and show your emotion that way. And the other side, which is I think, really important is learning other people's body language, and that can come from study and is much more a logical thing than constantly thinking about everything that you do.
Your next book that I have here, Mastery. Why did you write a book called Mastery?
Well, to be honest with you, it came, the idea for it was in around the year 2010, 2009. I was getting a little worried that people who were reading my books, particularly young men, were reading Power and Seduction. They were thinking, that's all I need in life, man. I just need to be a manipulator. I just need to play political games. That's what success is all about. And I was worried that, you know, if you don't understand how to make something, what's going to be the future of mankind? Are bridges just going to fall down? Are hotels going to collapse? People don't know how to make things anymore. We don't know how to use our hands anymore, right? So being able to be good with people is extremely important as a social animal. But perhaps higher up in the hierarchy is being able to do things, to be able to have great skill and to be able to create something and know how to master a subject and to, build something that can last. That's really important. And I'm feeling like because young people, this is back in 2010, imagine now, have this idea that everything comes quick and easy because you can click, 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 and things come to you. That everything in life should be that way. That we're becoming alienated from the human brain and how the human brain operates, because the human brain requires time. If you know how the human brain operates, we have what are called neural pathways. And every time you repeat something, a neural pathway is created and strengthened and strengthened and strengthened. It's why we get addicted to things, but it's also why we develop skill. So if I'm sitting there shooting free throws day in and day out and day out, my brain is wiring it, it's learning it, it's learning that motor skill, that hand mind thing, and it's getting better and better and better at it. It takes time, it takes repetition to build those pathways. And I explain in Mastery that you reach the proverbial 10,000 hours, which some people dispute nowadays. So it's just a number. It's not a fact. You've spent so long learning something that there's so many pathways. It's like this amazing inner landscape with all these connections going on in your brain. And now you can be creative. Now you can come up with things that nobody's ever thought of. You can play chess on a higher level. You can be Pele on soccer or Lionel Messi making passes that no one had ever seen before because you're not having to think, right? You don't have to think anymore. Your body just does what it wants. Imagine 20,000 hours, which is possible, just people sometimes attain in certain fields. You're almost like a genius. You're almost like superhuman, right? If you're someone who's so locked into the internet, to getting things instantly, you can't get past 100 hours, let alone 10,000. You're never going to develop skill, and you're going to find life really, really difficult for you. So I wrote the book because I was actually deeply worried that we were losing a part of how the human brain operates, something elemental part of our wisdom.
The interesting through line between that and the subject matter we've discussed in Power and Seduction is that by learning to master something, you build that sense of self-esteem and confidence that we're looking for, to be good at the former topics mentioned. But on the topic of mastery, the first chapter in this book, and really the first question a lot of people ask, is this question about finding your passion. And I've always had a difficult relationship with this question because it sometimes assumes that there's one of them and that you have to go in search of it somewhere. In the first chapter of your book, you talk about discovering your life task. Why is it important? Is it the same thing? Is finding your passion and finding your life task the same thing?
No, I just recorded this yesterday on my own podcast. I went on a rant about how it's not about passion. It's not about finding your passion. I actually don't like that word passion. It kind of makes me cringe because if you think about it, passion, to succeed.
The word passion actually means to suffer, but people use it so much. But the word passion does mean to suffer.
Anything requires time and effort and boredom and tedium. So let's just say a simple example. You're learning to play the piano. When you first sit down at the piano, you have to play these really insipid tunes. It's so boring. You have to learn, I forget what they call it, finger exercises and scales. On any instrument, you have to learn scales, etc. It's tedious, man. If you think it's got to be passion, forget it. You're never going to get far. The thrill comes after a year of playing the piano, and you get better at it, better and better. And now it starts becoming fun. Then 10 years, it's more fun. Then 20 years, it's fantastic. You know, I'm not trying to name drop here, but the other night I had dinner with Stevie Wonder. It was the most amazing thing I ever seen. He's absolutely, I wish I had interviewed him for my book. Speaking of genius, you know, and he's blind, obviously, everybody knows. But I was watching him, he performed for us. We were there with a group of friends at his recording studio. I was watching him play the piano, and he's blind, right? And he's improvising. And it's just absolutely brilliant and amazing. And as I'm seeing this, I'm thinking, I could see the thousands of hours he's been putting in just touching these keyboards and knowing where the keys are. You know, it was just mind blowing how amazing it was. That is the power that the human brain naturally has through hours and hours and hours of effort. That's how it works. So, you know, he didn't get there because it was passion. He got there because he was a child prodigy. At the age of 11, he was signed to a contract with Motown Records, right? He was playing that as he was a kid, hour after hour after hour after hour. He had a love for the piano, but it wasn't like every time he sat down, it had to be passionate about it. He had the patience to put up with all of the boring stuff. Okay. So you want to discover what you were meant to, what you have a connection to, what you have a love for, right? When you're a child, hopefully, or when you're 18 or 19 or 20, that's the best time to discover it. All right. You decide, and it doesn't have to be something highfalutin or worth, you know, like intellectual. You could be great with your hands. You could be great with your body. You could be great with images and visuals. You could be great with words. You could be great in many different areas. Okay. They're all equal. They're all great. You as a child are naturally, so there's a book I always recommend for people called The 5 Frames of Mind by Howard Gardner, in which he talks about the 5 forms of intelligence that humans have. Each brain by genetically is wired in one direction or the other. You want to know that, you want to feel it inside of you. It's like a feeling. It's not an intellectual thing. You feel when you're doing sports that it's good. It's a natural thing. It's what I'm meant for. When you're involved with words like I was when I was 8 years old, it felt right. It felt like a natural fit. I have to follow this path. When you're 3 or 4 years old and it's music like Stevie Wonder and you're hearing this in your head, wow, that's it for me, right? Okay. You feel it. You feel this connection. All right, now you fast forward to when you're 18 or 19 years old and you're having to make a career choice. Okay, so I call that your 20s, the most important phase of your life. That's going to make or break you in some way. If you spend your 20s trying to learn skill in something that connects to you deeply, right? Then things are going to happen to you by the time you reach 30. You've discovered your life's task. It may not be something so specific. For me, it was writing and words, but I didn't know what to write. I tried novels, I tried journalism, I tried theater, I tried screenwriting. But you know what? It gives you a direction, and you try and you try and try. And you know that's what you were meant for. That's what you were destined for. You feel connected to it. You feel a love for it. And so when it comes time to do the tedious stuff, you're able to do it because you know in the end it'll pay rewards. You'll get better and better at it. And the connection is so deep that to not do it would be miserable. So you can't think of everything in life having to be pleasurable and having to be passionate. There's going to be boredom. There's going to be tedium. How do I deal with it? You have to feel a greater love than just mere pleasure or passion. It's got to be something so deep within you that to not do it will make you deeply unhappy. For me, not to write or be a writer, I don't think I'd be alive right now. I would have been so miserable. I would have been so alienated from who I am. So that's what'll get you through. That's what a life's task is.
When you think about that, in the book, you talk about the first phase, which is, your apprenticeship on your journey to mastery. When you're in that apprenticeship phase, you know, when you're maybe early in your career, you're early on your journey to becoming the pianist, the violinist, the podcaster, the entrepreneur, whatever, what are the most important things to be selecting for as it relates to the job you take, the people you're around, that kind of thing? Like if there's a 23-year-old listening to this that is a, you know, an apprentice at a floristry shop making bouquets of flower, and they're being offered 5 different jobs in the industry of floristry, which one should they be looking at if they're in the early steps of their apprenticeship?
Very easy question to answer. Thank you. You want to look for the job that offers you the most possibilities of learning. So if you're going to go to a florist shop where there's only one other person there, it's like an entrepreneur who started it, and you're going to be like their right-hand man or woman, and you're going to learn, and the pay is half of what you could get at this very fancy. You could be working at the shop at some department store where they'd pay you triple. Take the job that pays 1/3, where you're going to learn the most. You're going to learn about the business. You're going to learn from the ground up, and there's going to be a level of excitement where we might not survive another few months. We've got to work hard. We've got to be motivated. We're all on the same page here. A lot of people, when they're 23, they grab the job with the biggest paycheck. And that's a mistake, because if you go to like a large firm, you're kind of lost. You don't have as much responsibility. You suddenly have to deal with all the political games, the 48 laws of power. You're not paying attention. You're not developing skills as much. You don't have as much responsibility. Take the job that has 1/2 the salary, but you're responsible. You're going to be learning, and it's up to you. That's the most important thing you can do when you're at that point in your life.
You say there's 3 steps in that apprenticeship. Deep observation. Is that what you mean when you say deep observation? You mean like being able to observe the job happening, or do you mean something else?
Well, it means that. It also means, so most people, when they start a job, their first impulse is, I've got to impress people. I've got to make them like me. That's that inward direction that's so deadly in seduction, and it's deadly in life. You want to be outer directed. You want to observe the codes and conventions of your field, the social codes, what's acceptable behavior, what's not acceptable behavior, the skills involved, the various heuristics, the various things that you have to learn that create skill. You want to be a sponge absorbing what's going on around you. What are the things you need to learn? What are the valuable skills? What are the things that aren't valuable? Who are the people you need to avoid? Who are the people you need to emulate? You're a laser. You're just observing everything around you and not worried about yourself. That's that's deep observation.
You talked about skill there. It's all well and good seeing skills and knowing which skills are important, but acquiring those skills is point number 2 when you're in that apprenticeship phase in life, skills acquisition. And this kind of goes to what you were saying with the working in a florist shop next to the entrepreneur. You're going to be hands-on, you're going to be doing, which is also goes to what you said earlier about parents and children, like putting them in situations where they get to do stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of jobs don't offer that. A lot of jobs don't offer the difficulty, the challenge, right? How important is that?
Well, we call it learning by doing. And you see, some things play into how the human brain operates. That's what you want. I give the image in the introduction to mastery, that pardon the alliteration here, but the brain has a grain to it. You want to work with that grain. You don't want to work against the grain because it's counterproductive. And one of the grains of the brain, is learning by doing. When, flashback 300,000 years ago, and we're sitting there, we're making tools out of bones, out of wood, etc. The way the skill was passed on to other people and didn't die with one generation was you watched this person making the tool, and then you watched them and you learned and you imitated them. Flash forward to the medieval period in Europe, where they had apprenticeship schools. 7 years, you're learning masonry, you're learning carpentry, you're learning whatever. For 7 years, you're sitting there watching somebody make things and you're doing it. That's how the brain operates. You learn by doing, not by thinking, oh, this is how things are fitted in mortar, with mortars, et cetera, et cetera. No, I'm doing it with my hands. The brain and the hand have the most connection of any part of our body, because so much of our power as a species depended on our hands. We don't have much of that anymore. But learning by doing things with your hands or making things is how the brain is wired. So you want to go with that grain. So you want to do things, you want to make things, you want to be learning through action, not through just a lot of talk. And, you know,
As you might know, the show's now sponsored by Airbnb. I can't count how many times Airbnbs have saved me when I'm traveling around the world, whether it's, recently when I went to the jungle in Bali, or whether it's when I'm staying here in the UK or going to business in America. But I can also think of so many times where I've stayed in a host's place on Airbnb and I've been sat there wondering, could my place be an Airbnb as well? And if it could be, how much could I earn? It turns out you could be sitting on an Airbnb gold mine without even knowing about it. Maybe you have a spare room in your house that friends stay from time to time. You could Airbnb that space and make a significant amount of money instead of letting it stay empty. That in-law, that guest house, that annex where your parents sometimes stay, you could Airbnb that and make some extra income for yourself. Whether you could just use some extra money to cover some bills or for something a little bit more fun, your home might be worth a little bit more than you think. And you can find out the answer to that question by going to airbnb.co.uk/host. One of the things that you referenced at the start of this conversation, I think maybe even off camera, was in 2018 you had a stroke. And that changed your life in a very fundamental way. Can you tell me what happened and how it changed you?
well, it was a terrifying experience. I was in a coma. I emerged from it, and suddenly I'm somebody who's very physical. Sports was a huge part of my life. I would swim very long distances. I love mountain biking. I was doing all kinds of hiking. Was extremely important to me. Every single day I did something physical to take my mind off things. Suddenly it's taken away from me. The left side of my body is basically paralyzed. I have no control over it. To this day, I still have problems with it. Can't swim, can't mountain bike, can't hike, right? I can't take my mind, I can't think while I'm taking a hike. I can't type for a writer. That's not much fun. I had to deal with crap that I've never had to deal with in my life. I had a pretty easy time compared to this. I had to learn new life skills when I'm already 62 years old, That isn't easy stuff. I don't want to whine or complain because people deal with worse stuff all the time. A lot of people get cancer, etc. But it's this anybody who's had a stroke knows what I'm talking about. It's very hard because you can practice and practice and practice and practice hours and hours of therapy. I do over an hour of therapy every day, and you hardly notice any results. The frustration, it takes you 10 minutes to tie your shoes. You can't button your thing. You have to get other people to do that. It's hard to cut food. You have to be patient. You have to accept this. You have to find another way of loving your life, of accepting these things that you took for granted before. And I tell people, I look out my window now where I'm writing and I see people walking their dog, and I put myself in their shoes and I go, God, that must be so great just to walk your dog down the street. What a pleasurable thing. They don't realize it. You take it for granted now. Please don't take it for granted. Understand that the ability that you have now to run, to walk your dog, to swim, to type, it can be taken away from you. And just appreciate your life for what you have, because the things that I love were taken away from me and I wish they hadn't been. So I've had to adjust myself.
When something like that happens in life, when you are the victim of a tragedy or instance or circumstance or something that happens, there's often a degree of unfairness surrounding it. When I read about that incident in 2018, I read that it was a bee sting that caused a clot that caused the stroke.
Yeah, I know. It's actually, I think, a wasp. But if that wasp had been like moving, the wind had been a little different and had moved this way instead of this way, may not have had a stroke. But I can tell you this. So in May of that year, the stroke was in August. In May, I'd finished The Laws of Human Nature, which took me 5 years. And when I finished that book, I felt like I was near death. I was so exhausted. I was so drained. My wife was really worried about me because I just looked really haggard. Slowly, I kind of recovered, but then in July, I went to New York and I forgot my blood pressure medication that I take. So my blood pressure was starting to rise. And then I came back to LA and I walked in this park and the wasp stung me here. And my whole chest turned red and it was like the most unbearable feeling. So I went to the hospital. They gave me this drug called prednisone to relieve the itching. Prednisone increases your blood pressure. And so when I ended up having the stroke, the blood clot, it was right where the wasp sting was. So the neurologist said, probably all this cholesterol was released from that from that wasp sting here. And that's where the blood clot occurred. Okay. But there were all these other circumstances that kind of led to it, a kind of a perfect storm. And maybe if I hadn't had that wasp sting, it would have happened 4 months later under different circumstances and I would have died. Because what happened was I was driving my car when I got my stroke. My wife was in the other seat. She saw something really strange going on my face. I didn't notice it. She forced me to pull over the side of the road. 90% of the time, I'm alone. I'm swimming, I'm hiking, I'm driving. Could have happened 4 months from then. She wouldn't be there. I'd be dead right now. So I can't really think in terms of, oh, if that wasp had been diverted. It would be a good feeling, but it's too painful for me to imagine. I like to think of, fortunately, someone was there who saved my life because it could have very well happened 4 months from then because my body was worn down and something much worse could have happened.
That that journey you described of having to rebuild and relearn and redesign your life. It's we've talked about the topic of power so much in this conversation. In that moment, it sounds like your power to some degree had been taken from you.
You know, you learn, like, at least for me, when I looked at people differently after my stroke. I had more empathy for them. I'm normally an empathetic person, but I was looking at people who in the pandemic who got long COVID, who were having strokes or were having terrible circumstances, or when I look at people who are disabled, because I'm essentially disabled now, I understand them. And also the other thing is when I look at people who are really poor, um, who are struggling in life, they feel really dependent and helpless. I felt that physically. I don't feel that materially because I don't have that problem anymore, thank God. But I have more empathy. I understand it, not in an intellectual way, but in a visceral, physical way. That sensation of, I don't know where my food's coming from. I don't know what's going to happen the next day. I'm weak. I'm dependent. I'm helpless. It's miserable. I kind of understood that feeling now on a different level, on a level that affected me personally. And it's a lot different than having it affect you in an intellectual way.
The phases in that journey to where you are today. The first phase after the incident, you wake up, you realize that your life has changed. What's going on in your psychology? What's going on in your mind? You talked about helplessness and
Well,
depression.
to be honest with you, what happened to me was right afterwards, there was a level of delusion in my mind. I kept thinking, well, in 3 months, I'll be back at it. In 6 months, I'll be swimming. In a year, I'll be hiking again. I wasn't aware of how hard the process was. And then 6 months, 8 months, a year down the road, as I realized I was wrong, that's when the depression set in. That's when it really started hitting me. I thought I'd be back. Here I am 4 years on. I thought I'd be back to my life, but I'm not, you know? So that's what was the hardest struggle, was actually a year in there and going, there's a phase where you kind of plateau, where you're not really progressing anymore. That's the worst part of it. I'm progressing now again because I have a great therapist, but I had to deal with really bad depression about a year and a half in, when it started to realize this is my life, man. I'm going to always have this funny arm that's bowing in. I'm going to be walking like this. I don't know. I never expected this in my life. So I've had to deal with that. And I've had to kind of find a way to not let it get me down, to find other pleasures and joys in life, etc., which I have.
How do you find a way to not let it get you down? I'm thinking now about people that are listening to this that might be struggling with their own subjective struggles in life. They've lost their job, they've they have a disability, whatever it might be. What are the successful strategies you've deployed to try and keep that peace of mind?
Well, I don't know how much of it is applicable because I'm at a phase of life where I don't have material worries, you know? And I could have had a kind of stroke where my physical element would have been untouched, but my brain.
My bad. Talking on mute. Let me see. I'm going to let this ride out. We got 30, 40, 50. And then I'm going to talk after. Let's go.
Brain would have been damaged, which is another part. That would have been worse because I wouldn't have been able to write another book. And I have a very active mind. So for me, being able to write another book is my salvation. So when it's 3:00 in the afternoon, when I get down to writing, it's the happiest moment in my life. I feel at peace. I'm back to my work and I love my work and I love what I'm writing about. It's saved me a lot. I do meditation. I've been meditating now for about 12 years, I think, more than that. Every morning, it's a ritual. I have to meditate. If I don't, something is wrong. And I've never missed a day, I can honestly say. And it just calms me down. It just gives me a strength throughout the whole day. So I get up 7:00. The sun's usually shining because it's Los Angeles, and I go, "It's the morning. I'm greeting the morning. I'm greeting the sun. It's like somebody 4,000 years ago in a tribe. Here's the sun. It's a miracle that there's even something like that. The birds are chirping. I'm looking at the ivy. The sky is blue. I just calm myself down. Intrusive negative thoughts start popping into my mind. You didn't do this. You have a podcast today at 2:00, Robert. You want to do this, that, and the other. I'd get rid of them. I go, calm down, put that away, ground yourself in the it's helped immeasurably. The other thing is always keep in mind that there are people who have it worse than you. So I don't want to feel sorry I don't like the sense of feeling sorry for myself. In fact, sometimes I turn it around and I look at that person walking the dog or jogging and I go, I actually feel sorry for you because you're not aware of how precarious life is. You're not aware of how this can be taken away from you. You're not aware of how precious it is to just be alive and just to see the sky and the birds. So I feel better than you in a way. I turn it around. I don't want to feel sorry for myself. The things there are people who have it worse. I read in the newspaper all the time, cancer, or you're in Ukraine, or I was dealing a lot with people in Iran right now, what they're dealing with. I don't have to deal with that kind of crap, like being in Iran and dealing with that daily life. How horrifying. These are thoughts that take you out of the moment where you're feeling sorry for yourself and you're kind of grateful for certain things. So those are some of the strategies I've had to kind of create for myself.
I find it so I guess powerful to hear those strategies because we all get caught up in our narrow perspective and our own subjective feelings that we're suffering or that life is against us, and then that kind of torments us in many ways. As you've post-stroke in 2018, is there anything else that you have learned about the nature of happiness from that incident that you might not have known before that incident, that I might not fully understand now? The things I heard you talk about are the importance of a sense of purpose, how perspective and gratitude are central to our feelings of happiness. But is there any other observations you've had that I'm just saying this from my own selfish perspective because I want to know?
Well, first of all, I don't want to give the impression that I've solved everything because
Sure.
I'm a work in progress. I have moments where I get so frustrated, and it's almost like I have Tourette's syndrome. Like I can't, I'm still 4 years in, and my arm is still like this, and I still can't brush my teeth the way I want. I get very frustrated. So I'm getting better, but it's still a work in progress. So I don't want to give the impression that I've mastered it, because it has mastered me. I have a long way to go, but I'm getting a lot better at it day to day. Um, I don't know. I think I've kind of touched on everything, only in the sense of,
What about connection? You talked about your wife.
yes, it's helped me a lot. God bless her soul. She's had to take care of me, you know? And I was somebody who's always prided myself for being independent. That was another thing that was taken away from me. I was traveling around the world, doing book tours, going to book festivals, doing interviews, doing consulting in various different countries. I could still travel, but it requires a lot more. So I lost my independence. I had to have somebody help me with food every single day. I need things being done for me. And I feel terrible that, she's been put in that position, but she's been very gracious about it. And she understands, she has a lot of empathy because she knows what I've lost. So having somebody in your life, if I were alone, I couldn't deal with it, man. I wouldn't have been able to deal with it. It just would have been too much for me. It would have been too depressing. That depression that stalks you after a year would have leveled me. It's just, I couldn't have made it. So that's an incredibly important aspect. And just appreciating the little things in life that I just, it's a cliche and I hate saying cliches, but, I have that feeling almost every day where I'm looking at somebody going, man, that must be, I'm like riding my bike and I'm seeing somebody just sitting in a park reading a book on a bench, and I'm going, God, that is so much fun just to be able to do that. I can't do that anymore, but I put myself in their body. The little things in life that you take for granted are so filled with so much happiness and joy that you're not thinking about. If that person sitting on a bench reading that book only realized what this person riding by thinks, maybe they wouldn't take it for granted. So many of those little things that you don't think about have incredible importance, at least to me, having lost them. So I don't know if I wish I had something better, but
No, I think that
I
was.
can only come from my own experience. I can't make it up.
Well, your books tend to focus on the nature of the human condition, how we are as humans, for better or for worse. And it was interesting because as you were talking over several topics, when you're talking about seduction and the 48 laws of power and mastery, there was a part of me that's, that started to feel a little bit, I don't know, feel the darkness that is innate within humans a bit too much, maybe. That we're a little bit too contrived and manipulative and conniving and whatever else. And I was thinking, do I really like humans? I'm one of them. I'm very conscious of trying to separate myself. I hear people doing interviews when they're talking about society, and I always think, you are society.
Right.
I am human. I'm all of the things you've described in many, many ways. But has your journey of learning about humans and human nature made you personally more loving towards humans, more optimistic about the human race, or has it made you the opposite? Honestly.
Well, it's made me more loving, but it hasn't made me more optimistic.
Okay.
There's so many things that are seem to be going awry in the world today. Now, I happen to be the form of meditation I do is Zen meditation. And in Zen meditation, there's this idea of what's called the Tathagata, which means it was another name for Buddha, and it means things as they are. And one thing you meditate is the world isn't good or bad or ugly or evil or unjust. It just is. Things just are. This is just the way the world is. This is the karmic chain, the wheel of Dharma that's been going on for thousands of years. It just is. It's just the state of affairs. It's your discriminating your mind. It's your mind that creates all of these things. Let go of that, and you can connect to the way the world is without judging it, and it becomes this very beautiful place. And so a part of me wants to think of this is just the way things are, but a part of me goes, this isn't good the way things are, and I hope they're changed. So knowing human nature and knowing how human nature tends to twist things, how whenever we invent a new piece of technology, it could be the telephone, it could be the television, it could be the internet, it could be cryptocurrency, or it can be, you know, AI, it tends to twist and darken and degrade and pervert anything that was once maybe beautiful or interesting. It makes me worried about the future. So there I turn pessimistic and I'm worried. But then I always think that there's hope with young people. And here I'm spouting another cliche. Damn, I'm going to shoot myself after this interview. But I feel like when I was young, I was angry about things. I didn't like the way the world was. It was Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher and yuppies and ugly, values I didn't have. And I thought there was something wrong in the world. I was angry and I wanted to change it. Young people are still like that. And I think a lot of young people, Gen Z or whatever the next one is, whatever they call them, I don't know yet. They're growing up in a world that isn't healthy, that isn't right. And when you're young, you have all these energy, all this physicality, and you don't like it. You don't feel comfortable in it. And I know a lot of young people don't feel comfortable. And at some point, they're going to rebel and they're going to say, I'm tired of all this virtuality. I want something real. I want real experiences. That spirit of rebellion that I see seeds of and signs of gives me hope. And I hope that it continues, because I remember once I had a dream, probably the most memorable dream I ever had. It was maybe about 15 years ago or so. And I dreamt that I was there in the year 2072 or something like that. I was walking around the year 2072. It was the streets of New York. I was going, wow, everybody looks so happy. Humans finally figured out how to do well in this world. They figured out what matters. There's hope in this world. That was my moment in that dream. This has always sort of stuck with me. Maybe that will happen. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I'm not Nostradamus. But, so I struggle with that. I struggle with, part of me is pessimistic and part of me seeks seeds of hope, particularly in young people. And I really, really, really wish they figure it out, because my generation and generations before, we've kind of screwed this world over. Things aren't good right now. And I'm hoping that spirit of rebellion, that young energy, will kind of come and kick the apple cart and say, screw all this, we want a different world.
We have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest asks a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're going to ask it for. And the question that's been left for you to answer is, in adult life, when were you most happy and why? And then brackets, it says, are you this way now? And if not, why?
Well, I have to say the happiest moment of my life came at that turning point when I was 38 or so. And I was given the opportunity to write the 48 Laws of Power. And it came out and my life had changed. And so the contrast from being in a small apartment, rather poor, rather desperate, where people were beginning to worry about me, and suddenly things were clicking together and I was having fun and I was having all these adventures and I had a reasonable amount of money. The shift was so radical and so dramatic that it was extremely exciting, and it was almost like a drug high. It was pretty damn intoxicating. I don't have that now because it's 25 years ago and I'm kind of still riding off of that, and the high is worn off. But I can remember in my body how depressed I was and that feeling, and I never lose it. I'm very grateful for what I have because I know it could have turned out very differently. So I still feel that initial happiness because I know if you have success when you're 24, you're not ready for it. You don't realize how evanescent it could be, how it can disappear, and how important it is. I never had that because I struggled for so long and so many bad jobs. So the happiness, the euphoria isn't the same. It's not the same intensity, but I'm still riding on that wave because I know where I was before it happened. And it's been an amazing journey. My wife, who's been there for it with it, goes, can you believe that you were having dinner with Stevie Wonder When you were 12 years old, you told me, Robert, that that was the first album you ever bought was Inner Visions. And what would you have told yourself when you were 12 years old that this was what's happening? Whoa, I would have flipped out. It's been an amazing journey. I can't complain. My whining complaint card was taken away from me in 1998 when I published that book. And so I'm still feeling the last vestiges of that euphoria from back then.
Robert, thank you. Thank you so much. I've been a tremendous fan of your work for what feels like forever in my life, and your wisdom, your willingness to confront difficult subject matter that a lot of people would avoid, because there is darkness enlaced in a lot of the subject matter that you've written about in some of your books. But it's very human, important, as you say, objectively neutral darkness that just is. And for you to confront that over and over again in your work it makes it some of the most important work I think anyone could do, because it's the work that a lot of us avoid. But your vulnerability and openness today as well have been like a shot at my arse in terms of gratitude, and the importance of perception, as it relates to our happiness and our sense of self. So thank you so much. I've really enjoyed this conversation more than I could express in words.
Thank you so much, Stephen. It was a great interview. I was telling Jemima that I've done thousands of these podcasts, and I can tell, I've done my 10,000 hours, I can tell a great interviewer from a mediocre interviewer, and you were in that elite category.
Oh, wow.
Because you ask really great questions and you're a great listener, and it's been really fun. So thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
It means a lot to me. Thank you, Robert.
Okay. You're welcome.
I said that. Said that he was a great interviewer and this was great information. I hope you had your journals out. I hope you write those things down. I hope he wrote down when he had mentioned the guy that studied body language. I'm gonna go back to that. That was at 109 mark. Listen, guys. I went down a little rabbit hole over here, and now I'm gonna get into the newsy stuff. Okay. Keep Robert into the news stuff. The deportation ain't playing no games out here, y'all. I am sitting here, and I'm not trying to get off topic here, but I'm trying to understand, and I'm being very serious when I say this. Like, there are people who have opened up bank accounts and did things that they did without an ID or a social security number. And I'm sitting here thinking, right? Because I'm not for immigrant hate. I'm not for that. But baby, you mean to tell me, while it's things that I got to work hard for, such as my ID, keeping my social security number and stuff, nobody gotta, you telling me they don't gotta do the same thing that I gotta do while I'm here to get it done? And you telling me when I go out and about in my life, meaning when I say out and about, meaning when I have paperwork to do and all this kind of stuff to do, you trying to tell me, wow. I'm just like, wow. Like all this time, and I mean it when I say all this time, I could go to another country right now, and I have to have my paperwork. Am I not right about that? I'll have to have my proper paperwork. I'll have to have a work visa. I'll have to have something if I stay in this country. There's rules and there's stipulations. And you mean fucking tell me this is the answer to why Asian women drive the way that they do. I remember I kept saying, and it was a joke, and it said, do Asian women buy their license? I guess they fucking do. Do Asians in general buy their license? I guess they fucking do. Because there's a whole heap of videos showing you Asian women, Asians who can't fucking drive. Again, this is not no immigrant hate. What I'm saying is, I'm a little shocked. I'm going to go ahead and show this video. This is breaking news. I was sitting here going down a rabbit hole while I was talking to y'all. I mean, while I was playing. Okay, hold on. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I'm going to go out. I'm going to come back up again. In fact, I'm going to stop it. Because I want y'all to hear this. This is definitely breaking news, y'all. Let's go.
Have signs that are literally 100% in Spanish.
Let's take this one back.
It's ICE, y'all. They take it.
250,000 illegals have entered San Diego just in the past 10 months. This has gone on for decades. Some Walmarts have signs that are literally 100% in Spanish.
It's ICE, y'all. They take it. My neighbor.
But let me say this. Remember when Mexicans come over here, they didn't have to pay taxes. We have known that throughout school history. So that tells you that Mexico and America in history has some kind of deal. And I was like, okay, they just get a deal. They come here to America, they don't have to pay taxes, right? Well, it looks like it's more than just they don't have to pay taxes. And I'm not just attacking Mexicans. For some reason in this video, most of the people on here are Mexican. And I know she had somebody from Cuba earlier, but let's just see what's up.
This man has said hi to me every day for like 3 years. Like, hi, he's so nice. This is so messed up, y'all.
Oh, she's really sad. I would be sad if my neighbor got deported. I ain't gonna hold you.
This ain't right.
Walmart store employee warning illegal migrants to be careful at Walmart. Quote, I want you to take this very seriously. Many more stores, the managers, and racist employees are in charge of calling immigration and ICE agents to arrest them. It is real. I work here and I know. And I'm not going to play this because he's speaking in Spanish and everything he said in this video, he's saying right here. So shout outs to Wall Street Apes for translating the entire video. See all these vehicles? These are all undercover ICE and FBI agents. And an immigration raid is taking place.
And that's another thing they're saying, like, the ICE agents are like real undercover, so you can't even tell that they're ICE agents. So, man, y'all gotta be careful
at Mission Gateway Apartments.
And I'm gonna tell you intuitively, there are people calling ICE too. Trust no one, bro.
Just north of Los Angeles, California. In Spanish, he says they've already arrested a lot of immigrants. They are taking us.
Aquí estamos en la sección de la calle, estamos grabando esto. Está la migración, son 1, 2, son 3 sin placas y son 4 carros aquí en la sección de la Ryan. Dicen que son parte de la migración y están en el edificio que viene siendo el Mission Gateway en la Ryan y la Secura. Y están arrestando a muchos migrantes acá adentro, se los están llevando.
That sound like New York.
Mira todos los carros con las luces prendidas, Ya se llevaron
Damn, that sound like New York City. That's loud as
a documentados. Ya se va a ir, ya se va ese vehículo aparte de la migración. Y esas son las placas, si lo ven, ten cuidado. Y aquí está la señora también grabando. Todos estamos para ayudar aquí a la gente de donde se pueda, ¿no?
Confirmed. In Chicago, they're calling businesses, telling them if their workers are
Hold on, where was that one at, y'all? 1 second. I just want to go back to where they were at, because remember hold on, where were they at? Oh, California. Damn, California, y'all louder than New York City.
confirmed. In Chicago, they're calling businesses, telling them if their workers are not American or have proper paperwork, it's $20,000 fine. One business has been fined up to $300,000 already in Chicago. It's been vetted.
Ooh. You know something? I didn't even think about that. I was so focused on, I hope they don't raid the children. Oh, we're going to get to that part in a minute. But I didn't even think about that part.
Finally, accountability for breaking labor laws.
Two things. In Chicago, they're calling businesses, telling them if their workers are not American or have proper paperwork, it's $20,000 fine. One business has been fined up to $300,000 already in Chicago. It's been vetted. Also, if you saw any of my Jarvis videos yesterday, they were all pretty much taken down. If you want to see content like that, link in bio. You're going to have to go to my YouTube. Sorry. So business owners are taking to TikTok asking for help. They want people to help them to figure out how to get around not having to hire Americans. They would rather close their doors than hire American, is what they're saying. They said they built their business off the backs of illegals. What they don't say is we built our business off of not paying them very well. But now that they're being threatened, they're jumping on here trying to figure out if somebody has any information to help them get around this system. And again, stating otherwise we're closing our doors. And these people, the business owners, are legally here, but they would rather close their doors than stay.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you can access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want, all in the next 30 days. Chase's new program allows you to access up to $150,000 of free capital for your businesses and investments without needing any tax returns, bank statements, or pay stubs, and it doesn't require an upfront payment either. If that sounds interesting to you, I create a full case study analysis on this new program that Chase is offering and how not only you can access up to $150,000 for free from Chase, but how you can do this with many other banks as well. So you could fund your businesses and investments and create financial.
Open here.
Let's get
Big
into that.
news. Business.
Wait. So you mean to tell me these businesses don't want to hire American? Oh, because Americans is going to be like, nah, bruh. I need that 15 plus. Nah, I have these credentials. I have my degree. I have this. I have my certifications. Oh, so this is the narcissism. So they don't want to pay the American people what they're worth. Okay. And so now they got their fine. So they rather just lose their business? Is that what I'm hearing?
Owner in Chicago says ICE has been contacting businesses and will be doing employee immigration checks. The businesses will be fined $20,000 for every illegal worker that ICE finds. And here we have another man that's speaking nothing but Spanish. So thanks to Wall Street Apes for translating everything so I don't have to play this video, which is only in Spanish. So I'll go ahead and read what he says here. This is real. It's happening in the city of Chicago. $20,000 for every worker you have in your business that's not legal in this country. It seems that several colleagues have already received a notification from ICE telling them that they are going to do a review of workers to their business. This guy has a Mexican restaurant in Chicago, and he says he's very concerned. Maybe he shouldn't be hiring illegals and he'd have nothing to worry about. Multiple homes on the same street are all packing up and heading back to Mexico. Quote, as you can see, my people are leaving. Here, the countrymen are going back to Mexico. We are leaving. It's time to go home. 23 years of being here in the United States, illegally, by the way.
Como ven, mi gente, y se va la gente. Ya se está yendo aquí. Los paisanos están yendo ya para México. Están levantando todas sus cosas. Allá abajo, mira, la doña familia se está yendo. Es una camioneta también. Aquí va todo también lleno de cosas también. Ya nos vamos. Ya es hora que ya nos vayamos a la casa. Ya es mucho, ya 20.
I am wondering now that I'm going to give this another good 3 months. March, April, May. March is around the corner, so April, May, June. I'm going to see what's the result of this. Yeah, I'm curious to see, bro. You know, I'm going to still give it May, June, July time. You know, when the kids about to be out of school and stuff. That's the time I'm going to give this shit. Because I want to see what's the results of these people leaving the neighborhoods. These people no longer coming to work. Fed workers getting cut off. I really want to see what's the result of this. Is this going to stick? What is it going to cause? And the reason why is because literally the FBAs, that's called the Foundational Black Americans, I've learned that this past week, are not doing nothing. Literally sitting back, analyzing and reporting everything and not doing nothing. Protesting going on, not doing nothing. So I'm just wondering, because now it's kind of interesting because at the end of the week, last week of February, Trump gives this Black History Month celebration at the White House. After taking it away, he gives a celebration for it. So now I have more questions. Are we still going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, May 5th? You get where I'm going with this? What about all these like Jewish holidays? What about these things? We already understand that they probably going to try to shut down gay pride, but I doubt that, you know, depending on what state you're in. And I'm just finding this to be very, very interesting. I'm ready to see what's going to happen with this. What do you guys think is going to happen?
5 años estando acá en Estados Unidos, como que ya es hora. Y pues, vámonos.
Ya nos están corriendo. Vámonos, porque ya viene la migra todo. Aquí ya nos sigan.
Vámonos.
Live happening now. 2 white liberal women are out on Valentine's Day waving Mexican flags at traffic and showing their support for illegal invaders breaking our laws. I was watching this for a while before I realized something. Not a single car honked to show support with them.
Way to just shoot yourself in the foot. Dumb bitch.
Baby, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything.
I've been a little discouraged, you know? Yeah.
trust you. They feel like they probably a damn, you know what I'm saying, a trap. You know what I mean? Like, they probably think if they come over there and honk their horn, fucking ICE gonna start raining down their car or some shit. Like, don't nobody trust them.
Minutes to go, but I'm like, dude, I just can't. I just can't with these people anymore. This is at Denny's in Houston, Texas. Worker speaking in Spanish blames Donald Trump for not having a single customer. She shows all the employees sitting around doing nothing while the place is empty. A quote, a Saturday night in Denny's. Here we are all empty. My colleagues and I without work, without anything to do. Thanks to our President Trump. There's no business. This is directly from a worker on shift. I can't even comprehend the real number of illegals in America.
Un sábado en un Denny's. Aquí estamos, todo vacío, mis compañeros y yo, sin trabajo, sin nada que hacer, gracias a nuestro aguerrido presidente Trump. Y así estará. No sé con qué vamos a pagar la renta este próximo mes. Y tampoco tenemos americanos que quieran venir aquí a cubrir los turnos. Ya poquito a poquito, todo el mundo se va a ir porque hay que pagar renta, impuestos y no hay business. No más los trabajadores. Nada más.
When we started making furniture, we wanted to create pieces that would stand the test of time and a business that would too. But starting a business felt overwhelming, and that's when I found Swift Filings. Their services gave me confidence that my business was set up the right way. Attorney crafted.
Nice business.
A view of the U.S.-Mexican border from Texas. It's getting real at the border. Fire. To be clear, this is exactly what we voted for.
Whoa. Okay.
Harboring or traveling with a known illegal immigrant could become a crime in the state of Alabama if Bill SB 53 is passed and signed into law.
Living with someone undocumented could get you into trouble in the state of Alabama if Senate Bill 53 is passed and signed into law. Yes, you heard that right. The bill was proposed by Republican Senator Wes Kitchens, and it would establish new crimes related to undocumented immigrants. Specifically, it would make it a crime to conceal, harbor.
Y'all want to hear something real dark about this? These laws are a little parallel to the laws. Like, this kind of law right here is a parallel law to harboring slaves. Like, if you know the history, it's like you in certain state was not allowed to teach a slave to read. And you could be whipped yourself if you were caught teaching a slave to read. There was some states that you were allowed to, but there were states where you were not allowed to teach a slave to read. You could not have a slave in your home. That was illegal. Like, this shit is like literally equivalent to that. Because also in slavery, there were slaves that was documented as free slaves. And so if that slave was free and you enslaved that slave, that was against the law.
Or shield from detection an undocumented immigrant if you know or reasonably should have known about their status. The bill also criminalizes transporting undocumented immigrants within the state. This bill would make it dangerous to drive to Florida for vacation with an undocumented relative through Alabama. The bill is currently in the legislative process and it has not been enacted into law. Its enforcement could be contested in court, however, due to potential violations of federal law or constitutional protection.
How bad is the situation with illegals in America? Chris Hansen, host of To Catch a Predator, says every single time he sets up a sting to catch PDF files, it's an illegal. Every single time.
We have seen an increase in illegal immigrants being caught in our stings across the country. And it seems today that we can't do a sting, whether we're in the South or the Midwest or West Coast or East Coast, without catching somebody who's in this country illegally.
Illegal Migrants says in Atlanta, the laws have already become.
Whoa, that's a sting. That's a sting in itself to even fucking say that. I don't think that that is true. I think Chris Hannity probably got paid, but there's probably some truth to the percentage. You know what I mean? But damn, that was a little low, y'all. That was kind of low. Like, shit.
Too hard for my people here. His apartment started requiring immigration papers, so he's packing and driving to the beautiful state of California. They say that the life is easier for the migrants there. Thanks, Gavin Newsom. We're going to California. The most expensive state to live in America is easier for migrants. Wrap your head around that. Democrats have destroyed California.
Bueno, mis amigos, todo fue bonito mientras duró el sueño de Atlanta. Nos toca irnos de este hermoso estado porque ya las leyes.
Bro, ain't nowhere safe, bro. I would have been like, man, you need to go up north somewhere. Make it up there somehow. You at least be able to find your own people and survive. No, baby. Nowhere safe. He really did what he said. The one thing he did say, and I don't know if it's going to come out yet, he said he built migrant camps, which to me sounds like slavery. So I'm still keeping an eye out for that.
Ya se pusieron demasiado duras, mi gente.
Wow.
Aquí nos vamos con nuestras pocas cosas hasta el hermoso estado de California. Dicen que por ahí la vida es más fácil, que la migra no llega allá, porque aquí esta mañana nos vinieron a sacar de nuestros hogares. Los dueños de los apartamentos nos sacaron y dicen que ya no nos podemos vivir aquí porque no tenemos la documentación necesaria, mis amigos. Así es de que adiós Atlanta, adiós Georgia.
And also, please note that these businesses are getting threatened. Nobody who businesses is your business doing good, and you're paying people less than what you have to pay Americans, and your business is doing good, and you have these loyal people who work for you. You're not going to call no ICE or nothing like that, especially they got families. You're not doing that. But when people dropping letters at your door, like threatening your business, like, yo, every illegal migrant that don't have proper paperwork, and we find out about it, that's a $30,000 fine. That's crazy. You're going to have to do what you got to do. That's because you're pretty much being threatened. You know what I'm saying?
Vamos para California. Y pues de allí, pues, a donde el destino nos lleve, mi gente. Como dice la canción, me voy con rumbo al sur. Saludos, amigos.
And our final video clip, I decided to switch things up a little bit and bring some humor to you. So I'm going to end this on a funny note. Here we have the opposite, which is happening in Mexico. Check this out. Another American citizen is being kicked out of Mexico and deported back to America. Democrats don't want you to see other countries, especially Mexico, enforcing immigration policies. She went for medical care, but was caught without her passport. So she was deported back to America. Every other country is allowed to enforce immigration policies except America. Make it make sense.
You get kicked out of Mexico. I am getting kicked out of Mexico.
And there you have it, there, taters. That concludes my video. What do you think so far? Like I said, I'm going to do as many of these type of videos as much as possible, as long as the clips are available. So when the well runs dry, then I'll start doing other kind of content. But anyway, let me know what you think by leaving a comment below this video. Don't forget to give me a like, and don't forget to head on over to Wall Street Apes and follow him on Twitter X. And if you're new to my channel, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Later, taters.
Okay, that was good. That was really good. I had to scope that out because I had went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. It's like 11:13. I need to sleep. Okay. 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 Migrant mobs protest in blue cities, but nobody cares. What's this one about? Oh yeah. Almost.
If you're complaining all the time, very simply, you can leave. You can leave right now. Come back if you want. Don't come back. It's okay too. But if you're not happy, you can leave.
What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com, and I got another video for you in reference to these old immigrants. The illegals and the legal ones are getting together. Not all of them, just probably like a small percentage of them.
By the way, I just want to go ahead and tell y'all, let me give you a disclaimer. I am watching this person's video in their channel. You can check them out for yourself. And I'm just reporting from what they have going on. So it doesn't mean that I agree with everything that they're saying or I share the same sentiments as them. Just gotta make that clear. I say no immigrant hate over here. Okay. The worst immigrants that I have experienced were Black immigrants. I'm going to tell you right now, the worst people that have experienced as immigrants are Black immigrants. I'm just saying.
They want to show us here in America how we will live downtrodden, suffering and surviving without the illegal immigrants. So they got a day without immigrants tomorrow, a day without immigrants today, a day without immigrants probably for the rest of the week. It's not going to do nothing. Trust me, they're missing out on the money. They're the ones who are losing money because we have those people who have legal businesses that are legal migrants. Okay, they got the green card and everything, and they're like, I want to have solidarity for my people and blah blah blah. It's a hot mess, but anyway, you're gonna enjoy this video like you've been enjoying the last two. So let's get started because I got a lot to show you. Businesses across U.S. closed for a day without immigrants. Many businesses across America will be closed Monday for a day without immigrants to protest President Donald Trump's deportation policies. Workers in those businesses who are participating will stay at home, CBS News reported Sunday, noting some workplaces in Minnesota were shutting down for the allotted time. The movement highlights immigrant workers' contributions and their everyday impact on businesses, from restaurants to retail shops. Several restaurants in Washington, D.C. will also reportedly be closed for the day. And NBC Washington said the demonstration also urges immigrants to stay home from school. Oh my God. In addition, several Chicago businesses are also keeping their doors closed to join the protest. That, quote, comes as the new Trump administration conducts promised arrests of undocumented illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants. Stop calling them. This is Breitbart News. Why are Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. They're just basically giving a quote. My bad, Breitbart. Anyway, arrests of undocumented immigrants for deportation, including across the Chicago area. So let's go ahead and look at some of this hot mess. I almost cursed. Sorry. Here we go. Let's go with what this is. Here is WCCO News.
No school, do not work, and do not buy. That's the message of a day without immigrants happening tomorrow. It's a nationwide effort to show the importance of immigrants in the U.S. economy and protest against anti-immigration policies. Dozens of businesses will be closed tomorrow in solidarity. New tonight, WCCO's Kirsten Mitchell visited one of them.
It's dinner time at Michelandia Bar and Grill in South St. Paul. It's more than a place to eat. It's a celebration of Mexican culture.
Wait. Since when was American French fries? Yes, I'm calling them American French fries, okay? Because we don't give nothing to the French, even though French fries were not created in France. Anyway, since when have American fries been part of Mexican culture? Make that make sense.
But manager Alejandro Morales says these tables have been emptier than normal since President Donald Trump took office and began a sweeping immigration crackdown.
People are afraid to come in because they might think that the immigration can get in and they can take all the people in it. Not even our workers, but the customers as well.
The decline in business forced them to reduce hours.
Not only like undocumented people that want to go out, the people who's actually legally documented is scared to go out too.
In support of immigrants, on Monday, the restaurant will close for A Day Without Immigrants, a nationwide initiative to show how important immigrants are as workers and consumers in the U.S. economy.
Restaurants and businesses, employees are part of the economic. Those people don't really show up in all the restaurants, not only the Hispanic restaurant, but Americans restaurant. They will feel, that there's no people.
You can always eat Chinese, baby, okay?
Like
you can eat Italian.
She ain't shit. Treehouse News ain't shit for that one. She ain't shit.
You can eat Greek. I mean, oh my God, the arrogance to think that Mexican food is the dominant eatery here or the
Well, wait. I have to disagree with her. I have to disagree because I don't know where she's from because she does have a northern type accent. So up north, I had a plethora of foreign food that I could eat. Okay, mostly Chinese, Caribbean food. That's what I ate the most, right? Italian, authentic Japanese food, or mostly authentic Korean food. I can go on, right? Mediterranean food, East Indian, go on. Now, when I come to where I'm at, see, I didn't get to eat Mexican food like that, no matter how many Mexican restaurants I saw, because there was so little of them. But then when I came here to the South, it is way more Mexican food and more Mexican spots and cuisines and all this shit. So yeah, it would kind of be affecting if, you know what I'm saying, if one of the Mexican restaurants or the Mexican restaurants were to shut down in this town. Because it's so, even the food, the Mexican food trucks, if they were to shut down in this town that I'm in, everybody kind of would, you know what I'm saying? I would feel some type of way about my burrito food truck being gone. You feel what I'm saying? But you ain't shit for that, Treehouse.
Dominant restaurants or the dominant food here in America.
Morales says they're taking part because they want to support the local Latin community, just as they have supported them over the years.
We all depends on everybody.
In South St. Paul, Kirsten Mitchell, WCCO News.
According to estimates from the Nonpartisan Center for Migration Studies of New York and other groups, roughly 8.3 million undocumented immigrants work in the U.S., or just over 5% of the country's workforce.
Okay, well, boo-hoo, all right? And here's one from ABC News in Chicago. And after this video, we're going to look at a lot of protests that's going on in a lot of these libtard, demon rat states.
Chicago business owners taking part in Monday's protest and demonstration say this is a way for them to showcase.
Okay, so the Treehouse News. Okay, she's a Republican. So I guess we're going to say she's a divested Black woman. Okay.
It's the power of the immigrant community.
I know I've been looking for channels like this.
Tonight, this sign hangs outside a popular Southwest Mexican ice cream shop, letting patrons know on Monday this shop will be closed.
They look like they got some good food. What's that? La Miquiana. They food look good.
This Mexican ice cream shop, letting patrons know on Monday this shop will be.
Notice that the dentist is right there. Oh, it's an ice cream shop. Oh, okay. And then notice the dentist is right next to it. That's crazy. So that means they must have a lot of kids or something that go there or something. That's crazy. It looks like it's good too.
Letting patrons know on Monday this shop will be closed for a cause.
A lot of community members and entrepreneurs decided to join this movement to support our people.
The shop's owner, Omar Carell, is one of many Chicago business owners taking part in A Day Without Immigrants, a social media-driven campaign that calls on immigrants to stay home from work and school and to shut down businesses and refrain from shopping.
El día 3 de febrero es un día sin inmigrante.
Omar, speaking in Spanish, posting this video on social media talking about.
Have y'all noticed that the male Mexican owner of the restaurant and this Mexican owner of a Mexican ice cream shop, they got one thing in common? They're both fat. So you mean to tell me you're going to protest in a country where you've been eating good, where you would have been skin and bones in another country? Okay, got it.
About why he's choosing to close up his shop. The video already garnering hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok. The franchise owner says his shop will be one of more than 60 locations in Illinois and California taking part in the protest.
We're gonna not show up to work, not open up our businesses to show how strong we are.
Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 28th.
I'm willing to bet my own money that if you throw this garbage away off your charts and try my new way of trading, I can turn.
Carmen Montoya, owner of Mis Tacos Mexican Food, says she and her family decided to take part in the movement amid the growing fears within the Latino immigrant community.
Like me, there are many, many people that just need the opportunity to work without being afraid.
Supporters of the movement hope that the impact of the immigrant community will amplify their voices.
We're here to help and support everyone.
The president and CEO of the Illinois Hispanic Chamber of Commerce says while he understands the passion behind the protest, he fears this could hurt more than help.
We are the livelihoods of the community. If we go under, the community goes under. And we've seen it in many areas in the city of Chicago, So I encourage people to do what they want to do. But if they ask me, they should open the stores and encourage people to shop local.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
Okay, they will. See, one thing I've noticed, protests don't do really much of anything, okay? I noticed, like, if you all is talking about, I'm not going to, like, show up for work, you're just hurting yourselves. But anyway, let's go to the actual boots on the ground so we can see what's going on in these areas, especially these blue cities, starting with Atlanta, Georgia. So we're going to start off there and then go across the nation. So right now in Atlanta, Georgia, protests against ICE mass deportation. Again, Mexico flags as far as the eyes can see. You never guessed this was in America. They all love Mexico, want to represent Mexico, send our money to Mexico. They just don't want to live there. Make it make sense. Okay, guys, I had to re-record that because, of course, it had copyright music in it. I don't know when I'm going to learn. Anyway, as you can see, Mexican flags all the way down in the street. Of course, on both sides of the street, you got these people showing their Mexican flags in America, in Atlanta, Georgia, marching. Why? I don't know. They don't want to go back to Mexico, though. They don't want to stay in a place where they got the flags from. So as you can see, it's just stupid. And this is down, I don't even know what part of Atlanta this is in. So, but anyway, I had to turn the audio off because I got a copyright content ID because they're playing Mexican music, which seems to be a popular band. I don't know. I don't listen to this type of music, so I don't know. All I know is I got a copyright content on it. But while they're playing this video, they're playing that song over. And as you can see, all these people look like the signs are in Spanish too. So this is crazy. They got the signs in Spanish. This is so stupid. Live, happening now, another protest in Los Angeles, California against ICE mass deportation raids. The Mexican flags are out in full force. You never know it, but this is America, not Mexico. How can people who have so much pride for their home country not want to live there?
Gracias, Mónica. Anel. Gracias, miren. Es mucha gente que se está dando cita. Se está dando, gracias por eso, si quieren, están cerrando ahora, así que la calle es mucha gente. Mi gente, mucho amor, dice, sigan avanzando las bocas, dice. Estamos sobre la Figueroa y la Olímpica, espero que no se salga de control como ayer. Les digo, cada día, cada ratito, cada minuto que está pasando se está uniendo más gente. La gente se está uniendo más. Salvador, dice arriba, Salvador. Gracias por todos esos regalos, Karen, a la gente. Disculpen que si no los leo, pero la verdad les digo, Este anda pedo. Gente bruta, dice. Una vez más, gracias a toda la gente que me está siguiendo. Muchas gracias de todo corazón. Así, ayer le estuve también transmitiendo también esta otra, una marcha más. Y ahorita ya se está haciendo otra vez una marcha más grande, donde se está reuniendo cada minuto, cada segundo, cada hora que está pasando. Se está reuniendo más gente. Como les digo, estamos sobre la Figueroa y la Olympic.
What if starting your dream business was as fast as making your coffee? At Swift Filings, we've simplified the incorporation.
Breaking news. Pro-illegal criminal alien crowd takes over Dallas, Texas. Where is ICE?
Oh my gosh. And if anybody's getting triggered, just leave. Please don't get triggered. I'm not here to trigger you. Everybody knows who listens here, if you're new here, I have been seeking channels like this, okay? I've been seeking Black Republicans, right? Significantly Black Republicans. I really want to hear what they're thinking, what they have to say. I do. I want to know what's going on. So this is, so please, no immigrant hate over here. None of that. I advocate that all day. Let me put my sign up. Okay, there's no immigrant hate over here. I'm just listening.
Breaking. ICE protesters have blocked the 101 highway in Los Angeles. Why are city officials allowing this? I hope ICE is nearby to round these efforts up for deportation. They shut down freeways and stopped traffic in one of the most congested cities in the U.S. to try to convince us not to deport them. Clowns. This isn't going to end well. Get ICE on the scene ASAP.
Crazy. I already know what's going on.
Breaking. LAPD is now in a standoff with the protesters. They should arrest them all and hold them for potential deportation. Only in America do American citizens get harassed flying their flag in their country by those here illegally. Let's get the FO portion of FAFO immediately.
Guess I'm not leaving as soon as I thought.
All right, okay. Breaking. LAPD was just given an order to stand down and let the illegals go wild. Democrats in New York City are protesting the meeting that happened between Board Czar Tom Homan and Mayor Eric Adams at the city.
Oh, I should have known. I was like, because I'm out the microphone now. I'm like, why hip hop? It's like, what? Yeah, New York City, of course. And let me tell you something real quick about New York City. The beauty of living up north is like, especially in New York City, is like, if you are a Black person or person of color, there's no way for you not to know about rock music. And if you are a person who are non-Black or a person or foreign white or whatever, there's no way for you not to know about hip hop music, even if you grew up in New York City. It's the most interesting thing.
Hall today.
Families together. I Trump. If we stand up together as a Raza community, we got this. We can do this. Come on, vamos a gritar para que el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. Sí se puede.
Look, you're not actually going to get anything done by watching another YouTube video. In fact, you're literally only procrastinating.
You know if there's a mask on here? I don't know. I mean, at this point, like, I genuinely, like, I want a mask now. I feel so left out. Chicos, families together. Somos uno. Tienen que apoyar. Levanten sus banderas. Griten. Hay que gritar, gente. Que si las familias nos están separando. ¡Que viva! The mighty, mighty immigrant. The mighty, mighty immigrant. Fighting for justice. Fighting.
Oh boy, she about to start. Treehouse about to start dragging. And she about to start laughing. I already feel it.
Fighting for justice. Fighting for respect. Fighting for respect.
So unless you have a sound permit, you cannot use it. I'm sorry. You could get up there and like scream, but you can't use the reproduction.
They're now burning the American flag to protest mass deportation in California, all while waving Mexican flags. This boils my blood so much. Deport these devils.
Let me say something for anybody. That is not okay. You cannot come into somebody's country and burn their flag. How about this? How about I just give y'all a tip when y'all protest? Get a picture of Trump. Get a picture of Elon Musk and burn that. Okay? Don't burn the American flag, because we as Americans can get in trouble for burning the flag. That's a criminal. That's like a criminal act. That's like a threat. That's like a terrorist situation. So do not burn the American flag. Like I know what I say about my country, but I do love my country. But still, don't do that. I'm telling you for your safety, and don't do that.
Update: as LAPD were about to make arrests, all of the police officers just left. I've never seen anything like this. Hundreds of police with zip ties, and all of them have just left. No arrests. Protesters shout in victory as police leave the area. there you have it, taters. So that concludes this video. What do you think? They must go back. And listen, let me just say this in conclusion. It doesn't matter about these protests. They can protest this week, next week, a week after next. They can protest for the entire month of February, okay? The shortest month of the year, but that's another story. They can protest all they want to. Our country goes on. The money continues to flow. It doesn't stop just because they want to protest. They want to stop going to work. They want to close down their business. They're not the only ones here. And guess what? The world will go on, all right? Even if they were dead, if they were alive, it doesn't matter. The world will go on. And they will find this out sooner.
Maybe it's time to cut ties with America. Maybe with this is interesting because if Pluto's in Aquarius and this is happening right now I have to go to the astrologers and see what this mass deportation is with all these significant countries that now have to begin to cut their ties with America, cut their help from America, cut their allyship with America. But see, here's the thing that I see. There's such a caste system. I don't think that these people are going to cut their ties. Do you get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, people are leaving their country to make a life here in America. Do you understand? And getting the services and needs and food and money from America. And because their country couldn't provide it for them, right? Am I saying that right? Or is that factual information? If I'm not, correct me on that. And what I'm saying is, maybe it's just time. Maybe cutting ties with America might be the best thing for your country. Maybe we're going to see. That's why I said I want to give this to like May, June, baby, May, June.
Rather than later. And guess what? They will be deported, the ones who are here illegally, and the ones who are here legally will open up their business and show up for work because the money will start to run dry. Well, you think I'm right or you think I'm wrong? Let me know in the comments section. They can protest all they want to. Our country goes on. The money continues to flow. It doesn't stop just because they want to protest. They want to stop going to work. They want to close down their business. They're not the only ones here. And guess what? The world will go on. All right? Even if they were dead, if they were alive, it doesn't matter. The world will go on. And they will find this out sooner rather than later. And guess what? They will be deported, the ones who are here illegally, and the ones who are here legally will open up their business and show up for work because the money will start to run dry. What?
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you
get him, Ice! Get him! Get him! Get him! Oh,
This is whoa. This is like, if y'all guys can see my face right now, please do not get offended if I laugh because I got what I asked for. I said I want to see Black Republicans. I want more channels of Black Republicans to follow, to hear what they say, to hear what they're talking about. Why are they so full-blooded American? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, I feel like, it's a whole world out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just want to be here in America. Like, I feel upset that I didn't get to travel the way I wanted to travel. I really wanted to go across seas and travel and stuff, and I didn't get that opportunity. So it's kind of hurting me a bit over here. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm looking in a very detached place, but this laughter is like a shocking laughter. It really is.
Get him, Ice! Get him! Get him! Get him!
Mira.
Oh, they...
Me dio miedo. Oh my God. Me dio miedo, yo creo que fue allá. Sí, mira. Mira. Oh my God. Mira.
Wow!
Sí, encontraron.
Oh my God!
Mira.
What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com, and back by popular demand, I have an encore video in reference to the raid as well as the empty stores. Now, instead of doing separate videos because it's not that many of the empty store videos, I decided to combine them two together. Now, you're going to love this. Trust me, it's going to be jam-packed with lots of action. So let's start with my boy, Wall Street Apes. You know he got the tea, and I'm here to serve it to you. Let's start it off with this tweet. Another Walmart in Texas reported as empty due to ICE raids and Border Patrol. This is a great video. She walks through a large portion of the store. Every single section is completely empty and almost fully stocked. No one has been there. I can't imagine the real number of illegals in America. It must be enormous. Now, as she walks through the Walmart, I can't play the audio because like the last time, these people all on Instagram and TikTok are always putting copyright music with it, but it looks pretty empty. I mean, I see some people shopping and it look and when he said it was fully stocked, he was not lying. Jeez. I've been to the Walmart about 2 weeks ago. My Walmart didn't look like this. So, wow. Ooh, look, very empty. Very, 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 very empty. Jeez. So,
I mean, is it not common sense that people who live in Texas, Arizona, you know, that Mexico's right there. So would it not make sense that this will be the result of them? Because I say that this is proof too that Texas, Arizona, California is Mexico. You see what I'm saying? Because if no one is in Walmart, if it's completely empty, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're scared. They're scared, y'all. They're scared. And you only have like few people walking around the store.
Yes, I'm aware that Mexicans are not the only immigrants, but anybody who lives in those areas know that Mexican is a big population on that side.
And yeah, she did go around to a lot of these places. So that was very interesting. I'm happy to report this in Aurora, Colorado after ICE raids. This area is La Plaza, Colorado, with over 100,000 square feet of shopping areas, restaurants, and more. Looks like the entire area was nothing but illegals. This is how demon rats, that's right, I'm not going to stop saying that, steal elections, importing illegal votes. And just like the other video, I'm not going to play the audio to this because as always, like I said, they always add this copyright content music, Mexican most of the time. And I don't want to get my I don't want to get my video like content ID. So there's that. And so as you can see, there's a lot of kiosks, a little small stores inside of a plaza. And completely empty, just completely empty. I think, like she says, my heart broke here, 4 p.m. And I think there's only like 2 food trucks are open. Right. Yeah. Only 2 food trucks are open. Crying because today I felt like, what did I say? Crying because today I felt fear. I saw tears. I felt tension. We felt scared. Give me a break. Stop being so dramatic. Jeez Louise. ICE just raided a battery plant down the road. All the illegal workers at his job site have now fled, which is all the workers. This is what, okay, I think he's quoting the person in here. This is what happens to a job site when they hear ICE is coming. I S you not, ghost town. The poster said, this is in the afternoon around 1 p.m.
This is what happens to a job site when they hear ICE is coming. You not. Ghost town. When all the Hispanic workers get word that ICE, immigration, just raided a battery plant down the road. Shut this down. Ghost town. That's what a job site looks like when immigration shows up.
ICE raid in Miami South Beach, Florida was a huge success. You can see a lot of illegals lined up and ready to be processed through immigration and sent home. Of course, I can't play this like the other videos because of the music, but I'll do some narration here. We have the trolley bus there to pick up all the illegals that are sitting there right now, looking sad because they have to go back. They got to go back. A group of illegal migrants being escorted through the San Diego border and deported back into Mexico. You can see their hands are behind their backs and their faces are covered. They're being processed through the San Ysidro border and deported into Tijuana, Mexico.
You know
and
what?
Here we go. No, I can't play
that. You know what?
The audio because again, music. And there's a line of them and well, where's all the little women and children? I see nothing but males. There you have it, going back into Tijuana. Okay, guys, this video is the money shot. You're going to love this one. U.S. ICE raid in Houston rounding up illegal aliens.
Before we get to her money shot, I do have to say this, okay? This is karmic. Because we can't deny that there are some immigrants that come here and they talk cash shit. They're nasty. They disrespect America. They're so much better. You know, we have. It's always that little handful, and that's why even their own people was voting for Trump because they was like, they got to get the fuck up out of here. And unfortunately, Trump is so damn clever that he got rid of everybody. Like, it's in order, y'all. We knew it was going to be Hispanic, and then we knew definitely the Caribbean was going to get knocked off. And then we know all the Hispanic, all the Caribbean, all the Latin, right? Go all that together because it's right here close to America. And now they're going to knock off the Asians.
Check this out.
Estamos grabando ya. Uy, mira. Mira. Hoy sí. Hoy, mira lo que pasó.
Oh, they coming, they coming. Get him, Ice, get him, get him, get him.
Mira.
Oh, they.
Mira. Oh, me dio miedo. Yo creo que fue allá. Sí, mira. Mira. Oh my God. Mira.
Wow.
Sí, encontraron.
Oh my God.
Mira. Mira. Oh my God. Tuvimos 2, 3 disparos, creo que sí lo encontraron. Estaba ahí cerca. Oh my goodness. Mira,
wow.
Mira, ahí vamos. Somos los buenos. No es que volar así.
Holy smokes.
Sí. Oh, está adentro. Está adentro ahí. Sí. Maybe inside, maybe. Ay, tenemos que ir porque ya no podemos salir. ¿Sabes qué? Ya no podemos salir. ¿Sabes qué sí? Oh my God, aquí vamos a quedar. Hey, mejor.
Ain't no way they gonna get out of that now. They are trapped. Wow.
Sí, está adentro. Encontraron el sospechoso, creo que está adentro del auto park. Ahí está adentro, pero nosotros nos metimos aquí en la tienda, pero ya cree que ya no podemos salir.
Wow. Hold on. Let's give that one a clap there, chat. Okay.
My eyes just fell out my head. My eyes just fell. Wow.
Mwah, chef's kiss.
Alcohol is the last thing keeping you from success. The millionaires inside this Miami mansion have figured it out. quitting alcohol levels their mind.
This is crazy. This is what the San Isidro border crossing looks like from Mexico into California. Speaking in Spanish, and I'm gonna, this is what the guy is saying, so they're translating a little bit for us. Something is happening at the border. There is no line. This would normally take hours. Yesterday, I went around Tijuana and nothing. Everything's empty. And I think this is Wall Street Apes narrating, well, not narrating, it's basically giving a summary. If you ever been in San Diego, you know how absolutely insane this is. Donald Trump and Tom Homan have effectively shut down the international border crossing to where illegals don't even want to attempt to come in, even for a day.
Oigan, algo está pasando en la frontera que no hay fila. Chéquense, nada de fila en la garita de San Isidro para cruzar. Ayer me di una vuelta para Tijuana y nada, todo vacío.
Breaking. ICE raided apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado this morning in a pre-dawn raid, including buildings, which, okay, this is a Mexican gang, so I may mess up the wording, but I'm going to do my best. Trendy Arugua gang members took over. Multiple gang members were arrested. And this is just a very, very short clip of that. I think they do a flashbang in this too. Yep, there you go. Ice storm hits North Philly. Agents raid car wash. Workers taken into custody. Chaos erupted at a North Philadelphia car wash when ICE agents stormed in, detaining at least 7 workers at Complete Auto Wash Philly near H Street and Hunting Park Avenue. Witnesses were left stunned as agents round up employees, leaving the community in shock and outrage. The business owner says his workers were like family and had been there for over a decade, but that didn't stop the surprise raid. Immigrant rights groups are already protesting, calling it a targeted attack on hardworking individuals. North Philadelphia, or shall I say North Philly, wasn't expecting this. Is this just the beginning?
Dios mío.
LAPD riot control are finally taking on the illegal alien protests. Here's my question. Why aren't there ICE agents embedded with LAPD just arresting and deporting the illegals? So this is the protest they had in LA where they had illegals as well as legal migrants protesting, waving Mexican flags and taunting the police. But for some reason, I guess the mayor finally gave the police the right to do their job. And it's kind of actually bittersweet. Check it out. Here's the second part to that video, and let me tell you something, taters. You're gonna love this one. I promise you. I'm not even gonna spoil it for you. This is how police should deal with this kind of protest. LAPD is taking action in Los Angeles ICE protest. You're not getting your bike back. You're not getting your bike back.
They just laid their hands on the
Don't you love it when they F around and find out? I know I do. I'm going to play this news broadcasting, just a little bit of it. So they're now having major ICE raids in Denver. And these are the areas that they're covering. And I found a little bit of this video to be very interesting. And I'm just going to play that part. And then we'll end the video. And I want to hear what you think in the comments section below.
There is a look at where we have seen federal agents today. The Edge at Lowry near 12th and Dallas in Aurora, and 3 other apartment complexes in Aurora, all targeted. Agents also went to 3 apartments in Denver and a mobile home park in Thornton.
So they are not playing. They are not playing. And I don't know. I was thinking to myself, I was going to really get any more footage, but it looks like every day there's more footage being uploaded. So who knows? This may turn into a series. It may not. Time will tell, but I would love to hear what you all got to say below in the comments section. Be sure to like the video like you guys did last time. It caught in the algorithm and I got a lot of replies as well, a lot of views on that. So thank you. Thank you so much. If you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe and I'll see you guys on the next one. I may upload another video later on today celebrating women getting their sports back. Later, taters.
I cannot get.
When I started working for Buck Mason, they told me, we want to build the perfect t-shirt.
Before we get to this, we're going to go ahead and get to this over here. Okay. Let me just say this. This is karmic. You know, and the reason why I say this is one thing about this country is that people will defend people, especially Black people. People will be so quick to defend any wrongdoing to any other human being because understand the psychology of Black people is that Black people come from slavery. And everybody uses their rights to always reference to Black people, Black history, and these things, right? Because Black Americans, FBAs, have done a lot of things to have what they have to this day. My ancestors did a lot of things to have what I have to this day. Even to even go to school, to even go to college and obtain the type of degrees that we can go obtain. This is all from the work of our ancestors, if you understand our history. So if there's any wrongdoing to any other human being, Black people are the first one in the front line to be like, nah, you're not doing that. We ain't having that. Even if disrespected, see, this is the thing. Disrespected, talking shit to, whatever, still would step in and be like, nah, it's okay. You can't, nah, that's not okay. You can't take a family and split families up like this. We're not having that. That's not cool, right? But for it to turn around where we have these Black Republicans, for it to turn around where Black people are just not participating, and you have this what we have right here, laughing at people getting deported, because I didn't believe it. Remember I said ain't nobody laughing at them. No, she wasn't lying. This is probably what she's been watching, laughing at them being deported. That's some karmic shit for me to see. I had no clue, and I'm going to keep saying this. I had no clue that y'all hated immigrants like this. I am kind of taken back that you have people that are, man, let's just get to this video right here, okay?
Reaches out to ICE, to the federal government, to report
a teacher,
his undocumented students. It is.
So a white teacher in Baltimore tweeted to ICE about his immigrant students trying to give ICE their information. Dustin Renner wrote to ICE on Twitter about 50 students skipping school with an excuse during the Day Without Immigrants protests that were happening. And he wrote, all are either immigrants or kids of. If you want the names to investigate families to find undocumented people, let me know in DM. He also wrote in another tweet about MS-13 being in the school system and how ICE needs to come and clean it out. So this guy is trying to give ICE his students' information. He should be protecting his students as a teacher and trying to paint them all as gang members. So ICE comes and gets the criminal, but really goes after collateral arrests.
Unbelievable. Put up the picture here. A special thanks to content creator Mr. Guerrero for exposing this teacher online. Let me go up to the fallout. So Baltimore County Public Schools has now suspended educator Dustin Renner, a social studies teacher,
of course,
at Overlay High School, after his post on social media suggested he was willing to assist ICE in targeting his own students. That's according to multiple sources at the school. Post under the username Renner Training on X, formerly Twitter, appeared to offer help to ICE, including providing the names of students legally excused from school to participate in a, quote, Day Without Immigrants protest. One post from the 3rd of February reads, quote, was just sent a list of students who are allowed to legally skip today in support of illegals, as most are illegal. Do I contact ICE or let it slide? Other posts from the now deleted or private account tagged ICE directly, offering to share the names of students for potential immigration enforcement action, saying, quote, if you want the names to investigate families to find illegals, let me know in DM, direct message. I'll give names in school, all in MD. In response to the controversy, the school principal, Dr. Monica Sample, sent a letter to the community expressing concern over the unsettling social media post, allegedly from the high school teacher, directed at a group of students. She emphasized that the statements did not align with the school's values or the district's expectations for staff. Dr. Sample also addressed the students directly in a statement over the school's intercom system. The school students told us they were not satisfied with Dr. Sample's comment, which stopped short from confirming the school teacher's removal from the classroom. As a result, they protested in solidarity with migrant students. The student protesters can be heard saying, free Mexicans, and quote, we will not be silent, end quote. A refrain on Dr. Sample's announcement over the intercom and videos posted to X and TikTok. The protest resulted in multiple suspensions of students, according to the students, who say Dr. Sample threatened to take away their prom if they did not stop protesting. Quote, this isn't the first incident. He was a history teacher a while ago when he got reported for saying things to the school administration that the school administration did not like and was forced to teach something else. One student told Migrant Insider about Mr. Renner. A sad state of affairs. A lot of adults are responding in irresponsible ways. And the fact that this teacher already had a track record for saying things that may have been contrary to the very conscience of the student, but remain, just teach something else, is indicative of systems that put more emphasis on, let's say, the protocol of the adult rather than the protocol of the child. And now you have a teacher who has done the unthinkable, literally going to the police on students. They haven't violated any crime that he absolutely knows of. He's definitely violating a significant number of protocols and civil liability dynamics associated with the district and possibly even the law. So this guy goes out of his way to report his own students. He's an advocate for them. He's in a trusted position. Parents trust him. Community trusts him. But here we are, Trump era, MAGA. Francesca, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the sad reality is that some teachers, not all, the majority are wonderful and amazing, but some teachers actually do see their children and their students as criminals. We know that they do this when it comes to the cops too. And they're okay with not educating the future of America. They're okay with educating or miseducating people who they believe are actually just criminals and are lesser than and don't deserve what other people have. I mean, we've seen this, right? In the ways that police are allowed to function inside of high schools and elementary schools even, and doing the discipline. So this guy just took it one step further. I mean, this is what Tom Homan would be so excited about. You know, the borders are under Trump. He'd love this. He would encourage this kind of stuff. So I think we're going to be seeing, sadly, more of this. But, you know, here's the thing. These students are not going to be threatened. These students are so amped up. They are so fired up. They are supportive of one another in many cases, but in other cases, they're not. I mean, look, I'm reminded this week, we found out that an 11-year-old girl took her own life because her fellow students were actually taunting her and bullying her, that they would.
That one, I had to turn that one off. Okay. I didn't think she was going to mention that one, but they bullied this little girl so bad and told her family was going to go, ICE was going to get her, and the little girl just took herself out, man. I think every student, they need to investigate they need to find out who did that to that little girl. That was horrible. I can't even listen no more. That shit right there, I gotta stop. Let me have a moment because I couldn't even listen to that. That was too much.
If y'all got a cousin that could be deported, any of y'all, any, I don't speak too fast. Do any of y'all got a cousin that could be deported? And also, riddle me this. I seen a comment saying it'll reach a point to where tribal IDs will not matter no more. History always repeats itself with a broken heart. So I'm guessing that's a Native American that left that comment. What did you mean by that? Because history repeating itself for us is still here. Bad or good, no matter which part of history you want to pull. You want to pull our creations, you want to pull out slavery, you want to pull out the way they enslaved us on our own plantation, you want to pull out anything, it's all here. What do you mean by history will repeat itself and your tribal IDs will not matter no more? It's almost like you trying to say, and I'm just trying to put two and two together because that comment, it was equaling 5. Because it's almost like you're saying that you made a deal with somebody that has crossed you before. and you're at risk of them crossing you again.
Mm-hmm.
I
will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like the Indians. Now, maybe we say politically correct or not politically correct. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. And a lot of people are laughing at it, and you're telling how tough it is, how rough it is to get approved. When you go up to Connecticut, and you look, now, they don't look like Indians to me, sir.
Southern hip-hop legend Big Gip from the legendary group Goody Mob stands on lineage business. Latino problems are not our problems.
And see, that's another conversation we as black people got to have. Mm-hmm. Now, see, in the South, we didn't grow up with the Latino community. Yeah. We grew up with black people and white people. Mm-hmm. That's it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, for me personally, when I look across in other states and I see black people up here worried about who the Latino people voted for, I feel like that's not our business. That's not why are black people always trying to connect our struggle to somebody else's struggle? They ain't got nothing to do with you. Cause get what? Them same Latino people, you go to jail. You can't go over there and talk to them. You in the black part. They're in the Latino part.
You know what's funny? It's the fact that they had to put the words at the bottom so you can know what the hell he's saying.
In jail, everybody's segregated. Well, why when we get out here on the street, the only one that ain't segregated or act segregated is black people?
After watching Trump,
well, because people in jail and prison are stupid, sir. Racism, there's some stupidity to the level of racism that happens in America. It's not the same type of racism or tribalism that other cultures do versus America.
In action, a woman who previously voted for Harris is now glad that he won.
All right, y'all. Listen, let me be one of the first Black women that was a part of the 92 or the 93% that voted for Kamala to come out and just say it. I regret voting for Kamala. I really do. I regret voting for her. Already into Trump's presidency, not even a full month, and this man has already secured borders. He's already signing bills that are taking place that are uplifting this country. Me not doing my history and really, being investigative and seeing all the things that Trump has done, and now having the eye opener and really looking at this man and seeing exactly how this man works has really put something on my heart. And I don't know what I was thinking going in there voting for Kamala in the first place. I'm glad of the results. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that Trump is in there, but me being so lost and participating into the whole Kamala run and now taking a step back, looking at how
Professor Terrence Tao is the equivalent of a rock star in mathematics.
Regarded as this president here is really running things, and it hasn't even been a whole month, is something that I do think about. So, I advise people that are in the Democratic Party, myself, to do your research, really do your research, okay? Because I can definitely say that as a Black woman, a part of the 93%, I made an error. I can admit that. I can take accountability and admit that.
Mass deportation going on. Everybody's in an uproar. Everybody's scared. Everybody needs to come together to save these families because families are being broken up. Okay, and this is breaking up Latino families, Turkish families, Russian families, Chinese families. It's breaking up families. Deportation. Everybody's scared. Everybody needs to rally up. There's an uproar about it. But where was this uproar when it was mass incarceration that was breaking up Black families? I'll wait. There was no outrage when they used mass incarceration to break up Black families. But now that mass deportation is breaking up families all over, like I said, Russian families, Turkish families, we all supposed to be in an uproar and a frenzy and oh my goodness, what was happening? Families are being broken up. All I'm saying is fight your fight. Because when mass incarceration broke up Black families, there was no uproar.
It was never going to be us. They were never going to tell Black Americans
I don't agree with her with this whole mass deport. The black males were committing crimes, ma'am. That's why they were getting arrested. No black male in my family, whoever got arrested, wasn't innocent, and they didn't commit a crime. They committed a fucking crime. And anybody, I don't, girl, shut the fuck up on that. That incarceration shit and black family shit. Your families are criminals, ma'am. Just admit it. They're criminals.
To go home. They were never going to send us anywhere. I think that's what other groups fail to realize about Black Americans. Because as much as the ruling class in this country upholds white supremacy, and as much as Black Americans are mistreated because of that, it was still never going to be us. They know, as well as we know, that Black people in this country, Black Americans, this is our country as much as it's theirs. And they know that. We know that, and they know that. Now, with that being said, being anti-Black American is as American as it gets, right? So when other groups come in and they want to assimilate, the easiest way to do that is to be anti-Black American, whether they are Black themselves or not. But what they don't understand, even with that being said, it was never going to be us. Black American America is still America. At every level of this here system, Black Americans are still American.
All that anti-Black American hate from the illegals backfired, didn't it?
Since y'all feel so bad for all of these people that illegally came into our country, go to another country illegally and see what happened to your.
But if you think that if my black went over to Mexico, you think they'll treat me like that? If I live next door to them and went to their country, you think they'll help me? Or do you think they'll help you? If you were an immigrant and went over into their country, do you think that they would do all for you that we do for them? No, they would not.
But they're all getting deported.
Well, see, anybody I ever known that goes overseas, okay, let me just put it like this. Mexico is always a place that I find people to go to have a good time, drink, party, and leave. Okay. Unless someone is Mexican themselves, I hear that they go to Mexico for whatever reason that they're there. Now, places like London, Berlin, Barcelona, even Australia, Japan, these are the places that I find that people go to from America that actually live there and make a life there, get their work visas, do whatever, because there's something you can do when you get a work visa and you can travel multiple places with your work visa. It's like you get like two options, like either you can have your own business and you can do your own business there, or you can do a work visa and work while you're there. So from my personal experience with people who I know that travel, I've never heard anyone that actually went to Mexico to live their life. It's always for partying reasons. Like it's equivalent to people that go to the Caribbean. A lot of them go out there to party and have a good time and enjoy the island life. Key West, same thing. But rarely do you ever hear, as far as when we're talking about Americans or just Americans in general, it doesn't matter the race, I don't ever hear it any other way. I mean, you got Americans that live in Norway, some have gone to Russia to live. When has Mexico ever been a place that someone has gone to even go to school?
Why should I care? Why should I give a f? When it came down to it, it was like, no, me not black, me Dominican. Well, guess what? You about to go, buddy?
Hey, y'all illegals, y'all better run it high under a rock. Trump kick y'all asses up out of our country, man. Y'all got to go. Boo boy.
Black Americans, stand down and mind your business, because if it was you, they turn your ass in. This is our country and it's not our business. Mind your business, Black Americans. This is not our problem and not our fight. That is the Post.
Why are you afraid to go back to your country? Isn't it literally your country?
And isn't it your people, you know, the people that have so much solidarity, they brag about it to black people? I'm confused here.
I just want to know, if you guys are protesting to be American citizens, why are you guys waving Mexican flags? I don't knock me down. But if you are protesting to be in America, why are you waving Mexican flags? You guys.
She said Iberica. I'm done with her.
The opposite. Now, what if the ICE truck just pull up and say, "Oh, you guys get in now."
You know, y'all can't just be like saying all this stuff about us and then want us to just come to y'all rescue when y'all need us. You know what I'm saying? Negrito and all this stuff that y'all be, yeah, man. And y'all want me to have sympathy, man? Please, man. I done heard too much stuff and witnessed too much hatred. I'm gonna sit back.
All those people that was talking down on black Americans, saying that they didn't have no power in this country, and the man this and the man that, and Wabo, Wakata, and Jareer, and all types of other slurs that y'all say towards us. Now y'all crying. Look who's crying now. Now everybody crying, and y'all want us to get involved. We not getting involved. And don't ask the black women either, because they said they was on vacation. So I don't know what y'all gonna do. I don't know what to tell you, G.
It's not our fight. It's not our business. So stop inserting yourself. Go find something productive to do, something that'll benefit you and the black community. Go touch some grass. Hell, go play in the snow. But this is not our fight. Y'all rest and relax. And if it doesn't involve us, stay out of it.
You don't with us, we won't with you. Point blank, period. But y'all got the audacity to call us out and say, we're next, and shit like that. And if they're doing that to y'all, what do you think they're going to do to y'all? Are you serious? Where the you been?
These the same immigrants Kamala Harris let in this country, and not only just let them, but she gave them housing, they gave them allowance, they gave them food stamps, they gave them everything, man. And now somebody coming in to do the right thing and get their ass out, and y'all feel sorry for them with all the shit that we got going on.
Y'all don't stomp for us. You know what I'm saying? We tired. We tired of stumping for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? That's all we used to do. We stomp for other people harder than we stomp for ourselves. And now we waking up and it's just like, hey, grow you a set of nuts and fight your own battles. You know what I'm saying?
Let's keep it a band, though. A lot of y'all immigrant cultures, y'all people come out here to America, you feel me? And the first thing y'all be teaching y'all kids is to stay away from African Americans, campaigning against us, creating racism inside.
I want to tell y'all, did y'all pick up a pattern here? These are all Southern, Midwest, and a bit of West Coast, but mainly Southern and Midwest accents. See, see how different it is? You're not hearing nobody from up north with a Northern accent. Because the chick that did sound Northern, she's probably in the DMV area because the accent went up and down. But let me tell you something. You're not hearing nobody with a Northern accent. There's a reason for that. Northern people have been made, not made, but again, most Northern people have immigrants in their family, have some kind of immigrant in their family line, immigrant friends. Like it's the immigrant state going up north, especially once you go past Philly, going, Pennsylvania, going up to New York City and even up to Boston, to Maine. Those are all immigrant places. These places are known for their immigrants. So notice that, because see, people in other places, remember what Gip has said, like you said in the South, all we know is black and white. We don't know Hispanic, Latino. The joke in the South is everything black and white, everything else is Mexican, because they don't know that lifestyle. So when they had people from the city bringing their businesses and their way of life down to the South or the Midwest and stuff. And when I say Midwest, I mean like the northern Midwest area, stuff like that. When they start bringing their businesses there, those people wasn't having it. they was recognizing instantly like, whoa, wait a minute, y'all letting them have jobs for cheap and not letting us have jobs. That's why you hear those accents. So they've been had a fight with immigrants. It's not the same as us from up north. See, you can go beat somebody who's Black American, but guaranteed their great grandfather was somewhere from the Caribbean, somewhere that's Spanish Caribbean. You see what I'm somewhere in the, it's always like that. Even when you meet people who are even who are white and up north, they'll be like, oh yeah, my my grandfather was Irish, or my dad was Jewish. It's never not that somebody isn't. And see, if you meet somebody up north, like let's say New York City, and they're like straight American and they don't have no bloodline of immigrants, and you be like, do you have family in the South and other places? And they'd be like, no. That's very odd. That's a very rare thing to see.
Hatred in their heart, you feel me? While y'all be acting cordial to us, but really in the back of your minds, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, I don't mess with African Americans, hating on our people, but copying the culture, swagger jacking, you feel me?
This is so sad. They're trying to divide us. We were never together. Please stop, bro. Stop playing in our face.
Why are there so many migrants who feel entitled to be in this country, who come on social media emboldened enough to talk about how awful the United States immigration process is and try to justify why they decided to take matters in their own hands and walk across the Texas border, the California border, Arizona border, or fly into this country illegally? Why are there so many people all over the world who feel like they are entitled to being a part of the United States of America? And because the process may be difficult and may be time consuming and may cost significant amount of money, and they may not have those resources to go through that, they feel that it's okay for them to take matters into their own hands and enter our country by any means necessary. And I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you are coming to this country from any place in the world for any other reason besides fleeing for your life, if you want to come to this country, you need to take a number and get in line. If you have decided to take matters into your own hands because...
I'm Coulter. I'm Trent, and we are co-founders of Sunday. We created Sunday to create a better future for the American backyard.
Not two white men doing lawn care. Is this a joke? Y'all trolling, right? Yeah, they trolling. They trolling like a motherfucker. Do you see this? Sunday and gonna have Becky out there watering your grass. Could you imagine?
At Sunday, we use soil data and plant science to help people grow lawns that are...
Wow.
The immigration process in the United States is too difficult and too time consuming and costs you too much money, which are all your problems. It's not my problem. It's your problem.
Yes, I would want to know, what is the process to get citizenship in another country? That'll be my next research, unless somebody knows. I mean, go out, go get a troll name or something and answer that question for me. Because like, I don't get caught up in who people are, but I really want to know, like, what is the process when you go into another country and you decide to get citizenship in their country?
If you decide to take matters into your own hands, you are a criminal and you deserve to be deported. Don't expect to come on social media and have me or other American citizens feel sorry for you. Because if I decide today that I want to go to Canada and I decide that Canada's immigration process is too difficult and Canada's immigration process costs too much money, so I decide that I'm just going to take matters into my hands and go by any means necessary, I deserve what's coming to me, because Canada has their own immigration process. And if I want to be a part of that country, I need to follow those immigration processes. It doesn't matter if I don't have the money, if I don't have the resources, those are my problems. That's not Canada's problem. Why is it that migrants think it's okay that if they don't have the money and they don't have the resources to come to the United States and to do it the legal way, then they can just walk across the border and we're supposed to sympathize with them? I want to let you know I don't sympathize sympathize with you. If you don't have something, you don't have the resources for something, that is your problem. It is not my problem. It is your problem.
Dang, she was mad.
She was angry.
Latina woman checks a disrespectful, bad-built Mexican after she begged Black Americans for help against mass deportation and claims it was a Black indigenous president who freed Mexico.
I think it's funny how everybody's true colors are coming out, especially the Black people.
A few moments later.
Oh, and since you want to learn Spanish so bad, tú eres una puta gorda que aparte de negra eres blanca.
And it only took you 3 seconds flat for you to show your true colors after coming on this app and being a beggar, begging for help from the Black community. If you're going to call someone a fat Black, WHO, don't cower behind a coded language. Say it to their face.
Black people, because y'all are quick to forget what country you guys fled to shelter when you were slaves. You're quick to forget when Black Lives Matters movement was happening, who was right there next to y'all.
I can guarantee that it wasn't you, boo-boo. Most of y'all like to parrot this one talking point about Mexico, but never talk about how slavery was abolished by a Black indigenous president named Vicente Guerrero. He also helped liberate Mexico from Spain. But what did more conservative Mexicans do to their Black indigenous president after they were done using him to gain liberation? They executed him because he was pushing for Afro-Indigenous equality. After Mexicans used him to gain their liberation, they backstabbed him. And it tracks to this day. Ma'am, the easiest, most effective thing that you can do to protect yourself and preserve your rights is to vote. And the Latino community couldn't even do that. Latinos largely voted for your own oppression. And now you have the audacity to think the Black community is obligated to help you fix what you broke. Latinos, the call...
We traced the call. It's coming from inside the house. You hear me? It's coming from inside the house.
Fix your own house, Latinos.
Now, I know she's not foundational Black Americans, but I'm sure you all won't mind. Deportation threats on the streets. Gotta love this citizen. I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal mother. Boop.
I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal mother. I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal mother.
This illegal immigrant is proactive. We need more of y'all to practice self-deportation. It's better than ending up in Guantanamo Bay or El Salvador. Nigerian woman deports herself before being deported.
Yep. I'm off. I'm deporting myself before I get deported. I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm going home, guys. Please, 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 please. Wish me good luck. Because I've been threatened on this app many times that I'm illegal, I'm going to get deported. I don't have to wait to be deported. I will use my 2 legs and boom, vamos, I'm out. Maybe you guys have peace now. I've left the country. I deported myself. Happy now? Okay. Watch out.
We'll be more than happy to help. And for those customers who have already ordered assistance to leave the aircraft, please do remain seated until the aisle around you is clear. And as always...
And there you have it, taters. That concludes the video and my obligation to FBA Patrick. By the way, I think this was a pretty good video. So let me know what you all think by leaving a comment below this video. Don't forget to give me a like. And if you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Later, taters.
It's the music for me. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com. And yep, I have another deportation video for you guys. You keep requesting it. I'm going to keep providing.
Oh my goodness. And see, this is what I want you to understand. You're not going to see this in New York City. When I tell you New York City is the place for, like, that's why I'm going to get my words together. I am flabbergasted at the ICE raids in New York City. I am flabbergasted at the streets being empty without vendors in the street of New York City. That's flabbergasting me, because I'm thinking to myself, in New York City the most, because that's the place I know. I'm not there, but I still, that's my home. So it's like, that was my home. So it's like, what's going to happen now when all the immigrants are gone? And first of all, immigrants are part of a lot of programs in New York City that has been happening. Immigrants are part of running a lot of schools, like nursing schools and stuff like that in New York City. I'm wondering what becomes of New York City when all the, quote unquote, illegal immigrants are gone. Like, what becomes of it? Anyway, here we go.
Writing it for you. As long as people keep uploading these clips to Twitter and Instagram, I'm going to download it and turn it into one video specifically just for you. Now, since this seems to be the most popular content on my channel right now, I decided to make a playlist. It's called Epic Deportation Videos. So all of the videos I have made, putting all the clips together, I have put them all under one playlist. So far, I have 3, and this video right now you're watching is number 4. It's part 4. And I will include the link to this playlist in the description box below, in addition to the pinned comment. Now, without further ado, let's watch all this winning we've been having in America thanks to President Donald Trump. First, Florida got snow, and now they have ice.
Hold on.
Oh, they have ice.
Oh, first time never been so
For those that don't understand how bad the ICE mass deportation protests are getting in Phoenix, Arizona, police are now being forced to use chemical agents and other weapons against protesters to defend themselves. And here's where they give a translation of what the speaker on the back of the police trucks are saying. And it says this: if you do not disperse, you'll be subject to arrest or police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less of weapon, which may inflict pain or result in serious injury. Please leave this area immediately. They are forced to release a chemical agent. This is getting violent. Someone is paying for these huge protests.
And if you do not disperse, you will be subject to arrest or other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal weapons, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. Please leave this area immediately.
Check it out, guys. They ain't playing out here. If you guys are watching this and you guys are over there still, they ain't playing. This shit, guys. They out here, guys. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I don't know how close I could get, but they're right. Check it out.
The City of Phoenix Police Department hereby declares this to be an unlawful assembly in the name of the people of the state of Arizona.
There it is. That's that gas. That's that tear gas, guys.
To immediately and peacefully disperse. Arizona Revised Statute 1329 prohibits remaining present at an unlawful assembly. And if you do not disperse, you will be subject to arrest or other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal weapons, which may inflict significant
for you guys right here. For all the people right here watching, this is for you guys. I'm on 11%. Let's get it. They're shooting that.
Post-editing tree here. I'm muting this section of the video because Dodo had included some Mexican music in here and it was trash. And plus, I don't want a content ID. I did a lot of work on this video, so I'm just going to mute it from here on out. So that's why this part of the video doesn't have any sound to it. Denver, Colorado neighborhood with heavy presence of ICE, the FBI, Homeland Security, and armored trucks. Denver residents are overjoyed. Love all this Homeland Security on the one end, armored vehicles on the other. Been checking people's cars all day. This is awesome. I love this. I love all this. American citizens in Colorado support ICE and Tom Homan. They want illegal migrants gone.
Pay attention to the locations. More also, this tells me that most of the people who are immigrants that voted for Trump more than likely live in these areas. Because an immigrant up north, wasn't it mostly red though? Now that I fucking think about it, but yeah, I gotta go look again. I don't think up northeastern states was that red. I think nah.
Turn Colorado red.
Love all this. Homeland Security on the one end, armored vehicles on the other, been checking people's cars all day. This is awesome. I love this. I love all this.
New ICE ERO Seattle has captured an illegal migrant from China who was convicted of manufacturing illicit drugs. He was snatched on the job while working for Amazon. He was working for Amazon delivery, by the way. His drugs flooded into the Seattle community, harming the population.
Oh, we got an Asian, y'all.
Illegal migrant records ICE and law enforcement coming for him while he's up in a tree. He yells at them in Spanish that they will not deport him. You think they're coming to send me to my country? No. He then taunts them, saying that they won't come up to get him. Come for me, he says.
La migra dice que baje del techo.
Venga, venga por mí, suba. Venga por mí. Estamos a la misma distancia. ¿Usted cree que hay más ellos? No, papá, mire, ve. No. ¿Usted cree que me van a mandar para mi país? No. Venga por mí. Venga por mí. Suba a este cuarto piso, ve.
Holy.
That's another thing, y'all. Okay. If your country is so bad that you don't want to go back, that says a lot about the person who's running your country. There's no American that's like, America is so bad that I don't want to go back. You know, it's like no one in America is going to ever say that, but only in the Caribbean, places like, like Mexico or Hispanic places, South America. Y'all be like, the people in my country are bad. I don't ever want to go back. That says a lot, y'all. That's something to think about.
Holy crap. Look at this massive ICE raid on an apartment complex in Denver, Colorado. This is exactly what 77 plus million people voted for. Keep it going.
Are you looking to travel to Oslo this year? Instead of suffering in cramped economy seats for 10 plus hours, let me show you how to do it in business and first class instead. Amazing lie flat seats, and do it for less than economy pricing. And many can too from Let's Travel Hacks.
So this tweet has a two-part to it that is consecutive for 2 days. LA student walkout. Right now, high school students have walked out of class and gathered in front of the LA City Hall for the 4th straight day of anti-ICE immigration rights protests. And above that same tweet, in a quote tweet, it says, LA student walkout again. High school and middle school students have taken over the streets in front of the LA City Hall for the 5th straight day of anti-ICE immigration rights protests. This won't be slowing down anytime soon. When is the rest of LA going to start joining them? New woman who cut down an American flag arrested after she threatened to have her people take out the police officers and their children in Bakersfield, California. FAFO. 24-year-old Crystal Aguilar, I think that's how you pronounce her last name, was seen replacing the American flag with a Mexican flag at the entrance of Hart Park in Bakersfield. The American flag has been thrown in the mud before she raised the Mexican flag. Aguilar was charged with vandalism, threatening a peace officer, and resisting arrest, according to local news reports. She is due in court on Monday.
You're not gonna tell me what to do. This is Mexican land.
Oh, okay.
Look at that flag, because that flag isn't on the floor, is it?
Hey.
Is it?
Hey.
You can't say I'm disrespecting. No, esta es mi tierra. Esta es mi tierra.
Esta
Esta es mi tierra.
Come here.
Okay, my people kill you.
Turn around.
I'm going in peace and you're hurting me and you're gonna regret it when you okay.
Hey.
Touch me, my when your kids die. When your kids die, you're squishing my hand and they already know.
So now we as FBAs know that this is, like I just always say, we know that Texas, California, Arizona, and another state too is all Mexico. And but this is not gonna do it, y'all. Like at the end of the day, your own people voted for you for this. And I can't even, and the thing about it is like people were like, you know what, we want the criminals to go. They didn't expect them to be betrayed like this, bro. This shit. I mean, I was pissed over the immigration with Biden, and I was pissed about it because people were getting hurt in the streets. People were getting hurt in the streets.
You don't need to take me.
Stop her.
Take me. Take me. Take me.
Take her down.
Take me.
She's on the ground. She's all right. We'll get her.
All this happening this morning around 9:30. The Kern County Sheriff's Office says 24-year-old Crystal Aguilar cut the chain securing the flagpole at the entrance to the park, removed the American flag, threw it into the mud, and replaced it with the flag of Mexico.
This is a terrorist act, ma'am. You're going to do time in jail for this. You're getting time in jail for this. This is a terrorist act. You cannot do. This is what the Palestinians did. They tore down the American flag and put up the Palestinian flag. You cannot do this.
When park rangers attempted to detain Aguilar, she responded with a slew of threats. She was taken into custody and booked into jail on several charges, including threatening a peace officer.
I'm waiting to see Treehouse if she's going to say something.
Vandalism and resisting arrest.
Wow, what other country on earth would tolerate this? A legal migrant in Aurora, Colorado records ICE and police banging on their door for immigration. Instead of opening the door, they recorded and post online to show other illegals how to just ignore immigration raids.
No abran la puerta, llego inmigración en Aurora.
Police.
Ice be sneaky. And they show this man in front of a camera crying where he says, I just pretended to be the Spanish food truck and arrested my whole crew just now.
Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra.
Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 28th.
Hey guys, Chase here with Bulldog Steel Structures. We're out here in East Bend, North Carolina, checking out this 30 by 50 by 10 metal building. We can go ahead and take
This is hilarious. That's fucking hilarious, okay? And clever all in one. Hilarious. But this is why the businesses said if you are in any of your employees are illegal, it's a fine for you at your place of business. But see, in all reality, you have a higher chance of getting caught if you are in the workplace. Unless you work off the books.
Reason number 99999 to deport them all even harder.
What I'm understanding is they're saying fuck Donald Trump. I don't know if they're more per se saying fuck America. I think that's what everybody. I think that's what's being misunderstood here because, but see, at the end of the day, you burn anybody's flag, you're saying fuck them. You understand what I'm saying?
Essentially, Democrats are upset about mass deportation because they'll be losing their cheap labor force.
Wait a minute. You just admitted to wanting the illegals to stay in America because they're the cheapest working labor force. The entire concept of illegal aliens coming over here is essentially modern slavery, if that's the way you're going to look at this situation. Mad because it's going to cost you a little more to cut your grass, or you can't find someone to cut your grass. I'm more worried about the fentanyl crisis that's happening because of the illegals. I'm more worried about the hundreds of girls who were harmed because of the illegals. I'm more worried about the theft and the crimes committed upon businesses because of the illegals. And you come from the same party that claims to actually care about the separating of families during the mass deportation efforts. But where was that logic when illegals were killing the children of American families? You didn't care then.
ICE not playing around.
Hey, they broke the window, man.
Get out now, man.
Donald Trump's ICE mass deportation are inspiring self-deportations. Illegal migrants says, and this is a translation from Spanish to English, my people, given the circumstances here in the United States, you can no longer live. You can no longer be. I decided to travel back to my homeland. We greet each other again in Mexican land.
Bueno, pues mi gente, dada la circunstancia que aquí pues ya en Estados Unidos ya no se puede vivir, no se puede estar, pues yo opté o decidí viajar ya a mi tierra natal. Ahorita ya estamos listos con la animalita esta. Vamos a empezar a subir a todos los cochitriles. Pienso que aquí me entran hasta los caballos porque me los llevo. Así que pues, no sé ustedes, pero yo ya voy a empezar a empacar, ¿vale? Es mejor de que aquí corrió que de aquí quedó. Así que pues, saludos. Ahí nos volvemos a saludar cuando ya esté yo en tierra mexicana. Así nomás quedó.
Clinton and Obama deported millions more than Donald Trump, yet there's no outrage from the media because they are Democrats. Actually, demon rats.
So Hollywood celebrities, Democrat politicians, and the media they control are freaking out over Donald Trump's border policies and the fact that he's deporting people who are in the country illegally. It's gotten to the point where you're literally seeing protests break out across the country. And I find it interesting because Democrat presidents like Barack Obama deported millions more than Donald Trump, yet we didn't see any of the outrage that we're seeing toward the Trump administration aimed at Barack Obama then or now. Just listen to this clip from former President Barack Obama and tell me if he doesn't sound like Republicans today.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up.
Then he went on to deport over 5 million people. Trump deported a little over 1 million in his first term. And again, Barack Obama deported over 5 million. And then there's former Democrat President Bill Clinton, who deported 12 million people. Yeah, you heard that right. 12 million. Listen to this clip of his wife, Hillary Clinton, talking about the border.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
But now, when Trump starts deporting people who are here illegally committing crimes, you have the media, shows like The View, Democrat politicians, celebrities losing their minds, all demonizing Donald Trump as if he's doing something that Bill Clinton or Barack Obama didn't do. Somebody just has to make it make sense to me because the math ain't mathing. When I was younger, I had a brother, God rest his soul, who used to commit crimes. The police would show up at our house and search every room looking for him and take him to jail. Why? Because he broke the law. See, as American citizens, if we break the laws, we have to pay the price. The same should go for anyone else.
This is huge. Do these red buildings look familiar? They should. These are the famous housing units being terrorized by Venezuelan migrants in Aurora, Colorado. Colorado residents reporting ICE just showed up and all buildings are now closed and cleaned out. That built, by the way, they're actually translating what they're saying in this video here. That building closed. All those red buildings closed by ICE. ICE over there, ICE right here. And then the video below is when the Venezuelan gang had taken over the place. So the shared video below is from September of the same buildings with Venezuelans. So let's go ahead and look at the two here. So this, and I had to turn it down because of the music and a lot of profanity. It's two black women driving a car. And as you can see, this was from September the 4th, 2024. And it says Colorado residents drive through Aurora, Colorado to see for themselves if Venezuelan migrants are out there. And as you can see, there you go. They have the dates there. And they are all out in full force. Jeez. Okay, it's going to be like night and day to compare. Go over there, see for yourself. Make your own option on what you mean, opinion on what's real. Anyway, so let's.
Yeah, because in Chicago, they dominated their parks. The gang started taking over. It got ugly.
Take a look at that from September to what has happened now over there in ICE on the same block.
That building's closed. Closed. All those red buildings closed by the ICE. ICE over there. ICE right here.
Points on points. This is not some new crazy concept, folks. Some other countries that deport illegal occupants.
I remember when
Okay, that was pretty good. I like that. No longer a conspiracy theory. Illegals have been able to easily obtain a driver's license this whole time. This woman's dad was an illegal and got deported.
Didn't I fucking say that? Didn't I fucking say that?
He had a driver's license. One of her commenters asked how he had a driver's license if he was illegal. She responds. So I'm going to go ahead and read this just in case you guys don't want to pay attention to it. So I'll go ahead and read this and then we'll play the video. So another fact that a lot of people don't know is that with the ITIN number that you get from the IRS, you are able to get a privileged driver's license from the DMV. So you would just have to have your, identification from Mexico, your ID from Mexico, your birth certificate, your ITIN number, things like that. And you be able to get that privileged driver's license. That's how people get it. So that's how that's done in the ITIN number. You can look it up, and the privileged driver's license that immigrants get with the ITIN number. How many people illegally voted with these? Illegals get an individual taxpayer identification number from the IRS, have their foreign documents. They get a driver's license. It's that easy.
So another fact that a lot of people don't know is with the ITIN number that you get from the IRS, you are able to get a privileged driver license from the DMV. So you would just have to have your, identification from Mexico, your ID from Mexico, your birth certificate, your ITIN number, things like that, and you'd be able to get that privileged driver license. That's how people get it. Again, everybody knows this. Immigrants use those ID cards as long as with the ITIN number. So that's how that's done. Is the ITIN number. You can look it up, and the privilege driver license that immigrants get with the ITIN number.
You can run, but you can't hide. ICE will find you.
If you do not legally belong in our country, why should we care about your opinions? Pick up your birth certificate and walk with me. Long story short, it's time for some of y'all to go home. America is becoming the United States of Section 8, and we do not have enough resources to take in everybody and their bald-headed mothers. I understand some of y'all are fleeing some crazy governments, but y'all need to either figure that out or get in line to get your papers like the legal immigrants did. And don't tell me that the process takes too long. It takes too long because we're so busy dealing with the goofy people who swam here. And then some of you try to tell me that America is a racist country. Are the migrants aware of that? Because I see 50 Shades of Brown lined up at our border right now. How are you going to hate from outside the United States? You can't even get in.
TikToker says if white Americans vacation in Mexico, Mexicans will spit in their food and drinks because they're mad about Trump's deportation and border policies.
All I gotta say is, if you're American, very pale American, I hope you don't have plans for spring break in Mexico, because there's a lot of people that are mad right now. And among other things, you wouldn't want them spitting in your food. Or your drink. At those all-inclusives in Cancun.
When we started making furniture, we wanted to create pieces that would stand the test of time, and a business that would too. But starting a business felt overwhelming, and that's when I found Swift.
I have never seen any of these commercials before, y'all. Where are these commercials coming from?
Over 100 illegals arrested in New York City for deportation in 1 week. Deporting criminal illegals is widely popular, even in leftist New York City. Meanwhile, Kathy Hochul continues to be unpopular and has a negative net favorability for a year now. Deportations good, Democrats bad.
The poll numbers are the second month in a row that we're seeing a decent amount of support in deep blue New York for President Trump's mission to deport migrants who have committed crimes and are here illegally. Recent Siena poll numbers show a massive 69% of Democrats in New York who were polled support removing undocumented migrants who have been convicted of a crime. That includes 71% of Latino voters who were polled by Siena. This is the second month in a row that the numbers have shown a significant amount of support here in New York for President Trump's actions when it comes to immigration and deportations. Last month's Siena poll asked a slightly different question of whether voters would support those missions by President Trump. In that poll in December, 54% said they supported the president's initiatives for deportation. They asked a similar question this month, and about 48% said they supported President Trump's mission when it comes to deportations, compared with 31% who opposed that. The Siena poll also had some other interesting numbers around politics here in New York. Governor Kathy Hochul continues to be unpopular in that poll. Her numbers this time around showed her continuing to be in the water and having a negative net favorability rating. That's a year that she has had a negative net favorability rating in Siena's numbers. And a separate question asked voters whether they would prefer to see Hochul on the ballot in 2026 or somebody else. A whole 57% of voters said they would rather see somebody else on the ballot, whereas only 31% said they would like to see Hochul up for re-election in 2026. So these numbers continue to show that New York voters are starting to make a little bit of a rightward shift in some areas.
Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra.
Oh, wait. Did I skip something? Uh-oh. Did I skip something? Hold on. Oh, shit. I set the computer down. That's him raging. This, okay. Maybe I didn't. Okay, I saw that. Okay, so here's the thing. That was so nasty about somebody spitting in somebody's food. I think that's so fucking disgusting. Okay, let's get to this part with New York. Well, I guess I answered my own question here, huh? So it looks as the New Yorkers are really tired too. Wow. So the New Yorkers are now using this opportunity to speak about, you know, the things I told you about my experience there, where you can be told that you won't get a job because you're not Caribbean or Guyanese or whatever the case may be, where people are realizing, like, when I'm trying to get a job or something, there are other people getting hired more than me, and these people will talk shit like, well, ain't nobody doing that, and y'all lazy, and y'all not trying to work, and all this kind of stuff, to disrespect and break down the Black Americans. So it looks like New York City is fighting back because they said they don't want her back. This is interesting. This is all very, very, very interesting.
100 illegals arrested in New York City for deportation in 1 week. Deporting criminal illegals is widely popular, even in leftist New York City. Meanwhile, Kathy Hochul continues to be unpopular and has a negative net favorability for a year now. Deportations good, Democrats bad.
The poll numbers are the second month in a row that we're seeing a decent amount of support in deep blue New York for President Trump's mission to deport migrants who have committed crimes and are here illegally. Recent Siena poll numbers show a massive 69% of Democrats in New York who were polled support removing undocumented migrants who have been convicted of a crime. That includes 71% of Latino voters who were polled by Siena. This is the second month in a row that the numbers have shown a significant amount of support here in New York for President Trump's actions when it comes to immigration and deportations. Last month's Siena poll asked a slightly different question of whether voters would support those missions by President Trump. In that poll in December, 54% said they supported the president's initiatives for deportation. They asked a similar question this month, and about 48% said they supported President Trump's mission when it comes to deportations, compared to with 31% who opposed that. The Siena poll also had some other interesting numbers.
Jumping back in again, excuse me, because it was a shit show in New York City. Women were being essayed in the street. It was horrifying to see this. This was happening to women in areas that, some people think it's strange to say that there's safe places in New York City. No, there really are places in New York City where you can put your headphones on, you can jog, no one's going to bother you. It's not crime ridden. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can go jog at night if you want to. Still got to be safe. Careful with that. But all of these things are possible. And when it's just horrifying just thinking about it, man. So I'm sitting here looking at New York City like, oh, so y'all biting back. So y'all really biting back. Like, y'all really like, you know what? Get them out of here for good. Even the ones who came here and their family's not documented, get them out of here. Because you know something? I have said this before, but I always felt like all of those Black immigrants in New York City were a bit of causing a holdback for Black people to truly have the success that they can have in New York City. And we're going to see from now to the next year how that plays out.
Around politics here in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul continues to be unpopular in that poll. Her numbers this time around showed her continuing to be in the water and having a negative net favorability rating. That's a year that she has had a negative net favorability rating in Siena's numbers. And a separate question asked voters whether they would prefer to see Hochul on the ballot in 2026 or somebody else. A whole 57% of voters said they would rather see somebody else on the ballot, whereas only 31% said they would like to see Hochul up for re-election in 2026. 31%. So these numbers continue to show that New York voters are starting to make a little bit of a rightward shift in some areas.
Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra. Ahí viene la migra.
Okay, because I had already seen this, and that's what made me think it rewinded. Okay.
Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra. Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra. La migra, la migra. Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra. La migra, la migra.
I know.
Ahí viene la migra, la migra, la migra.
I know that it's all funny and jokes, but the way that ICE is suited up, I don't really think this is gonna work with ICE, bro. ICE looks serious. I'm scared of ICE, bro. I'll talk shit to cops at my door, but I wouldn't talk shit with ICE at my door. Hell nah. I wouldn't fuck with ICE.
And there you have it, taters. That concludes all I collected so far in the last 2 days. I didn't upload a video yesterday, and so I'm making up for it today. And
here we go, y'all. I guess everybody likes her ice raid videos. So let me see this one because this one was ridiculous. Hold on, y'all. I gotta refresh. So I can get my audio back. I lost my screen share connection. Let me see. All right, here we go. Let's go.
Go back. They gotta go back. You can go anywhere else, but you can't stay here. All right. And this very peculiar looking gentleman is using some harsh language when talking about our current president. F Trump, Biden forever, bro. Haitian illegal alien gangster with long rap sheet freaks out after ICE takes him off of the streets. We're going to watch that video in a minute, but let me just read this article for you just real quick. Illegal aliens across the nation are getting a rude awakening as President Trump carries out his promise to carry out mass deportation across America. As the gateway pundit Jordan, oh God, what is his name? Conradson previously reported ICE has arrested over 300 criminal illegal aliens and counting since President Trump was sworn into office on Monday. This is just part of his quest to end the immigration crisis deliberately created by Poopy Pants Joe Biden. The Gateway Pundit reported that United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, also known as ICE, conducted a large-scale raid in Boston. I hope I said it right. Boston, targeting criminal aliens, including MS-13 gang members, murder suspect, and a Haitian gang member with 18 prior convictions. What? 18? Now, you know you got to go back. You got to go back. You cannot stay here. Fox News yesterday in Boston got to do a ride-along with ICE agents putting their lives on the line to keep America safe. In the process, they got to witness the deserved agony of those who have poisoned America for several years. So I got that video right here. And yeah, let's go take a look at it, okay?
Professor Terence Tao is the equivalent of a rock star in mathematics.
Regarded as the greatest mathematician alive.
President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown is off to a fast start. Fox News has learned that in a 33-hour period between Tuesday morning and Wednesday night, ICE agents arrested over 460 migrants, many with long criminal histories. But these operations aren't just limited to Boston. They're taking place all over the country.
Yay.
Bill Malugin is getting an exclusive look at this massive, important operation in the sanctuary city of Boston. Live now to Bill.
Well, Emily, we've heard officials here in Boston and in Massachusetts say repeatedly they are not going to cooperate with ICE or mass deportation efforts by the Trump administration. And ICE says, well, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to cooperate with us. We're still going to go into your city and we're going to do the job. And we were with ICE Boston yesterday for about 10 hours as we got to watch them firsthand carry out immigration enforcement. Take a look.
Good morning, everyone.
It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
Yes, you are going to back to Haiti. You got to go back. You will go back. You cannot stay here. He's mad too. Look at him. He's so mad. You are going to go back. You cannot sit here. Go back and eat your mud pies, okay?
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Okay, F Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Yo, dude, let me tell you something. If you think that Poopy Pants Biden care about you, dude, okay, the man don't even know his name most of the time.
Feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that.
Thanks Obama for what? You know what? People forget that if Obama, by the way, y'all know me, never voted for Obama. I'm one of the very few Republicans that can say I did not vote for no damn Obama. And if you are one of the few, let me know in the comment section. I need to know where my brothers and sisters at, okay? Of all races, of all religions, okay? I can't be the only one that's a registered Republican that did not vote for no damn Obama. But anyway, with that being said, Obama was mass deporting these people too. So, and by the way, what you talking about? Thanks for Obama. You want to thank him for the phone? Thank him for everything? What the hell did he do for you? Not a damn thing. I thank Obama for everything he did for me, bro. Okay, whatever, dude.
He did for me, bro.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil.
Y'all want to talk about Obama? Did y'all forget what he did? He really separated the children from their family. The children had their own school and everything that they were in from the family. Obama was treating people like animals when he deported them. Did y'all forget about that?
Interpol Red Notice.
Why are they blurring out the face of an illegal alien from Brazil? What is the purpose of blurring his face? Can somebody please answer that in the comments?
For armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction. And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking.
They gotta go back. They all gotta go back. I mean, I'm not gonna look at this entire video because the video is like 10 minutes long. I'll leave the link to it in the description box. Okay, but oh my God, are you serious here? What in the world? Anyway, let's look at this. That's Ingram, right? She actually talked with the guy, and she has something that she want to say. I'm not going to play all of this either, but I just want you to listen that the actual residents in these neighborhoods where these illegal aliens, these illegal criminals are infesting these areas. And I don't call them sanctuary cities. I call them fugitive cities, okay? The criminal cities. They're literally criminal cities. And I want you to see how the terrorized neighbors are so thankful that Trump's in office and that ICE is actually doing their job because they're not stopped by the previous president, Poopy Pants Joe Biden.
What was the reaction, Bill, if you got any from some of the residents in these communities?
It was interesting. Most of the time, people are just kind of like peeking out their windows watching it happen. But on the arrest of that Dominican illegal alien, the alleged heroin trafficker with the assault with a deadly weapon charge, a woman actually came up to ICE and told them, thank you for arresting him. She clearly didn't have a good experience with that guy, or for whatever reason wanted to thank the officers, and the officers responded and said, you're welcome. So just goes to show, even out here in Boston in the sanctuary area, there are locals out here who do appreciate what ICE is doing and have obviously had issues with some of these bad apples that ICE is going after.
Okay, thank you. So I know these demon rats, have a problem with Trump only because he's a Republican. But they are thankful that something's being done. I'm glad this is being taken care of. I'm glad this man, Umpuku Tupu, is going back to Haiti. All right. And yeah, I hope millions, not hundreds more, not thousands more, millions more are on the way out. They gotta go back. Hold on, let me do clap talking. They gotta go back. Anyway, let me know what you think by leaving a comment below this video. Don't forget to give me a like. And if you're new to this channel, be sure to subscribe. And I'll see you beautiful people on the next one. Later, taters.
I am sitting here and for me, I'm trying. Okay. Okay. I think that all of it is I can't even have an opinion right now. I can't even have an opinion right now. And I can't have an opinion because I feel like this is just a lot. A lot. I know I asked for Black Republicans. I know I asked for more divested Black women. But never would I have thought I was so goddamn right. And psychologically, this stuff is hitting me very, very hard. Because I'm looking at how these people look. I'm looking at how they dress. I'm curious about this right here.
If you really want to play that game and still claim that Liberia was colonized, then you would have to admit that it was colonized by white Americans and not freed blacks out of America. After all, white Americans paid for everything, including buying the land, providing the ships, laying out the infrastructure, and not to mention that the first leaders like Eli Ayers, Jahandi Ashman, and Thomas Buchanan were all white. So you still want to claim Liberia was colonized? Yeah, I didn't think so. If you really want to play that game and still claim
Oh my god. Sick of this cannon.
The New England ship owner, the founding fathers, former president, current senators, the Illuminati, the New World Order, slaves built this country.
Nope, no, they didn't. Also, how you going to forget about the Greeks, the Irish, the Italians, Hungarians, Poles, and other Slavic immigrants who literally built this country? And they weren't even considered white during that time. Oh, and I also need to mention the Japanese, Chinese, and the Hispanics. You guys act like the only people who were here in America during this time were black slaves and white slave owners. Oh, and one more thing. Native Americans also owned slaves. Native Americans.
Maybe that's the karma of the Native Americans. because they did own slave, or they could have some kind of land ownership or something like that. Okay.
Also own slaves.
I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention to run again. And we have time to make that decision.
Dr. Biden is for it. Mr. President. Oh,
Dr. Biden thinks that, my wife thinks that we're doing something very important. I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention.
So here I am in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, in a line for barbecue. However, you only get this barbecue if you register to vote as a Democrat. Craziest thing I've ever seen. Buying votes. So here I am in.
Oh, we're not doing that.
I got raised.
No, we're not going to do that. I wish I could see who this person is following, though. This is pretty good. I'm curious. I want to hear, what the person. Okay. Did I see this one already? Okay, yeah. A conservative brief with Tree. Copycat UK is now doing mass deports to Democrats and equals the party of losers and more. Okay. Huge troubles for the IRS. Great news for El Salvador. Ilhan Omar's treasonous acts and more. I think I might want to watch the video. Cop the spit after viral video. Wife and mistress responds. Wife of cheating husband and mistress finally speak up. I think I want to hear this guy right here.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toast.
What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com, and oh boy, do I have a doozy for you. You know what? I'm beginning to see that the whole race thing, people are over it. The race baiting is not making money like it used to. I think Black Lives Matter done spoiled it for everybody. They're not pulling in the money like they used to. They're not pulling in the views, nor are they pulling in the outrage. And here's one. I found this to be just crazy, and I found myself laughing at it more than getting mad. So I was like, hey, this is an opportunity to make a video and get ready for another video. This should make up for not having a video yesterday. I will be uploading another video later on today of basically Donald Trump, our president, spanking, okay, the people over there in California. They've been doing bad. They've been bad people over there in California. Or California, whatever. But let's get over here to this one. This is great. Race baiter Eli Mistel has epic meltdown against white people, blames them for high egg prices just 5 days into Trump's presidency. Oh no, Mr. White Man is responsible for the high egg prices. Well, I would have to say a particular white man named Poopy Pants Joe Biden is responsible, but it's not white man's fault, or shall we say Whitey? I'll put that in my thumbnail. It's Whitey's fault. You want to blame Whitey. Anyway, let's do this. In a recent appearance on MSNBC, race baiter Eli Mistel erupted in a fiery tirade against white Americans, blaming them for sustaining what he calls a disgusting version of America, all within the first week of President Donald Trump's term. The outburst followed Trump's controversial decision to pardon over thousands of participants of the January 6th Capitol riots. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Like, they should have never been put in jail anyway. Mistel had an epic meltdown during a discussion about the broader implications of Trump's pardon, which he referred to as predictable to those who've been paying attention. That means it white shit don't work. We tried to tell y'all. Said, oh, you know what? I'm not even going to try to mock him. Let's just watch the video. Let's just watch the video. Oh, but before we watch the video, let's look at this. In January 2017, as Trump assumed office, the average price for a dozen of eggs was approximately $1.32. What a bargain. I would love to be buying some eggs like that on that price. Throughout his tenure, prices remained relatively steady. When Poopy Pants Joe Biden took office in January 2021, the average price of a dozen of grade 8 eggs was a modest $1.47. That's not bad. Okay, it was $1.32, maybe $1.38 under Trump. Then you got like $1.47 at the start of Poopy Pants Joe Biden's presidency, right? But fast forward to December 2024, and that same dozen now costs a staggering $4.15. Woo! A nearly 200% increase, according to the Federal Reserve of St. Louis. Now, is this the white man's fault? Not a particular white man, but is this Whitey's fault? I say not. Anyway, let's go to the rant. It's a doozy. This man looked like a straight up clown. All this fat on him. Oh my goodness. And when you got a crazy hairdo like that, you ain't Don Johnson. Does he think he's Don Johnson or something? Okay, you need to have a beard on your face, mister. All right, let's listen to this.
Ali, I wrote specifically about this issue, what he was going to do to the Department of Justice multiple times during the election cycle, because as you pointed out in your open, this was all written down. So I don't like the shock and awe version of this, because if you had been paying attention, they wrote it down. They told you exactly what they were going to do and exactly how you were going to do it.
Who's they? Is this the white man again? Is this Whitey? Whitey is Whitey they? Say the name, coward. Who are they?
And a majority of white people voted for this. This is the disgusting version of America that people want. And oh, by the way, eggs are still more expensive.
And it's the white man's fault? Wait. Okay. Joe Biden is on your side. And Joe Biden is white. So how is this Trump fault? The Democrat logic is amazing to me. Okay, if you want to blame Whitey, and I have no problem, blame the Whitey on your side there, okay, Tubby? Blame the white people that you serve on the Democrat side, the demon rats. I don't understand. You're pointing over here. I'm sorry, but for the last 4 years, y'all had a senile man who didn't know where he was coming or going, and a cackling Indian vice president. Okay, so like, why y'all?
I mean, Democratic Party did not look good. The Democratic Party did not look like it was horrible. Horrible.
I pointed us. Y'all had a Democrat president and a Democrat vice president, a woman of color, and a white man. So if you want to point at Whitey, point at the one on your side, not over here.
So you didn't even get that. Great job, white folks. In terms of how we...
White folks, demon rats. White folks on the Democratic side. White folks, like, why don't they do that? If they're going to blame white people, why not blame the white folks on their side? I don't get this. I am amazed. Oh my God, like, white folks, you just want to do a blanket statement. Imagine if people did that to blacks. Now, y'all know they would start chimping out on the streets, start stealing from Foot Locker, start doing the whole rioting and everything like that, screaming their favorite word, racism. I'm just saying, like, if somebody said, hey, I noticed that crime has escalated in a lot of these blue cities. Oh, well, there you go, black folks. Now, black people lose their mind if you did a blanket statement for black folks like you did for white folks. But one thing about white folks, these are the people you could do that to because they really don't go out and protest and fight the police and burn down stores and start basically climbing on lamp posts and street lights and talking about some Black Lives. Oh no, I guess it would be White Lives Matter. They don't do that. And I'm really appreciative that they don't.
Cover it as a media or as a media group, right? We have to stop acting like any of these things have any basis in reality, right? Your earlier segment about birthright citizenship is a perfect example of how you should cover it.
Oh, here we
There
go.
is no question about whether or not birthright citizenship is constitutional.
Yeah, it's not meant for Julio, okay? It's not meant for Maria from Venezuela. It's not meant for Unkutu from Haiti to come over here, drop babies so that they can stay in our country. It's not meant for them. It's meant for us, descendants of slaves, you dumb ass.
Just is, right? There is no question about whether or not the Civil Rights Act should apply. It just does. And every time the media tries to sane wash Trump, whitewash Trump,
okay, so that's a new word. Sane wash Trump. You heard it here, folks. A new woke word has been dropped. Sane wash. We already got white splain and whitewash. Now we got sane wash. In order, they don't.
Bro, I don't even know who this guy is. I have no clue. Like, who is this guy? Who is this? Let's just go ahead.
All right, so you guys keep asking about this new credit trick that erases negative marks and shoots your scores into.
Dele calmado, primo. Dele calmado. Oh, Daddy, my favorite. Take it easy on us, boys. Dale con su pinche madre. Dele calmado, primo, con el pinche oración.
What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com, and I know I haven't uploaded a video in 2 days, but guess what? This video.
This is a divested black woman. Yeah, this is a divested black woman. Do y'all understand the way that they talk? I am starting to get this. I am starting to understand what this shit really is, bro. It's quite interesting.
Video is going to make up for it. I was on this account called Wall Street Apes at Wall Street Apes on Twitter X, and they have gathered a lot of shocking but very interesting footage of places like Walmart, of construction sites that are completely empty. You have to see this for yourself. I will put in chronological order a lot of the footage I've gotten from this account, but I just want to basically give them their flowers. I will say 98% of the stuff that you're going to see in this video came from this account. So be sure to give them a shout out for that. Follow them because you're going to see more stuff even after today. So let's get started with the whole situation going on at Walmart. So let's start off with this tweet and also video. Walmart, 2 p.m. in Florida. Guys, this is like a cemetery. Like, look at this. Nope, no Latino. No Latino. Basically, this is empty. No Latino. Like, normally this is full of people. No Latinos is a normally very heavy Latino area, according to the poster. We have been lied to about the real number of illegals in America. I bet it's 40 million plus.
Guys, this is like a cemetery. Like, look at this. Nope, no Latino. No Latino. Basically, this is empty. No Latino. This is empty. This is completely empty. There's no people, at least no Latino. Grace. Okay, let me put this down, but no Latino. What is going on?
I'm laughing at every person. He said no Latino too. Is all black people. Did you peep that? Every black person, no Latino. No Latino.
No Latino. It's like completely cemetery. What happened here, huh? Let me see. No. No Latino right there. This is crazy. It's just empty. Like normally this is full of people. What's going on?
This was recorded inside Walmart in Cathy, Texas. I think that's how you say that. This is at 8:30 p.m. and the Walmart closes at 11 p.m. Nobody is here. Seriously, how many illegals are there really in America? This many people are hiding from ICE and Border Patrol? There has to be way more illegals than we're being told. And I can't play the music because, I can't play this video on audio because they're playing copyright Mexican music. And I don't want to be hit with a content ID. I really had to redo this entire video because of the content ID from the music. But as you can see, this Walmart is basically empty. And I'm really shocked. Wow, I think we just figured out why Oregon didn't require ID when voting. Portland, Oregon, Walmart being reported by a Mexican immigrant as completely empty because everyone is hiding from ICE immigration raids and Border Patrol. How many illegals are there in blue states? And once again, I can't play the audio to this video because they're playing a popular Mexican band. So we're just looking at the audio, go around Walmart, just watching how empty it is. And I don't like, are there no black people in these Walmarts? Well, here you go. For everyone who says the empty Walmart videos might be fake, legal Mexican-American Walmart employee films her store. Quote, "Look how Walmart is, empty without people. Yesterday, not a single Latino came here. They're hiding from ICE." She shows all the empty checkout lines, the empty store, the fully stocked shelves. Okay, this was just a typo. He meant to say there has to be way more illegals in America than even the highest prediction they told us.
Alcohol is the last thing
That's
keeping
deep.
you from success. The millionaires inside this Miami mansion have figured it out.
I have never seen these commercials or these ads before. That is tripping me the fuck out. I have never seen them. Yeah, let's keep going. Because when people say the numbers is higher, that's something to think about. But that goes to show America's a melting pot. Like, it's not just American people.
Mis amores, aquí rapidito. Miren cómo está el Walmart vacío, sin gente. Ayer aquí no vino ni un solo latino. Y aquí sigo, miren. Miren cómo están todas estas cajas que siempre están llenas. Las filas son inmensas. No hay nadie, ni un latino por aquí. Nada.
Walmart, Florida, Wednesday. Guys who put groceries in my car each week verify their pickup service is off the chain with huge food stamp orders to drivers who don't speak English. The black car was screaming at him in Spanish. He said the illegals now order online and get out as soon as possible. Store is not as busy. The meat store verifies the same. Illegals buy carts full of food stamps and demand pickup. The same guy loads my weekly order because I'm a good tipper. He's so frustrated, and the lady was screaming at him, "We need more ice." And here's the first picture she took. And this is the one with the black vehicle screaming at him in Spanish. The extent to which the American worker has been replaced by cheap illegal migrant labor is shocking. This job site employee is reporting only 8 out of 43 workers showed up for work due to immigration checkpoints and raids. This is where all our jobs have gone, to illegal labor. Once again, guys, I can't play the video audio because it has copyright content on it, but this clip here has been viewed over 11.3 million times. Okay, 11.3 million views. Wow. American citizen at work says he now gets 40 text messages a day for chicken farm workers because all the chicken farms are empty. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let him speak because, as you can see through the words, he used profane language that I got to edit out. But here he is, okay? Let's listen.
We at work.
At work.
We got a job. Right. The ICE department that rounded up all these Hispanics and Latinos, and the chicken plants is empty. Desperate. I get 40 texts a day. How many you got? 40?
Just about.
In the last couple of days, they done rounded their up. They need somebody. They need somebody to come work in these chicken plants, man.
Using cinnamon and apple cider vinegar the right way is the difference between those who manage to keep their blood sugar below 100 and those who keep throwing money away on metformin. Contrary to what 98% of diabetics believe, or rather have been conditioned to believe, type 2 is not related to the amount of sugar or carbohydrates consumed, a sedentary lifestyle, or even genetics. A study conducted by an endocrinologist who was not funded by the pharmaceutical industry, named Dr. Bruce Halbert, showed that type 2 is caused by the accumulation of bad bacteria in the body. These bacteria act like sponges and end up clogging the pancreas, directly impacting insulin production. As a result,
Girl, I have not seen.
U.S. companies have completely replaced the.
I want y'all to listen to the accents. You hear the Southern accents on these people? Yeah. Notice that you don't see nothing with New Yorkers on the camera, with any, northeastern people laughing or doing like you're not. That's the point. You're not going to.
American workforce with cheap illegal labor. ICE just came again. Effing immigration tries to show up. Everybody leaves. Not a soul in here. Everybody's out. I bet the real number of illegals in America is 2 to 3 times what they told us.
So what again? Immigration tries to show up, everybody leaves. Not a soul in here. Everybody's out. Man.
Illegal migrants are now filming themselves refusing to open their door for ICE officers and posting to social media. Illegal is refusing entry for ERO, enforcement and removal operation officer. ICE officer has a warrant. Illegal says it's not the one that you need to enter the home. It's a different, so you can't come into the house. These people are in our country illegally. Arrest them and remove them from our country. They should not have rights. ERO officers are responsible for enforcing the nation's immigration laws and ensuring the departure of removal immigrants from the United States. ERO uses its detention and deportation officers to identify, arrest, and remove immigrants who violate U.S. immigration law. ERO officers are part of ICE. Now, what I think before I play this, I believe that they don't have a warrant to go into the home. And they are going to leave because the lawyer
Okay.
says, well, they don't have a no-knock warrant or entry warrant, so they just have an arrest warrant, which is different. And so what they're going to do is probably have somebody stay outside of the place until they go get an entry warrant. So they're just delaying the inevitable. Let's watch.
Administrative process warrant. It's not signed by a judge. It's not the one that you need to enter the home. It's different. What's your name? Officer what?
What is your name? Jackie. I am not an attorney. I only
Okay, so look, if we get that, everyone's coming. Right now, we only want Marshall, but if we come in the house, we're going to take everybody's country.
But you can't come in the house. You don't have a warrant.
Exactly. What I'm saying is, you're on the phone with you or you're on the phone with our counsel. That's the next step.
Then why were you trying to come in with this warrant? That's not the warrant you need. That's not the warrant you need. That's not the warrant you need. You can't come into the house with this one.
This is what I'm saying. I promise you this. Now, one comes, we're going to take everybody in the house.
Okay, so I need everybody to stay calm. Do not interact with them. Okay, and don't leave the house because they'll be waiting for you.
Yeah.
Don't leave the house. Okay, so as soon as this is over,
Okay.
hold on, Chimos.
Is there a way to keep that?
The next tweet. Okay, this is really crazy. This is San Ysidro border crossing. I may not have pronounced that correctly, but I don't care. From San Diego, California into Mexico. This is at 5:30 p.m. rush hour. Anyone will tell you this line is always packed. It can take 3 hours plus easily to cross into Mexico at this time normally. They even sell fast passes. What's happening is normally every day, thousands of cars come from Mexico to illegally work in California and then drive back into Mexico every day. Amazing how California has done absolutely nothing about this for decades. And of course, I can't play the music because you know how it is, copyright. So this is the line. And it's not that long. It's amazing. So, wow. Nobody's trying to come in, by the way. Going out. Little Village, Chicago, Illinois City Council is, quote, handing out information cards to illegals in order to help fearful families feel more prepared. Quote, we want to make sure folks know their rights, a blanket of coverage and care that people desperately need right now. Government officials are personally preparing illegals for ICE. How is this not criminal?
I'm told the man taken into custody by immigration agents had just dropped off his child at school this morning. And
You know what? I'm going to write about this. But I am really seeing why the divested Black woman is a problem. Okay? And I'm really seeing why the divested Black woman is triggering to everybody. I really am.
Alderman Michael Rodriguez tells me that this entire community here in Little Village is on high alert.
It created a lot of fear in the morning, and we were rapidly responding to it.
Video from someone who did not want to be identified shows a man being detained by ICE agents near 32nd and Kedzie. Alderman Michael Rodriguez says this is the first detainment he knows of in Little Village.
The Colombian government just reported that of the 200 people that were deported, none were criminals and 2 were pregnant women. Now we have a detainee whose child was just dropped off at school, right after that fact, being detained.
This comes after President Trump ramps up his mass deportation efforts, demanding at least 1,800 arrests per day across the country. Those like Baltzar Enriquez says he has been handing out information cards in order to help fearful families feel more prepared.
Some families have opted out from sending their kids to school, and that's taking the children's right to an education.
Rodriguez says he is unaware if the man detained had a criminal record, but his rapid response team is ready to support anyone in need.
People are resilient, We want to make sure folks know their rights. That's a blanket of coverage and care that people will desperately need right now.
ICE agents have said that this surge in operations has led to more than 3,000 arrests nationwide. Alderman Michael Rodriguez says families can call the immigration hotline or his office directly for support.
Help is on the way. Aurora, Colorado. Under Joe Biden, Aurora had illegal Venezuelan gang members taking over apartment complexes. Under Donald Trump, ICE is raiding Aurora and removing illegal invaders.
You know what I have to say about this, y'all? This is the shady shit about this. Okay, hear me out. When Biden was the president, he let all of these people come in. And one thing that still never leaves me is that the people came to America and they were very entitled, especially the Africans, especially the Black immigrants. And they said, when we came here, they told us we were going to get this, that, and this. They told us they were going to give us housing. They was going to give us money. They was going to give us this, that, and this. Canada said, if you don't, if this doesn't work out, you're going to get turned around back to your country. You're not going to make it to Canada. They said, we understand. We're still coming. And then these immigrants started to be a complete nuisance throughout the towns, such as situations like this. Trump says, I'm going to do a mass deportation. I'm going to make migrant camps and this, that, and the third. Don't know if he did the migrant camps, but he is doing the mass deportation. But if he say he's going to make migrant camps, he may really do that shit. Okay? So then on top of that, yeah. So now that this man is in the office, it was his leadway to say, go against the 14th Amendment and say, nah, even if you were born here and that parent that was born here still doesn't have their paperwork, they got to go and you got to go and y'all all got to go. This was a setup. This was the biggest setup. Trans were going to be taken out of sports because women were fighting for that. College, high school, and also males were getting tired of men and women's sports. That's the only reason why. If the men did not give a damn about males being in women's sports, it wouldn't be, nothing would happen, but the men cared. And that's why things is happening. And then trans was really running amok and they were doing a lot of fucked up shit. So it came a time that they had to get their shit shut down, right? But the trans was used the most in the campaign to only start with the immigrants. There's always like a cloaking, like I'm going to present this in your face, but this is what's really going on behind. Like this is really what's behind my hand. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the dark psychology of it. Like this was something that was in the making. Because you remember the video with the great Johannes, and he said, the Russians, what did he say? The Asians are going to send the Russians and the Africans to go after the European man to try to take over us. And he talked about this, and he talked about the patriarch. He talks about everything with the patriarch. And then you see this happening. And he came out when Biden was president, like a little bit in the time, like when he was at his end of his ropes of, having to reelect himself, if, whatever. And I remember all of these things. And then check this out. Like this was all planned. Because now that is happening, the level of people, like I said, in the South and like the Northern Midwest areas, that are cheering this on. If you notice, like I said, the northeastern states, West Coast, you don't see a cheering on of this shit. You get what I'm saying? And so now it's like, this was, I'm losing my words. Let's go.
ICE raided VASA Fitness, Aurora, Colorado.
Wow.
President Trump's promised crackdown on illegal immigration is underway. We get a first-hand look in President Trump's promised crackdown on illegal immigration is underway. We get a
Well, I guess that's really short.
first-hand look in President Trump.
This is where all our American jobs went. Quote, an update on the ICE raids from the perspective of a general contractor. I just had, oh, you know what? Let me just let him say it myself. Why am I reading this? I could just basically have him say it himself.
This is an update on the ICE raids from the perspective of a general contractor. I just had a roofer completely cancel on my job because he is picking up the pieces from all of his other job sites that got raided, and the crews are just gone. So I'm in Fort Lauderdale, and this is a roofer that I've been working with for years. It's a sub, it's labor, and I'm providing materials and working under my roofing license with my supervision. So it's how many of the roofers do it down here. And we were figuring out the final details, and I'm like, hey man, let's get that final number together. And I was kind of trying to figure out because he hadn't sent me the final price yet. And I'm like, what's going on, dude? And he finally wrote me just now, and he said, I have to walk from this job. I cannot physically complete it because I am personally working on a number of roofs that the crews are just gone. So how is this helping us?
Oh shit. I can go better than that. Hi, bar girl. What the hell kind of ads is coming across? I'm good, bro. It's giving sex trafficking.
How is that effed up? Hire Americans and stop being cheap. You guys have had cheap labor for all these years, maybe even decades. So it helps when you basically hire your own American brothers and sisters, you cheap MFer. Anyway, this is the current situation in Mexico. Thousands of people, as far as the eye can see, of illegals arriving. They're from Venezuela and all over the world, now starting the process to seek asylum in Mexico. They were coming to America, but Donald Trump canceled their CBP One app appointments. Love this for Mexico. Let's check it out.
Son miles de personas que en este momento están tratando de iniciar el trámite para solicitar asilo en México. Estamos aquí en las oficinas de la Comar en Naucalpan, Estado de México, hasta donde están llegando miles de personas de diferentes nacionalidades. Muchos de ellos tenían la intención de viajar hacia Estados Unidos a través de la cita del programa CBP One para pedir refugio en aquella nación. Sin embargo, esto no fue posible y ahora tienen como plan B el quedarse en nuestro país. De acuerdo con una cifra.
They're all from Venezuela? I'm going to need some fact checking on this one, okay? These don't look like Venezuelans to me, but okay, what do I know?
Extraoficial que nos han compartido ciudadanos de Venezuela, que ellos mismos se han organizado aquí para poder ingresar. Tienen ellos un preregistro solo de personas de Venezuela y latinas en general de 8,000 aspirantes a tener el refugio en nuestro país. Vamos a acercarnos un poco hacia donde están ellos. Veíamos ahorita a los haitianos que están a punto de entrar ya a la oficina y de este lado tenemos a los venezolanos, ecuatorianos, colombianos que se están organizando con ese preregistro en donde se anotan para llevar una organización y en los próximos días poder ingresar a esas oficinas para iniciar el trámite y quedarse asilados en nuestro país.
Woo! Today on the Hidalgo Bridge in Texas, which is the international bridge crossing into Mexico, ICE and Border Patrol and deporting illegal migrants from the United States back into Mexico. You may be wondering where all the women and children are. Good question.
This is what I'm saying. The first were all male. They're all male. When they came over here, there were barely women and children. There were barely children at all. When there was a child there in the city, they said the little 10-year-old boy was smoking cigarettes.
What a difference a new president makes. CNN made a trip migrant shelter. I think he meant to say CNN made a trip to the migrant shelter. Okay, let me read it the way he intended. CNN made a trip to the migrant shelter in Guatemala City, Mexico. Normally, migrants would say, we're headed to the U.S. Every single migrant would say that. We've met here, no longer has the U.S. as their destination. It seems to be the story that most people are. Wait a minute. Let me just, once again, let me just play what he said instead of just basically saying it for him. Here we go.
We're outside a migrant shelter here in Guatemala City. This is one family actually from Colombia. And in years past, when you would meet migrants on their journey, they would say, we're headed to the US. All of them had the same destination, the same dream. It's so interesting, though, being here now, the change in really since the last few days or so, since President Trump took office and the CBP1 app was eliminated, every single migrant we've met here no longer has the US as their destination. This family, for example, from Colombia, they're headed back to Colombia. We met a family from Venezuela. They're now headed, they say, to here in Guatemala, to another place to try to figure out how to make a living. We met another man from Venezuela who's headed to Costa Rica. We met a couple of guys from West Africa. They too are thinking if they can't get into the US, they'll try any other Latin American country to claim asylum. It seems to be the story that most people we are meeting no longer have the desire to enter the US because they know the consequences of being deported. And they say for them, it's not worth the pain and struggle of trying to go all the way into the United States only to be sent out.
And there you have it, Tater. See, they were never asylum seekers. They were never in trouble in their country. They were never in danger. They were never risked to be unalive there. They just came here to basically mooch off of our tax dollars, off of the benefits that we have that was gathered for our own citizens, for Americans. Okay. And as they see that the well has run dry because Trump is in office, that has stopped. So let me just tell you again that if you want to check this out, if you want to check them out,
Hold on, I gotta refresh. For some reason, it works and then it don't work. Let me. Okay. Okay. Did I see? I see what the problem is. Okay. It's a StreamYard fucking problem. It's not a me problem.
illegally. That makes them all criminals. Well, they're mad now. And so are the libtards. It's so great. I have a couple of videos I want to show you So let's just enjoy this moment together. Girls, get your box wine. Guys, get your beer and your GMO-free popcorn because it's about to be one of those videos. So we're going to start off with CBS, where they're talking about how the troops, this video was recorded yesterday, as a matter of fact, where it's talking about how the troops are already at the border. Well, they've been at the border for a while, but it's like they're sending more troops there. It's literally like we have a war, which in a way we do, at our southern border. And I got 3 videos, but I'm not going to play all of them, just a little snippets of each one of them. So we could just gloat like, America, we're getting our country back slowly but surely.
Now, most Planet Fitness clubs are open 24 hours, so you can work out whenever. Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15.
Now, President Trump is making true to his campaign promise to crack down on illegal immigration. Just yesterday, ICE agents arrested almost 1,000 people. That is a jump from the 593 arrests on Friday and 286 on Saturday. Now, this includes a raid that happened early Sunday morning outside of Denver, and that is where the DEA says they arrested almost 50 people. The agency's Rocky Mountain Division posted these videos you're looking at right here online, saying they busted a makeshift party. This raid reportedly targeted members of a Venezuelan gang. Officials say they seized drugs, weapons, and even cash. And security at the nation's border is also ramping up. CBS News correspondent Jason Allen reports from along the southern border in El Paso, Texas, where hundreds of additional troops have been deployed.
Here along the Texas border with Mexico, there are more troops that are now on the way to spread out along this border, not just here in Texas, but the expectation is that they will be along this border for all 4 states between here and New Mexico and Arizona and California. There have already been about 2,500 troops here, but now the United States is surging another 1,500. There were some flights here to Texas Thursday of an initial group. There were some more that arrived Saturday. They're going to be at Fort Bliss, which is near where we are. The expectation is they'll receive a briefing there on their activities, probably some training, and they are working with Customs and Border Protection as well to kind of get a sense of where they're going to be, what their mission is, and what their activities will be here. Now, those are not the only troops that are coming. Just today, Texas, the state of Texas, decided it's going to send another 400 troops here as well. The flights were leaving from both Fort Worth and from Houston this morning. Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying along with those troops, there would be C-130s, there would be Chinook helicopters, and they will be joining as well this surge of troops along the border all the way from here to California.
It's like, and I want you to understand that the poopy pants president we had before this is his fault. I want him to go down in history as the worst president we have ever had in our lives. We have been under major attack while giving all our weapons to Nazi Ukraine. Okay. And he's just not knowing where he is, not knowing his name, not knowing where to walk in the White House. And he doesn't hardly answer any questions at his press conference. Now, I'm not going to play this video too much. I want to show you, this was taken about 2 or 3 days ago. So it's not up to date like the most recent video I'm going to show you, where they're not putting these illegals on cushy economy flights anymore. They are now getting on cargo planes. They are putting them on cargo planes like, yeah, you got to go on a cargo plane. You cannot, no getting in economy, no first class, no business class. You're getting on cargo because we are shipping the cargo back to where you belong. You got to go back. Say it in the comments. You got to go back, okay? You got to go back.
Of some 1,500 active duty troops have arrived. Marines from Camp Pendleton arriving with heavy equipment and Osprey aircraft. And for the first time, military planes are making deportation flights. This C-17 at Fort Bliss, Texas. Migrants in restraint seen boarding.
They're handcuffed. They're handcuffs and they are chained. They're in a chain gang. I don't know if you all can see this, but they're chained up at the ankles. Like, yeah, we're going to send the criminals back to your criminal country, where you belong. Okay.
A flight to Guatemala. A new image from inside another flight.
Look at this. Yeah, no first class for you guys. No business class, no economy. You're just going to sit there. And by the way, you can't go to the bathroom, so you better hold it until you get to your own country. I don't know about you guys, but I'm like feeling so good that we're getting our country back. I hate these people. Like, for somebody like myself who went to Germany and followed all the rules and did everything legally, for someone to do this to my country, I just feel like it's a big disrespect. So I don't like these people.
Taking off from Tucson, Arizona. Meantime, the administration saying that arrests are ramping up. More than 500 undocumented migrants arrested in multiple cities over the last 24 hours.
Good.
And tonight, the president's new border czar, Tom Homan, saying this is only the beginning. ABC's chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, leads us off tonight.
Okay, well, I don't really want to focus too much on this. Like I said, this was filmed about 2-3 days ago. Now, this right here is the main entree, okay? I saw this video. I was like, oh, I'm doing a video on this one. You're going to see the hypocrisy with the Democratic Party, how they were pro-deportation, they were anti-illegal aliens, and they only did a 180 because of the fact that Trump was running for office and actually won in 2016. Well, he became the president in 2016. He won the election in 2015. This is going to knock your socks off.
When I started working for Buck Mason, they told me, we want to build the perfect t-shirt with the best fabric, to the point that I've never seen before.
Hello?
They are that good.
We're always going after like the romantic part of manufacturing in America in the 40s. And
Oh shit. Did y'all hear that? They said manufacturing. Wow. Do y'all see what's going on?
50s. Yes. Try to recreate that on like a bulk machine.
Hey, let's face it, no matter what you do today, I think the old ways were better.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the old machines. They're still here.
Yeah.
It makes a better garment. Yeah. And that's where you got that unique look. I have to do it so close to perfection. That in itself, I just love doing it. It gives you a really good sense of pride. It's classic.
Right behind us.
Every one you pick up, it's
Yeah.
going to be unique. Yes. I learn something new, believe it or not, all the time. It's just the way it is, you know? It's hard to do the old things new and bring them back to the old.
That's the beauty of this place, right?
Yep.
We've got the machinery from the past that makes the product that we all love.
Yep.
And we got the guy.
And the guy, yeah.
Can't get no older than me in the business. I could retire tomorrow, but nah, I have so many new ideas.
Definitely gonna check his shit out.
Well, new video shows deportation flights to Colombia are back underway. More than 200 deportees arrived today in the capital city of Bogota, where Colombia's president
Now, it looked like the Venezuelans are getting in an economy seat. Ugh. Ugh. No. Colombia. Sorry, not Venezuela. The Colombians are getting an economy class, and they all have to wear masks because they nasty.
welcomed them, saying they're now free and in a country that loves them. Makes you wonder why
If they're free in a country that loves them, why did they leave? Why did they leave the country that loves them so much and come to our country and dirty it up to actually increase the crime? Why did you stay in your own country that loved you so much? Give me a break. I swear.
he initially rejected U.S.-flown deportation flights just 2 days ago and only agreed to accept them after President Trump threatened a trade war. Results like this are why the president calls his border action a major win for the U.S.
And very importantly, America is respected again.
Yes.
We're respected again. Isn't that nice? You know, after years of laughing at us like we're stupid people. And as you saw yesterday, we've made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, that the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, and they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price, and we're going to immediately install massive tariffs, and it'll be placed on them and other sanctions.
In the meantime, federal agents began their first major illegal immigration raids here in New York City. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
Just so I'm clear, that's because the mayor, even though New York City is a sanctuary city, they are getting full cooperation from the mayor. And we all know why. He wants to get a pardon from Trump when he go to jail. So let's not forget, okay, Adams has an active case that is pending right now, and he's going to be found guilty, and he wants to not serve any jail time by getting a pardon from Trump. So he is following the rules. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice?
Joined those agents on the raids, posting this video you're looking at now from the front lines, showing ICE agents removing illegal immigrants that have been charged with kidnapping, assault, and burglary. President Trump making no apologies for following through on that campaign promise.
We're tracking down the illegal alien criminals. We're detaining them, and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies, and we're moving forward very fast.
And the no-nonsense message his administration is sending already seems to be working. Listen to this. Border agents are reporting shockingly low numbers of illegal crossing, guys, a nearly 95% drop.
You mean to tell me when the border is closed, the military is at our border protecting our country? You mean to tell me when we let these people know that we don't want them in here if they're going to come here illegally, and that we're going to deport them and they're not going to get any more free handouts, that they stop coming? No, I didn't know there was a connection.
From the height of the border crisis under Biden to the first days of Trump's presidency after just 1 week, Trump spoke about this sudden drop.
I got a call from Tom Homan and some of the people. They said, sir, it's unbelievable. There is nobody. You have this huge area. It's a gathering area. It's always been packed with these people. What they did to our country is so unbelievable. That they could do this to our country is so horrible. But he said, there's nobody there. And then they actually put it on television. I got to see it. And there was literally not one person, this vast area where people stay there all day long and they just walk right into our country.
Wow. As predicted, not everyone is happy about this illegal immigration crackdown.
Okay, get ready for the triggering. Get ready for the liberal tears. You got your cups and your glasses ready. Let us drink. Come on, let us drink these delicious liberal tears.
The View is calling it, of course, racist.
What would you do if you had a whole extra month every year? Would you go on holiday, exercise more, or maybe start that side hustle that you've been wanting to for months? Well, with Motion, you can do just that. Motion is an all-in-one calendar and to-do list app powered by a unique AI algorithm designed to save you time and improve your productivity. It automatically organizes your tasks around your meetings and events so you can completely focus on your work while it takes care of planning your day. With Motion, you're never going to miss a deadline again, and you can sign up for a 7-day free trial by clicking on the pop-out button. Here's how it works. You add your task, set its priority, estimate its duration, and assign a deadline. And Motion then adds that task into your calendar at the most optimal time and organizes your day for you, fitting everything around your meetings and appointments. What sets Motion apart is its adaptability. If you're unable to complete a task in time, its AI takes care of rescheduling for you. Instead of manually having to adjust your calendar, Motion reorganizes your schedule, prioritizing deadlines and making sure that you have enough time to complete your tasks. And if an urgent task comes up, Motion is smart enough to prioritize that task and rearrange the rest, making sure you don't miss anything. It even helps you make the most of gaps between meetings by suggesting the most efficient task to tackle based on your schedule and priorities. It's really impressive. Using Motion is like having your own personal assistant, and it starts at just $19 a month, which is less than your daily cup of coffee. And considering how much time it's going to save you, I say that it's well worth the cost. By spending just 30 minutes organizing your tasks, you can save up to 10 hours a week. In fact, their savings calculator shows that at $40 an hour, saving 8 hours a week by procrastinating less and having an automatically organized calendar could be worth over $1,200 a month. Motion is perfect for busy professionals, entrepreneurs, and side hustlers juggling multiple tasks and appointments. It's going to completely replace your calendar and to-do list and help you start your day with a clear plan. Try Motion today with a 7-day free trial by clicking on the pop-out button. Once you start using it, it's going to completely transform your workflow. Set your day in motion.
Halsey, live on tour for My Last Trick with special guests. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
I think there's a very clear message as to what this president wants the look of a criminal migrant to look like, what undocumented.
If you are here illegally, you are a criminal. Point blank. And if there's a pattern of their height, their weight, their nationality, then so what? They will have a look. It's called patterns. Recognizing patterns. Something that you don't know nothing about because you dumber than a bag of hammers there. I don't even want to say her name. I can't stand her.
Migrant. And I think that's racist.
Listen, I think I'm going to have to say this more to white people than to any other race. Be okay with being called racist for stating the obvious. I get called racist all the time and I own it. I'm like, yeah, I had a black person call me racist against all of blacks. I say, yep. I had a white person call me racist against other whites. I'm like, yep. Like, you understand calling you racist is for you shaming doing the right thing or standing behind the right thing. If you stand behind Trump getting illegal aliens out of our country, they're just going to call you racist because they don't want, all of a sudden, they don't want the illegal aliens here in our country anymore. Once upon a time, I mean, they want the illegal aliens in our country. Once upon a time, they didn't want these people here. And then, like I said, they changed their mind because Trump also wanted this. So they changed the narrative to either make Trump look like the bad guy when Obama was like the president so far who has deported I hope Trump beats his record. What was it? Like, did Obama deport 5 million illegal aliens? Let me know in the comments below. I think it's either 4 million and 5 million. And I think they don't want Trump to beat his record.
Let me also say they are also racially profiling in doing.
When I used to be a police officer, I always racially profiled. And you know what? I am alive today because of it. 3 times I racially profiled, and 3 times I was spared being shot in the head or shot in the chest. Because I racially profiled the type of criminals, the type of people, the type of gender, and the type of race of human that was more likely to attack me because I was a cop. There's nothing wrong with racially profiling people. Trust me, if it saved my life, it will save yours.
This. I am disappointed, disgusted, and saddened by what I see.
We don't care. We don't care.
And pop star Selena Gomez posting this video of her sobbing over the deportation flights, which she quickly deleted.
So many people are getting tagged.
word is go and the criminals and the traffickers. Why are you doing this?
I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what.
This is a billionaire. I talked about this on my political show, right? The Treehouse News. This is a billionaire pretending to be one of us, and she can relate to us. What's she crying about? This, by the way, this is fake tears. By the way, you ain't gonna get drunk off these.
I'll
fake
try
tears.
everything. I promise.
Terrible acting. Terrible.
Reporter czar Tom Homan had a blunt response to the celeb's video yesterday.
We're going to do this job, and we're going to enforce the laws of this country. If they don't like it, then go to Congress and change the law. It's just all for the good of this nation, and we're going to keep going. No apologies. We're moving forward.
Yeah, and where were those tears when these guys were denouncing sanctuary cities and removing illegal...
Watch this. I was like, yeah, I remember this phase, and all of a sudden, now they're pro-illegal immigrants.
Border crossers.
By the way, y'all about to see a coherent, younger, poopy pants Joe Biden versus the one we had here destroying our country for the last 4 years. Get ready.
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
Pick up the New York Times today. There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster, storage.
Just like New York has went in the dumps, just like Chicago, just like Los Angeles, just like all the cities that accepted a lot of these illegal immigrants, they basically tore them down and the crime went up. I don't understand how the same thing you were supporting back then in 2007, you are now saying it's bad because the Orange Man supports it.
Started closing. Everything started to happen, and they changed the policy.
So, Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up.
Now they're supporting the opposite. Do you understand how crazy these people are? Demon rats are the biggest hypocrites ever. And remember, a lot of you that are watching me right now, you voted for this man. I'm never going to let you forget that. You voted for this man. Those of you who did not vote for Barack Hussein Obama, I want to say, mwah, thank you so much. And we appreciate your service. That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to make this video and let you all know that everything is going according to plan. The libtards and the demon rats are big mad, and we like that. And we're getting our country back slowly but surely. And let's hope and pray that President Trump beats this guy's deportation record. Do you think he'll do it? Let me know in the comments below. Love to talk to you guys down there. If you like this video, give it a like. If you're new to my channel, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Later, taters.
At what point does a salad become a Zalad? When you add the egg roll, the Zaxby Sensation Salad.
I don't know what happened there, but these are good. These are real good. But I'm gonna call it a night right here. I'll watch the one rest by myself. Y'all can go check her channel out. Give your opinion if you care to. I'll be playing a lot more for her. Bye.